Chapter 1. At last, I have found you. Previously, Zheng Riqiang had entertained countless fantasies of various professions. Doctor, teacher, police officer, civil servant, corporate white-collar worker. Yet he never imagined himself in such a role, nor did he foresee his unwavering enthusiasm for it. On March 11th, 2022, a Friday, he vividly recalled this date. By the time he returned home, it was already around 8 or 9 in the evening. He encountered a man in the elevator who looked at Zheng Riqiang. At that moment, Zheng Riqiang was dressed in his work attire, prompting the man to ask, "Are you a food delivery person?" Zheng Riqiang nodded, affirming yes. He added, "You can simply place an order and someone will deliver it." The man responded, "The fast food restaurant downstairs does not offer delivery." Zheng Riqiang suggested, "Then find one that does." The man countered, "That won't do. The fast food restaurant is owned by my friend, and I must patronize it." Zheng Riqiang pondered, "This sounds a bit like a private order." The man insisted, "It's not a private order. I'm merely asking for a favor, and you won't be doing it for free. The compensation is 250 yuan. With that, he handed Zheng Riqiang an address. Upon returning to his room, Zheng Riqiang felt a twinge of anxiety about the encounter and sought the opinion of Gao Ming. Gao Ming was his immediate superior, the owner of the apartment and a deputy supervisor at the food delivery company. Gao Ming helped him analyze the situation. There are rules in our line of work, and a rider helping out like this seems inappropriate. We can't be certain if this is a deliberate test by the company. If it is, your job would be at stake, and you could be blacklisted in the industry. According to the food delivery regulations, accepting private orders is a serious offense that could lead to dismissal." Zheng Riqiang replied, "It was purely a favor. I wasn't even wearing our uniform at that time." He remained uncertain, but felt a lack of conviction, prompting him to consult a divination method. He recalled that there are significant taboos associated with it. One must not inquire about divination, otherwise one invites disaster. Zheng Riqiang resolved to complete the matter before the arrival of the next day, but just as he was about to calculate, his mother called. As is well known, mothers tend to be rather loquacious, and by the time Zheng Riqiang hung up, it was already 11:20 p.m., the call lasting over half an hour. Though it was not yet midnight, according to industry standards, after 11 p.m. was considered the witching hour. This left Zheng Riqiang in a quandary. Should he proceed with the divination? After all, there was a belief that one should refrain from divination on a day marked by the earthly branch of Z, or else one could provoke misfortune. Faced with this predicament, Zheng Riqiang felt utterly disheartened in the I Ching. The hexagrams Tun, Qin, Jian, and Kuan are regarded as the 4 major difficult hexagrams, with Jian being the lowest of the low. Little did Zheng Riqiang anticipate that this private order would later have such grave repercussions for him. The following morning at 6 o'clock, even in summer, there was still a slight chill in the air. Zheng Riqiang and Gao Ming donned their work uniforms, descending from their room, ready to embark on a new day of work. As they reached the ground floor, upon opening the main door, several individuals seated on the floor abruptly stood up. One person pointed at Zheng Riqiang, exclaiming, "It's him!" Both Zheng Riqiang and Gao Ming were momentarily taken aback as the group encircled them. Zheng Riqiang asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Who are we looking for?" One individual sighed with relief, saying, "At last, we have found you." Zheng Riqiang, utterly bewildered, inquired, "What do you want with me?" Another person reminded him, "On the 15th of last month, weren't you performing CPR and rescue breathing on an elderly man on Chongqing Road? You even called 120 to send him to the hospital?" Zheng Riqiang paused to recall, finally remembering, "Oh, that incident. Is the elderly gentleman all right?" "That was simply what I should have done. No need for thanks." He presumed that the group had come to express their gratitude. However, the man continued, "We have been searching for you for quite a long time. Do you know how much the elderly man incurred in medical expenses?" Zheng Riqiang shook his head, gesturing for Gao Ming to leave first. The man stated the total came to 43,000 yuan. He had no medical insurance, and you were the one who hit him. You must take responsibility. Zheng Riqiang was momentarily dazed. How could I have hit him? I was merely passing by on my delivery route when I saw someone lying on the ground and went to help. I even called 110 and 120 for assistance. The man retorted, "If you didn't hit him, then why did you go to help?" Zheng Riqiang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. An elderly man stepped forward, asking, "Young man, do you remember me?" "Of course I do," Zheng Riqiang exclaimed, seeing him as a lifeline in a sea of confusion. He quickly added, "You are that old gentleman, right? Please tell them it wasn't me who hit you." The elderly man appeared bewildered, responding, "It was a person on an electric bike who hit me." Zheng Riqiang insisted, "But that wasn't me. There are surveillance cameras in that area." A young man interjected, "We checked, there are no cameras there." Zheng Riqiang thought to himself that this could be troublesome. "I truly did not hit him. I was a doctor before, and it is normal to save lives." The young man replied, "There's no debating this. You were the one who hit him." Zheng Riqiang, now frantic, declared, "I reiterate, it wasn't me who hit him. Many people can vouch for me." The young man grabbed Zheng Riqiang, demanding, "You need to pay." Zheng Riqiang was drenched in sweat from anxiety. "Let me go to work first. I'm already late." The young man insisted, "You expect to go to work? Hurry up and hand over the money." Zheng Riqiang, both anxious and furious, retorted, "I will say it one more time. It wasn't me who hit him." He attempted to break free. However, he found himself tightly restrained. Outside, Gao Ming said, "Blocking him here won't resolve anything. If you believe he hit someone, report it to the police or take it to court. Don't delay the man's work." His name is Zheng Riqiang, and his phone number is 135,771. The elderly man seemed about to say something, stepping forward urgently, when suddenly he stumbled and fell to the ground. Everyone gasped as they watched the elderly man convulsing on the floor. The young man urgently turned to Zheng Riqiang, pleading, "You're a doctor, please save him. Someone call 120. Gao Ming quickly pulled Zheng Riqiang aside, stating, "What doctor? He's just a food delivery guy." Zheng Riqiang glanced back at the elderly man convulsing on the ground, telling Gao Ming, "I must help him." Gao Ming persisted in holding Zheng Riqiang back, urging him to leave. "What do you mean help? Just walk away. Haven't you already gotten into enough trouble? Now, they're accusing you if something goes wrong while you're trying to save him. Can you bear the responsibility?" Zheng Riqiang hesitated, wavering. Several people behind him implored, "Dr. Zheng, you're a doctor, aren't you? You can't just stand by and do nothing." Gao Ming dragged Zheng Riqiang further away. Zheng Riqiang could hear the approaching sirens of an ambulance drawing near. His mind was flooded with memories of that day. Just a few days prior, while delivering food, he had seen someone lying on the ground. Bystanders mentioned that the person had been lying there for over 10 minutes without any assistance. So he dismounted his electric bike and rushed over, finding the elderly man unconscious. He performed CPR and rescue breathing, and once the elderly man regained consciousness, he called 120 for help. The elderly man had contacted his family, but when the ambulance arrived, seeing that the family members were delayed, they insisted on taking Zheng Riqiang along. Fortunately, by the time they reached the hospital, the elderly man's family had arrived, allowing him to extricate himself from the situation. Little did he know that this incident would spiral into such complications. Throughout the morning, Zheng Riqiang delivered food with a heavy heart. During the lunchtime rush, he delivered over 50 boxes of fast food to a nearby residence. Yet, recalling the divination, he declined to accept any payment. He spent the entire day in a daze, and just then, his phone rang. He answered, "Hello. This is Zheng Riqiang from Sun Chung Ma Food Delivery." There was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice spoke again. At that moment, Zheng Riqiang stood at a bustling street corner, surrounded by blaring horns and the cacophony of voices, lively yet overwhelming. The voice on the phone was faint, but it struck Zheng Riqiang like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned. Chapter 2. Is it a crime to stand by and do nothing? The voice from the phone reemerged. The elderly man has succumbed despite attempts to revive him. Zheng Riqiang was utterly astonished. He has died? The voice confirmed. Yes, he is dead. You cannot escape responsibility for your inaction. We have already reported this to the authorities. Zheng Riqiang inquired. When did he die? The voice replied. He died on the spot. Had you intervened, he might still be alive. Zheng Riqiang was rendered speechless. He uttered. The old man is dead. On the other end, Gao Ming paused momentarily before asking, did he die immediately? Or was it after medical assistance failed at the hospital? Zheng Riqiang clarified. He died on the scene. Gao Ming seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you did not intervene at that moment. Zheng Riqiang retorted. A person has died. And you say thank goodness? Gao Ming, possibly climbing stairs, spoke breathlessly. Of course. To be frank, it is the family of the deceased who are truly to blame. Zheng Riqiang questioned. How so? Gao Ming explained. With such relatives, who would dare to help? Who wouldn't he fear being accused? Zheng Riqiang conceded. That is indeed a point. They claim I stood by and did nothing. Gao Ming, a journalist for the morning paper, had grown disillusioned with the stagnation of print media over the years, leading him to resign after 5 years in the profession. His decision to leave was not made lightly. Gao Ming was an unconventional individual. The practice of journalists collecting fees for their signatures greatly displeased him, resulting in his near-total refusal to participate, making him unwelcome in many circles. During events, organizers would repeatedly caution, please, do not send Gao Ming. Additionally, the newspaper had initiated an economic weekly, organizing a housing fair annually for 12 years, showcasing all new and second-hand homes, home renovation companies, and building materials, all in one go. Gao Ming believed this initiative would inevitably drive up housing prices. Contrary to the media's responsibilities, and he voiced his dissent vehemently. In 2018, the publication launched a special section featuring numerous real estate agents, having been exploited by agents while dealing with traffic violations. He harbored a strong aversion. Even the so-called 98 heirs have become superior beings. Such blatantly insulting remarks drew stern reprimands from his superiors. He offered no defense, leaving behind a resignation letter, and soon found himself working as a delivery driver. Remarkably, he later ascended to a leadership position, becoming a deputy supervisor. Zheng Riqiang glanced at a notice that read, seeking eyewitnesses. On March 15, 2022, at approximately 12:37 p.m., an elderly man was struck down by an individual on an electric bike in front of Heji Fast Food, located at 108 Chongqing Street in this city, lying on the ground for about 17 minutes until a courier arrived to render assistance, calling for emergency services and transporting him to the hospital. We kindly request eyewitnesses to provide any relevant information, with gratitude and a reward offered. Zheng Riqiang pondered. Is this sufficient? Gao Ming analyzed. They will undoubtedly hold you accountable as a doctor with emergency experience. Regarding the old man's death, they might argue. As a physician, had you acted, he might have survived. Zheng Riqiang admitted. Indeed, I feel a twinge of guilt. Perhaps had I intervened, the old man would still be alive. Am I, then, guilty of standing by and doing nothing? Gao Ming opened the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of chilled mineral water, and said, the concept of standing by and doing nothing can generally be divided into two categories. One is the obligation to assist, and the other is the absence of such an obligation. You are neither a doctor nor a police officer, and thus bear no obligation to provide assistance. The individual in question has numerous relatives, so it is not your responsibility. There is a distinction between witnessing death and being unable to intervene. In December 2020, a 17-year-old high school girl from Anhui tragically drowned under the watchful eyes of the police, igniting significant controversy. One might ask, did the police not intervene in the face of death? Zheng Riqiang remarked, after all, I was once a doctor. To which Gao Ming responded, remember, you are not a doctor. You are merely a delivery worker. Even if you possess medical skills, choosing not to save someone while off duty is not illegal, though it may incur moral condemnation. However, should you find yourself wrongfully accused, you could risk losing everything. Living a fate worse than death, Zheng Riqiang attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Gao Ming. Enough. Look, even a single unintended action now requires you to prove your innocence, demanding both time and money. If you meddle again, I shall not come to your aid. At that moment, a phone call came in. Gao Ming, as the deputy supervisor, listened intently and informed Zheng Riqiang, there has been another incident. Old Su has resigned. Zheng Riqiang inquired, what has happened now? Gao Ming explained, today, Old Su delivered a large order, 53 takeout meals for Nashon No. 2 High School. These 53 meals, complete with soup and beverages, weighed over 150 kilograms. Faced with this, old Su had no choice but to procure a tricycle to assist in the delivery, with the orderer assuring that they would cover the transportation costs. Upon arrival, he discovered it was for the 104th anniversary celebration of Nanshan No. 2 High School, where Guo De, the head of the Nanshan City Delivery Service, donated 10 million yuan to establish the Guo De Education Fund at his alma mater. During lunch, the attending teachers were served boxed meals, the venue was chaotic, and old Su struggled to communicate with the orderer. Consequently, he advanced the tricycle fare, yet the orderer failed to appear, and the promised increase in delivery fees never materialized. Frustrated, old Su saw the donation ceremony underway and took to the stage, proclaiming, "I am one among countless delivery workers under Guoda. It can be said that this 10 million yuan donation is the fruit of our labor. A true gentleman does not partake of food offered without merit, yet a school dedicated to education lacks the integrity to refuse such charity, accepting unearned money. What sort of individuals do you intend to cultivate in your students?" The venue fell silent for a moment before a teacher seized the microphone from old Su, shouting, "Get this delivery worker out of here." The crowd surged forward, and sensing trouble, old Su fled, but was no match for the youth. He was struck by a thrown stone, emerging battered and bruised. Subsequently, old Su faced complaints. In essence, after delivering 53 boxes of takeout, he earned a mere 6 yuan in delivery fees, incurred a loss of 15 yuan for the tricycle, spent over 2 hours, and ultimately faced a fine of 500 yuan. Consequently, he resigned. Zheng Riqiang sighed deeply. Gao Ming remarked, "Do you now understand why I repeatedly emphasize the 4 cardinal principles of food delivery? It seems you finally grasp their importance." Zheng Riqiang sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, "I now truly comprehend." Chapter 3. The 4 cardinal principles of food delivery. Strictly speaking, Gao Ming is Zheng Riqiang's benefactor, although he has only been in the delivery business for a little over 2 years. He has been Zheng Riqiang's senior for a brief 6 months. Much like a new recruit joining the ranks, if one arrives later than others, one may find oneself, regardless of achieving the rank of colonel, still referred to as a novice by those more seasoned. Allow me a moment to elaborate, as the aforementioned circumstances may leave some perplexed. In truth, prior to delivering takeout, Zheng Riqiang was a legitimate medical graduate student. Presently, some media outlets report that the number of delivery personnel in China has reached a staggering 7 million, with 1% of them holding postgraduate degrees, which would imply approximately 70,000 graduate students are engaged in food delivery. Naturally, subsequent reports have refuted this claim, asserting that the actual number of graduate students among delivery workers is far less. However, even if we consider a mere 0.1 or 0.01, it still amounts to a staggering figure. The journey of Zheng Riqiang, transitioning from a medical master's degree holder to a delivery courier, is complex and will be elaborated upon further. On a day in September 2021, Gao Ming introduced Zheng Riqiang to the supervisor at the station. By that time, Zheng had been residing in Gao Ming's home for an extended period, making it untenable to continue without seeking employment. The supervisor, noting Zheng's robust physique and powerful build, coupled with Gao Ming's endorsement as the deputy supervisor, promptly decided to hire him. Zheng Riqiang then meticulously reviewed the company regulations. Delivery riders must adhere to the company's dress code, donning the provided uniform, waist bag, and cap. Violators would incur a penalty of 10 yuan for the first infraction, with subsequent violations subject to a doubling of the fine. Under no circumstances may employees spit or dispose of litter in the presence of the company, merchants, or consumers, with similar penalties in effect. Employees are entitled to receive their full salary if they take 2 days of leave or fewer per month, while any leave exceeding 2 days incurs a deduction of 50 yuan per day. Requests for leave must be reported to the supervisor or manager 1 to 2 days in advance, and approval is required. Riders who do not arrive late or leave early during their shifts are rewarded with a full attendance bonus of 50 yuan. While unexcused absences are treated as such, with a penalty of 50 yuan per day, and cumulative absences of 3 days or more within a month result in a deduction of the basic salary, 800 yuan. And riders are strictly prohibited from indulging in excessive drinking, gambling, or causing disturbances during their working hours. Upon detection of a first offense, a fine of 50 yuan will be imposed, accompanied by a warning and a deduction of 50 performance points. For a second violation, the penalty escalates to 200 yuan. During work hours, mobile phones must be ensured to have sufficient battery life at all times, and a power bank is mandatory. Phones must remain operational during peak hours. For each occurrence of failure to comply, a fine of 10 yuan will be levied. Delivery personnel who, due to personal emotions or other reasons, attract complaints from merchants or consumers will face an initial fine of 50 yuan, with subsequent violations incurring penalties that double with each infraction. All employees are expected to adhere to company policies, principles, and courteous language. Any display of emotional discontent while handling complaints will incur a penalty ranging from 300 to 500 yuan. During work hours, any form of consumption at merchant locations, whether free or discounted, or the acceptance of food from merchants, will result in a fine of 100 yuan, with the price difference required to be compensated. Engaging in quarrels with colleagues, merchant staff, or consumers is strictly prohibited, as is loud reprimanding, physical assault, insults, or abusive language. Violations will result in severe penalties starting from 500 yuan. Failure to answer calls, turning off phones, or neglecting to carry a phone during work hours will be regarded as absenteeism, resulting in a deduction equivalent to 3 days' salary. Non-compliance with scheduling, deliberate procrastination, laziness, or an improper work attitude will incur a fine of 100 yuan for each infraction, with double compensation for any resulting order cancellations. Gambling or playing cards in any form within company premises or merchant establishments during work hours is strictly forbidden. Violations will result in a fine of 500 yuan. And criminal offenses will be reported to the authorities. In the case of slow service from merchants, orders may only be cancelled if the wait exceeds 15 minutes, otherwise, a deduction of 10 yuan will apply. Engaging in fraudulent order practices is strictly prohibited, with penalties ranging from 600 to 2,000 yuan, or immediate account suspension. Soliciting private orders is also forbidden, with violators facing termination. Zheng Riqiang briefly glanced over the regulations, inquiring if they were merely guidelines for fines. Gao Ming informed him that without rules, order cannot be established. He elaborated that delivering food is not an easy task, due to the lucrative nature of the job. Many aspire to join, yet obtaining a clean criminal record and a health certificate involves considerable effort. Zheng Riqiang expressed surprise at the complexity of food delivery, to which Gao Ming remarked that one must remain vigilant. For instance, one could be lured into purchasing a specified brand of electric motorcycle at a high cost under the pretense of standardization. Zheng Riqiang lamented the myriad complexities involved in what he assumed to be a simple labor-intensive job. Gao Ming pointed out the misconception, emphasizing that transitioning between different fields presents its own challenges. He likened it to bricklaying, suggesting that despite one's physicality, it does not guarantee success in that domain. Zheng Riqiang acknowledged that while food delivery may appear devoid of technical skill, it indeed requires a certain level of expertise. Mastery can be found in every profession. Proficiency in missile technology does not equate to excellence in parcel delivery. Nor does holding the office of mayor ensure adeptness in manual labor. Firstly, safety must be a priority. Numerous accidents occur among delivery personnel. One should not risk their life for the job. Driving recklessly and disregarding traffic regulations. It is essential to remember that one is delivering food, not engaging in a life-or-death race. Secondly, unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable to avoid accepting large orders. This is not an indication of cowardice or deceit. Unless one has coordinated effectively with both the fast food establishment and the customer, the risks may outweigh the benefits. Thirdly, during the course of making deliveries, one is bound to encounter unforeseen circumstances, such as unreasonable customers, stolen fast food, complaints and malicious grievances, accidental falls, and so forth. It is imperative to accept these occurrences with a calm demeanor. Fourthly, and most importantly, you are akin to a city patrol horse, certain to witness a myriad of events. Remember, do not engage in frivolous matters or meddle in trivial affairs. Heed this. It has been demonstrated that these 4 cardinal principles were immensely beneficial to Zheng Riqiang. However, his failure to adhere to them has led to numerous complications in the future. Upon his employment, he concealed his educational background, subtly inscribing 4 words in the educational qualifications section of the delivery personnel registration form. Junior high school dropout. Gao Ming, upon reviewing this, chose to remain silent. In truth, there exists a rather peculiar context to their acquaintance. This transpired a month prior, in August 2021. Zheng Riqiang still reflects on that incident as if it were a dream. Chapter 4. Absurd Interview Questions. Without further ado, allow me to pose a question to you. Approximately how many tons of water does the Pacific Ocean contain? I am certain that, upon hearing this question, your mind would similarly be engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. In August 2021, Master of Medicine Zheng Riqiang participated in an interview for a position within the Nashan District Health Commission, where he encountered this very query, faced with a panel of 7 judges. Upon hearing the question, Zheng Riqiang found himself at a loss for words, resorting to vague diversions. He stammered, seawater of the same volume is lighter than ordinary water. A judge inquired, well then, how many tons of water are in the Pacific Ocean? Zheng Riqiang's mind became a complete muddle as he stuttered, this, that. The judge prompted him. What simple method can be employed to estimate the weight of the Pacific Ocean's water? Zheng Riqiang, feeling disheartened, muttered, this. Observing his incoherence, an elderly female judge remarked sternly. This is the simplest question of today's interview. It is well known that the total area of the Pacific Ocean is 18,134.4 million square kilometers. With an average depth of 3,957 meters, even if you do not remember these statistics, it is understandable. However, one should know that volume multiplied by density yields the mass of the seawater. A calculation even an elementary school student could perform. Master S student Zheng Riqiang left the examination room, his face flushed with shame. He had already been anxious about the situation. He was competing for a position within the Nanshan District Health Commission, which was hiring only one individual. He scored 89 in the written examination, ranking first, while the second-place candidate, a young woman, scored merely 53, rumored to be an overseas graduate. The third candidate, needless to say, was a high school student. Prior to the interview, he had gleaned that the second-place candidate was indeed an overseas returnee, yet a complete academic underachiever, having scored only 280 in the college entrance examination, falling short of the undergraduate threshold of 362. Nonetheless, due to her family's wealth, she attended a third-tier university for 2 years domestically before studying for 3 years in Southeast Asia, thus acquiring both her Master S degree and overseas credentials. Some suggested that Zheng Riqiang was merely a foil, as the young woman's affluent family had reportedly influenced all the judges. Upon exiting the examination room, he felt utterly despondent, given that the written and interview scores each accounted for 50 of the final result. The outcome was, regrettably, predictable. As he passed by the balcony, overwhelmed with frustration, he spotted a trash bin and impulsively kicked it with force. The bin soared into the air, reaching a height of over 10 feet, scattering its contents across the ground. A security guard, witnessing the act, bellowed, "Who kicked the trash bin?" The crowd turned to gaze at Zheng Riqiang, mortified by the attention. Zheng felt a profound sense of embarrassment and averted his gaze as he walked away. The guard, noticing his indifference, grew impatient and shouted, "Stop right there." Zheng paused for a brief moment before continuing on his way. The guard's authority was severely challenged. He commanded once more, "Halt." Sensing the escalating situation, Zheng took off in a sprint. The guard urgently called out, Lao Wu, likely summoning a colleague. "That person in the yellow shirt has vandalized property. Stop him." Zheng, stricken with fear, ran for his life, startling passers-by in the process. 2 guards, adept in their pursuit, wielding batons, chased after him, shouting, "Stop! Stop!" In a state of panic, Zheng ran desperately, yet the crowd hindered his speed, nearly allowing the guards to catch him. He shouted, "The city management is attacking. The city management is attacking." Some individuals intentionally obstructed the guards, providing Zheng with a slight reprieve. Ahead of him was a delivery worker who, noticing Zheng's frantic escape, stepped aside to allow him passage. However, as the guards approached, the delivery man's electric bike was knocked over, spilling its contents onto the ground. He quickly seized one of the guards, demanding compensation. "You bumped into it. You owe me." The guards, now entangled in a dispute with the delivery worker, were momentarily distracted, allowing Zheng to flee. Gasping for breath, his legs trembling uncontrollably, Zheng observed the altercation from a distance, daring not to linger any longer. Feeling agitated, he hastily consumed a meal outside, realizing with dread that the hotel address he had filled out on his interview form was indeed the same one. In a state of panic, he struggled against the grip of the 2 trained young guards, yet his efforts were futile. At that moment, a delivery worker entered through the door, inquiring of the guards, "Excuse me, where is the West Building?" As the guards were momentarily distracted, Zheng seized the opportunity to break free and sprinted away. The guards, now enraged, shouted, "Catch him! Catch him!" As they pursued him, Zheng dashed forward, the guards roaring behind him. "Grab him!" they yelled. While bystanders quickly stepped aside, Zheng, in his frantic escape, stumbled into a dead-end alley. Realizing there was no way out, the guards, no longer in a rush, squatted down to catch their breath. One jested, "Run, if you can. Go to the police station." Despairing, Zheng plopped down onto the ground. Just then, an electric bike approached silently, nearly colliding with the guards. The rider, wearing a helmet, was unrecognizable. He stopped beside Zheng and called out, "Get on." Zheng hesitated for a few seconds, but the guards, sensing something amiss, rushed towards him. In a panic, Zheng leaped onto the bike just as it sped past the guards, frustrated to see their quarry escape. The guards stomped their feet in anger. Breaking free from the chaos, Zheng was filled with elation as he patted the rider on the back, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother. Let us grab a bite to eat. The delivery worker introduced himself. I'm Gao Ming. Gao Ming, without a hint of humility, took Zheng Riqiang to a bustling street food stall. Zheng Riqiang remarked, the books speak the truth. Righteousness is often found among the lowly, while the heartless are frequently the learned. I am truly grateful to you. As they settled down, Gao Ming removed his helmet, revealing his true visage to Zheng Riqiang. Bushy eyebrows, a prominent nose, and little else that stood out. Upon closer inspection, Zheng Riqiang realized that it was indeed Gao Ming who had thwarted the security guards earlier that day. Curious, he inquired of the delivery worker. Why have you rescued me time and again today? The delivery worker replied, it's simply a matter of distaste. Once, when I was delivering, I was harassed by those two security guards. You see, in the lower echelons of society in China, those who gain even a modicum of power tend to oppress their peers with greater fervor. Security guards bully delivery workers, property management intimidates cleaners, and those with a slight edge over others in status are the most ruthless towards those beneath them. Zheng Riqiang sighed. Indeed, it is never the lofty figures who trouble you, but rather those ordinary individuals who are your equals. He then recounted the events of the day in their entirety. Gao Ming commented, what you are describing is a case of favoritism in recruitment. No matter how well one performs, it is futile. Zheng Riqiang replied, what can be done? Gao Ming suggested, in truth, all public examination offices across provinces and municipalities should be abolished. The proliferation of examination bodies inevitably leads to corruption. Such institutions should not exist. Instead, those wishing to join the civil service should be identified during the college entrance examination, much like the public-funded normal university students. They would then undergo targeted training and assessment over 4 years before being assigned to civil service positions. Zheng Riqiang chuckled. That makes sense. Gao Ming continued, the college entrance examination is the fairest method. For years of training and evaluation surely outweighs a single written test followed by a mere 10-minute interview. Does it not? Zheng Riqiang queried. But wouldn't the cutoff scores for this civil service program be outrageously high? Gao Ming reassured him. Not at all. Many individuals are not inclined to pursue a career in civil service. Just like the public-funded normal university students, even they fail to attract a significant number of applicants. And the scores remain modest for that very reason. Nowadays, many teaching positions attract applicants from second- and third-tier universities, while those with outstanding grades are reluctant to take on teaching roles. Zheng Riqiang mused. If the top scholars are unwilling to become civil servants, it may not be such a bad thing. Gao Ming remarked, it seems that delivering food is the preferable choice. You can join whenever you wish and leave at your convenience. There is a saying, isn't there? If one does not become president, one might as well be an advertiser. I feel it should be. If one does not become president, one might as well be a delivery worker. Zheng Riqiang burst into hearty laughter. Gao Ming affirmed, indeed, the entry is simple, the income substantial, and one is not subjected to undue stress, all while maintaining a clear conscience. What could be wrong with that? Just like now, once I switch off my phone, no one can reach me. Imagine if you were at work and dared to turn off your phone. As he spoke, he made another call. Is this Mr. Lai? You're already asleep at this hour. What is going on? You better get up, or you'll wet the bed. After hanging up, he laughed heartily. He must be fuming right now. Zheng Riqiang was puzzled. Gao Ming explained, he is the deputy editor-in-chief of the newspaper, my former superior. Zheng Riqiang was taken aback. You used to work at a newspaper. Gao Ming nodded while sipping his beer. Yes. Many delivery workers are here for a late-night snack. And I've encountered quite a few familiar faces. It seemed he was quite at ease, as the surrounding delivery workers raised their glasses in a toast. Suddenly, Zheng Riqiang noticed a woman dining with 4 burly men. Standing out strikingly among the throng of men, she appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s, of average height, with a dignified appearance and an alluring figure, truly the epitome of a sensual married woman. Zheng Riqiang could not help but steal an extra glance at her. While he was lost in his thoughts, a group of men approached their table. Hey, what are you looking at? Chapter 5. Where are luxury cars most abundant? Zheng Riqiang felt a jolt of fear and chuckled nervously. Just looking, just looking. The group persisted, pointing at Zheng Riqiang. You lecherous worm. Gao Ming stood up. Don't point fingers at my friend. The leader of the group, clearly inebriated, jabbed a finger at Zheng Riqiang's chest. Do you have a problem with that? Gao Ming, growing anxious, retorted, don't touch him. The man replied defiantly, I'll touch him, and shoved Zheng Riqiang. Chaos quickly ensued. With 4 against 2, a melee erupting. Zheng Riqiang and his companion were no match for them. He endured several painful blows to the head. Gao Ming was knocked to the ground, receiving punches and kicks without uttering a word. After a struggle, he managed to rise and shouted, Is there anyone delivering food? Come help. Suddenly, A dozen individuals sprang up, surrounding them. Some brandished makeshift weapons, bottles and benches, all clad in delivery uniforms. Sensing the tide turning against them, the men retreated, scrambling into a car while shouting, "Young Master Zhao, run." It was evident they were ready to retaliate with the bottles. The boss rushed out. "You haven't settled the bill yet." On that very day, two individuals who would profoundly impact his life quietly entered Zheng Riqiang's existence. Perhaps this was fate. Everyone halted their activities, frozen in astonishment, as the earlier woman opened the door, gracefully alighting from her vehicle and calmly walking to their previous stall. "Boss, settle the bill." The boss, momentarily taken aback as if awakening from a dream, hurried forward. "Miss, that will be $375." Once the car departed, the crowd remained in stunned silence. This woman left a lasting impression on Zheng Riqiang. Embodying composure and grace, a truly remarkable woman. At 11 o'clock, Gao Ming inquired, "Where are you headed?" Zheng Riqiang asked, "Is it convenient?" Gao Ming replied, "As a solitary man, what inconvenience could there be?" The two ordered a feast of barbecued delights: chicken wings, fatty beef, chives, and oysters, each vying to pay the bill. Ultimately, Zheng Riqiang succeeded with swift hands. Gao Ming resided on the 15th floor of a high-rise, in a modest single room. Upon entering the cluttered space, Gao Ming hastily tidied up, saying, "This will have to do." "Why aren't you married?" Zheng Riqiang asked. "That I'm not." Gao Ming replied, "That I don't understand why you work so hard at a job with a mere monthly salary of 4,100. Zheng Riqiang's mood soured. "And how much do you earn?" Zhao gestured for him to examine the pay slips on the table. Zheng Riqiang picked one up, noticing it was from December 2020. With the final figure reading 21421.04. He grabbed another slip from July 2021, which displayed an amount of 17087.23. He was taken aback. "Is delivering food that lucrative?" Gao Ming reassured him. "Don't let those two figures intimidate you. One is from the 618 sales, and the other from last year's double 11. My lowest monthly earnings are over 7,000. This is hard-earned money. However, I find it quite enjoyable, freedom to do as I please." "Quite enjoyable?" Zheng Riqiang asked. "Indeed," Gao Ming affirmed. Gao Ming remarked, "Previously, I was a journalist, preoccupied daily with earning work points, burdened by immense pressure, unable to eat or sleep well, until I took up the job of delivering takeout." Zheng Riqiang responded, "To have become a journalist, you must have graduated from university, right? I truly wonder how many graduates are now delivering parcels. It seems their education was in vain. Do you harbor disdain for this demographic?" Gao Ming's words struck a chord with Zheng Riqiang, who replied, "You are merely feasting on the fruits of youth." He could never have foreseen that he too would one day join their ranks. Gao Ming continued, "In the IT industry, individuals are often discarded by the age of 35. It appears they are not enjoying the fruits of youth either." Zheng Riqiang conceded, "That's true." Gao Ming asserted, "There are countless things you cannot imagine. Have you ever witnessed someone fail at stock trading or in real estate, leading them to take their own life? Have you seen a thief parading through the streets or a 3P woman living life as a game? Have you ever encountered a robber holding an innocent passerby hostage, confronting the police in a scene reminiscent of a blockbuster film? Have you observed a gathering of pyramid scheme participants? Have you seen migrant workers sleeping under overpasses? There are patients with depression who have remained in their homes for a decade. I am among those who have seen them the most. Do you believe that? As a doctor, have you ever seen the banners of medical disputes outside hospitals? Have you ever been driven away by the gatekeeper of a university?" Zheng Riqiang remarked, "It seems this profession has indeed exposed you to a vast array of experiences." Gao Ming replied, "Certainly. Do not underestimate the delivery personnel. They have witnessed the myriad hues of life. If someone wishes to truly experience life, becoming a delivery worker is the best choice. What have they not seen? What kinds of people have they not encountered? Where do trees get felled on the streets, and where do roads lay bare? Which completed buildings remain unoccupied? By the way, where are the most luxury cars found?" Zheng Riqiang immediately became intrigued. Where are the luxury cars most abundant?" Gao Ming asked. "What do you think?" Zheng Riqiang speculated. "Under high-end office buildings." Gao Ming shook his head. Zheng Riqiang continued. "In front of luxury hotels." Gao Ming again shook his head. Zheng Riqiang guessed. "Then perhaps beneath KTV establishments?" Gao Ming shook his head once more. Zheng Riqiang admitted, "Then I am at a loss. Where could it be?" Chapter 6. The mysterious Russian ghost radio. Gao Ming said nonchalantly, "You certainly cannot guess." Zheng Riqiang urged, "Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me." Gao Ming replied, "The highest concentration of luxury cars is found in front of the Art Academy before the weekend classes let out." This revelation caught Zheng Riqiang off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless. His girlfriend, no, rather, his ex-girlfriend, Shan Shan was a graduate of the university's art academy, sparking a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Noticing Zheng Riqiang's silence, Gao Ming inquired, "What are you pondering?" He gestured for Zheng Riqiang to follow him. Zheng Riqiang then proceeded to his computer, but after a long struggle with it, he found himself trying to install a software application that persistently requested various permissions for contacts and messages. As the computer was not his own, he hesitated to grant such permissions and, in frustration, exclaimed, "I can't install the software. It demands some inexplicable permissions." Gao Ming remarked, "Only now do you understand. To gain something, one must be willing to relinquish something else. Life is a continuous process of choices and sacrifices. Sometimes it is a matter of choice, and at other times, it is a matter of circumstance. For instance, I chose to be a delivery worker, opting for high wages, but in doing so, I had to forego my impulsiveness and laziness. I chose to be a journalist, a profession that commands respect. But I had to relinquish comfort and ease." Zheng Riqiang countered, "Not necessarily. My laptop can pick up the signal. Yours cannot." Gao Ming questioned, "What signal?" Zheng Riqiang replied, "The Russian ghost radio. Are you familiar with it?" Gao Ming shook his head. Zheng Riqiang remarked, "Since 1973, a peculiar radio station in Russia has been incessantly broadcasting messages to the world for 40 years. Most of the time, these broadcasts consist solely of a rhythmic sound, a beep occurring 25 times a minute, with each beep lasting no longer than a second. By the way, do you have a radio?" Gao Ming replied with a smile, "I actually possess a radio, issued by the newspaper as compensation for advertising." Zheng Riqiang's interest peaked. "Quick, bring it here." Zheng Riqiang tuned the radio to a frequency of 4,625 kilohertz. But there was no sound. He then moved to the window and tried on the balcony, yet still heard nothing. Zheng Riqiang muttered, "Can it be that it is inaudible even in the dead of night?" He ascended to the rooftop, now on the 26th floor. At last, he discerned the enigmatic beeping to hear the sound. "Please log in." Gao Ming brought the barbecue he had just purchased, along with some beer, and the two of them dined while listening, occasionally exchanging words. Zheng Riqiang lay fully clothed on the floor, gazing up at the starry sky, a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Observing the twinkling stars, he pondered, "Do you think this radio station is operated by extraterrestrials?" Gao Ming replied, "Did you not just say it was Russian?" Zheng Riqiang countered, "True, but no one has ever claimed it, neither officially nor among the populace." Gao Ming inquired, "Then who could it be?" Zheng Riqiang responded, "I have intercepted some signals, but I am unable to decode them. I suspect they may be related to extraterrestrial civilizations, and these signals may ultimately lead us to the very alien life forms we have been desperately seeking." Gao Ming asked, "Do you believe in aliens?" Zheng Riqiang declared, "In the vast cosmos, anything is possible. I genuinely believe that extraterrestrials exist, and this radio station serves as their means of communication." Gao Ming remarked, "You are overthinking it." Zheng Riqiang continued, "A mysterious radio station persistently emitting such enigmatic wireless signals for 40 years, frequently changing its location. Perhaps this indicates that someone is silently safeguarding it to prevent humanity from discovering it. Intelligence experts contend that the station's constant transmissions are not meant to relay information to Soviet agents, but rather to assert its existence. If one day it ceases to broadcast, it would signify its non-existence. This concept resonates with the dead hand system associated with nuclear weaponry, formerly known as the Automated Nuclear Retaliation System. The system operates as follows. If the nation's leader, command structure, or frontline personnel directly managing nuclear weapons are eliminated or go missing due to enemy actions, the system will automatically initiate a preordained nuclear retaliation protocol. The targets for this strike are independent of the aggressor. Instead, it entails launching nuclear missiles for indiscriminate global devastation. Intelligence experts believe that this ghostly radio station exemplifies the dead hand system. The nonsensical information perpetually emitted by the station would be received by automated instruments and missile silos worldwide, serving as proof of the nation's continued existence. Should the station ever cease its broadcasts, it would indicate the nation's annihilation, at which point nuclear missiles would likely be launched across the globe." Gao Ming questioned. Gao Ming remarked, "I tend to believe that extraterrestrials are attempting to make contact. It's merely that we fail to comprehend their language." Zheng Riqiang responded, "Do you truly believe in the existence of aliens?" Gao Ming replied, "Who can say? Perhaps extraterrestrials have long been concealed among us, and we remain utterly oblivious to their presence. Just like you, who knows if you might be an alien?" Zheng Riqiang erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "All right, I confess. I am indeed an extraterrestrial." Gao Ming inquired, "Have you noticed how frequently the newspapers mention the Sank Singdui civilization lately?" Zheng Riqiang stated, I perceive it similarly to the Western Maya civilization. The era of the Sansk-Singui civilization dates back around 5,000 years, akin to that of the Maya. Yet, despite its unprecedented advancement, it has significantly obscured our understanding of civilization. Hence, I deduce that the Sansk-Singui civilization may have originated from extraterrestrials or a prehistoric civilization. Is it not said in mythology that Earth's civilization has perished 7 times? Gao Ming questioned. Do you truly believe that Earth's civilization has been extinguished 7 times? Zheng Riqiang, lying on the slightly cool rooftop, gazed at the twinkling stars above, unable to discern whether he was in the heavens or on Earth, whether he was choosing or reliving events from 5,000 years ago. Another meteor streaked across the sky. Bright and fleeting. Gao Ming exclaimed. A comet. Zheng Riqiang countered. No, it's an alien spacecraft. I even saw the pilot at that moment. A sudden burst of static erupted from the radio, and Zheng Riqiang listened intently for a while before shouting. I understand what the station is saying. Chapter 7. The resignation letter of 7 words. Gao Ming quickly asked. What did you hear? Gao Ming muttered. You are utterly insane. Indeed, Zheng Riqiang exhibited a hint of eccentricity. Prior to attending the recruitment event, he was a doctor, yet he had never truly wished to pursue that path. His greatest aspiration was to become an astronaut at the age of 16 in 2013. He stumbled upon a book by Robert Zubrin, the founder and president of the Mars Society and president of Pioneer Astronautics, titled The Case for Mars, the Red Planet Settlement Plan. The content ignited a fervor within him. In the book, Zubrin articulated, for our generation and countless generations to come, Mars will be our new world. He devoted a significant portion of the text to expounding that a mission to Mars would likely require between $20 to $30 billion. At that time, humanity had yet to invent colossal interplanetary spacecraft, anti-gravity propulsion systems, or orbital space bases as early as 1990. He proposed directly sending astronauts and their habitats to Mars, thereby initiating a tangible Martian existence. Thus, Zheng Riqiang dreamed incessantly of traveling to Mars. If not Mars, then the moon or anywhere else would suffice. Each clear night, he would take his high-powered telescope to the balcony, the yard, open spaces in the community, and the outskirts, gazing at the starry sky while murmuring incantations. His parents were deeply concerned that he might lose his sanity. He harbored a second passion as well. Despite his taciturn nature, he seemed to possess boundless energy. One day, he inadvertently discovered a book on the I Ching, which also thrilled him to no end. He became completely engrossed in a world of profound contemplation, causing his homeroom teacher and parents great anxiety. During the college entrance examination, he scored over 630 out of a total of 750, marking him as an exemplary student. He was also preparing to pursue his passion for philosophy and astronomy. Yet how could one describe these subjects as merely cold? They were, in fact, chilling to the bone. His parents, employing a strategy of weeping and wailing, sought to dissuade him from embarking on this niche path, which was also an attempt to rescue the fervently obsessed Zheng Riqiang. Zheng Riqiang found himself in a quandary. His classmates suggested that, given his kind-heartedness and patience, he should study medicine. This day. He resonates deeply with the phrase advising one to pursue medicine, as if struck by thunder. Nevertheless, he heeded their counsel and enrolled in a second-tier medical school for clinical medicine, a 7-year program culminating in a master's degree. Although it was a second-tier institution, his scores surpassed those of some prestigious 985 universities. Consequently, his parents were satisfied, and the school was deemed acceptable. His university major was clinical medicine, with a focus on reproductive medicine, specifically investigating the mechanisms and solutions for spermatogenic disorders. Yet, Zheng Riqiang found the subject rather uninteresting and, feeling somewhat aimless, he continued to nurture his love for philosophy and astronomy. Accompanying him throughout his 7 years in university was a tattered copy of the I Ching and a telescope that was continually updated. Due to his profession, he developed a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine, particularly acupuncture. He would occasionally utilize the I Ching to perform divinations for classmates and even for some curious individuals from society. Gaining a reputation for his remarkable accuracy, people often remarked that Zheng Riqiang was a philosopher whose potential was squandered by medicine. Of course, his astronomical pursuits were equally impressive. He served as a director of the Provincial Amateur Astronomy Association. Thus, people would also say he was an astronomer whose talents were wasted in the field of medicine. At that time, A popular rhyme circulated on campus, noting Zheng Riqiang's fate. I Ching, silver needles. Telescope, which illustrated his varied interests. However, upon graduation, feeling the financial burden he had placed on his family for his studies, he was eager to earn money and, in a daze, accepted a position at a private hospital reputed for its generous compensation. This non-profit medical institution, buoyed by ample capital, had established thousands of medical facilities across China. While the hospital did offer attractive remuneration, it required doctors to falsify medical records and test results, coercing patients into hospitalization to secure higher commissions. This practice starkly contradicted the compassionate ethos instilled in him by his medical parents, causing him considerable distress. One particular surgery pushed him beyond his limits. When a patient was informed of their condition, they were terrified and dragged themselves, half-numb, to pay the bill, which amounted to over 19,800 yuan for 3 procedures. Zheng Riqiang felt a profound sense of sorrow. Another incident became the final straw in those days. Rumors circulated that the online lending mogul Lu Yi had been hospitalized in their facility and subsequently passed away. Following his death, the staggering 4.6 billion yuan debt he left behind became a murky issue. With many matters left without witnesses, the hospital's death certificate cited multiple organ failure and alcohol poisoning as the cause of death. Lu Yi had built a vast empire over 20 years, with group assets peaking at 300 billion yuan, yet his foray into internet finance, P2P, had dealt him a fatal blow. By the time of his death, his outstanding loans amounted to approximately 70 billion yuan, leaving many borrowers in despair. As the saying goes, grievances have their origins and debts have their owners. With Lu Yi's demise, who could they turn to? Yet, as a physician at the hospital, Zheng Riqiang was unable to voice such thoughts. The following day, Zheng Riqiang resigned. His resignation letter was succinct, comprising merely 7 words. Resignation letter. Paths diverge. We cannot collaborate. Resigned by Zheng Riqiang. For reasons unknown, this resignation letter was leaked, spreading across the internet and garnering widespread acclaim. Perhaps you have encountered related reports. Zheng Riqiang became well known, yet his former employer faced immense scrutiny. The hospital was heavily criticized, igniting fury among the upper management, who vowed to ruin Zheng Riqiang. Unable to remain within this system, he realized he could not even linger in this city. This situation led to a fierce argument with his girlfriend, Shanshan, who chastised him for being stubborn, abandoning such a promising job, and questioned how he would sustain himself without money. Days later, as he saw a dark red sports car was passed below, he caught a glimpse of Shanshan inside, with a plump man at the wheel. Chapter 8. Misfortunes never come alone. Zheng Riqiang opened the door to his apartment, and his mind went blank. The room was in disarray, as if ransacked, with the wardrobe and drawers violently opened, resembling the aftermath of a robbery. Inside the wardrobe, his girlfriend's clothes were gone, and the savings book from the drawer had vanished. He immediately called Shanshan, inquiring about her whereabouts. Shanshan replied, "Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. It is too late now. Besides, without a job and money, how can you support a wife?" Zheng Riqiang was left speechless. He hung up the phone and sank down onto the floor. In truth, he had sensed something amiss with his girlfriend a month prior, particularly after she attended a gathering for her hometown, after which she seemed entirely transformed. Through indirect inquiries, he learned that Shanshan might be involved with her classmate, Lu Ming. Lu Ming was Shanshan's first love, who, having achieved outstanding scores in the college entrance examination, was admitted to a prestigious university's computer science program. After graduating, he landed a position at a renowned IT company, earning a monthly salary of 30K. Shanshan, however, was less fortunate. Her academic performance was poor, compelling her to pursue an arts examination route. Ultimately managing to enroll in a third-tier university's art college, she was drawn to Zheng Riqiang due to his impressive physique, which he revealed during a basketball game, showcasing his muscular build. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, there is but a thin veil between them. One rainy day, as Shanshan passed by Zheng Riqiang's building, drenched like a drowned rat, he invited her upstairs to change clothes. In his room, Shanshan innocently donned the male clothing Zheng Riqiang had provided. Although he was a gentleman, he couldn't resist stealing glances at her changing. Her exquisite figure ignited his passions, prompting him to embrace her impulsively. Shanshan gasped softly, and Zheng Riqiang, like an eager rogue, became overly forward. Shanshan acquiesced, and in a single moment, everything transpired. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, He had lost both his job and his girlfriend. For a month, he languished in his cold, desolate room, living like a soulless being. On clear evenings, he would step out onto the balcony, gazing at the stars through a telescope, sighing deeply, yearning to escape this planet. He even fantasized about having arrived on the orange-hued planet, Mars. After muddling through for over a month and depleting his resources, he realized it was time to seek employment. However, finding a job amidst the pandemic was no easy feat. The recruitment season had passed, and in the job market, he found himself caught between high aspirations and low opportunities, struggling to find a suitable position. Of paramount importance is the fact that his originally nonchalant resignation, when magnified by the internet, left his former employer utterly humiliated. They brazenly declared their intent to recruit Zheng Riqiang, ostensibly as a means to settle scores with him. Consequently, an entire city became devoid of any place for Zheng Riqiang to establish himself. Coupled with the departure of his girlfriend, Shan, he perceived this locale as a harbinger of ill fortune. In a bid to escape this sorrowful environment, he journeyed a great distance to Nanshan City to participate in a recruitment event organized by the Health Commission. Unaware that it would lead to such monumental repercussions, overwhelmed by despair, he reflected on his circumstances. Gao Ming remarked, "I believe working as a delivery person is merely a temporary measure." Zheng Riqiang scoffed. "As a distinguished master's degree holder, surely I am above that." Gao Ming countered, "There is no shame in any profession. Take your time to find what suits you. At a loss for direction." Zheng Riqiang recalled that it had been ages since he last consulted a fortune teller. Prompting him to cast an oracle for himself, that he retrieved a set of copper coins he always carried and performed the divination, resulting in the 46th hexagram of the I Ching, Sheng, the Ascending. The text reads, "The situation is auspicious. Engage with the great and do not fret. A southern expedition is favorable. The image conveys what grows within the earth, ascending. The noble person adheres to virtue, accumulating the small to achieve greatness." He contemplated this for an extended period and, interpreting the hexagram, deemed it to be highly fortuitous, believing that his career would flourish remarkably. The external hexagram represented Kun, symbolizing the earth, while the internal hexagram denoted Sun, representing wood. This perfectly aligned with the essence of the Sheng hexagram, but he resolved that adhering to moral integrity and enhancing his character, beginning with the minutiae, was the most prudent course of action. That he should not disdain humble work, as the hexagram suggested. While browsing the web, he unexpectedly encountered a post that left him profoundly shocked. Gao Ming, indifferent, inquired, "Which one?" Zheng Riqiang replied, "Online. Is this a recruitment for radishes? The Nanshan Health Commission should step forward and take action." Gao Ming acknowledged, "Yes, that was pinned by me." Zheng Riqiang exclaimed, "How could you expose this matter? Now many are commenting in outrage against the Nanshan Health Commission, and I have become notorious. Finding a job has become even more arduous." Gao Ming retorted, "If you had not brought this to light, people would have thought you an easy target. Do you know who the second-place candidate is? The daughter of the owner of Yulin Real Estate Company in Nanshan City. Do you have any idea what her interview question was? Please share your thoughts on future employment. And what score did she receive? 95. Can you compete with her? Dream on." Zheng Riqiang was left speechless, perusing the accompanying report. On October 9, 2021, the official website of the Nanshan Human Resources Bureau released an announcement regarding the 2021 annual recruitment of public institution staff for the second half of the year. And, as anticipated, Zheng Riqiang, who had applied to the Nanshan Health Commission, was indeed not shortlisted in the written exam. He had scored 89, securing first place, while the second-place contestant, a young woman, had only achieved 53. He had believed victory was all but assured. However, during the interview, his question was, "How many tons of water do you estimate the Pacific Ocean contains?" While the second-place candidate was asked to discuss her thoughts on future employment. Was this the determination of future employment? Zheng Riqiang received only 30 points in the interview, later adjusted to 0, whereas the second-place candidate scored an impressive 95. It was rumored that she was the daughter of the owner of Yulin Real Estate Company, and insiders revealed that her family had already invested over $1 million in securing this position, making her success virtually inevitable. Why did the Nanshan Health Commission not step forward to address the situation? The online discourse was rife with fervent outrage. In the face of a surging public outcry, the Health Commission of Nanshan City was compelled to issue a statement on the third day, declaring the annulment of the recent recruitment process, with further examinations to be announced at a later date. However, the netizens remained relentless, demanding accountability from the relevant individuals within the Health Commission. How should this be addressed? The interview experts were hastily assembled from various sources, designated randomly by computer, and there was no evidence to substantiate claims of bribery. Thus, the matter remained unresolved. As a result, Zheng Riqiang found himself at an impasse with the Health Commission, rendering his participation in their recruitment efforts impossible. Not only the Health Commission, but perhaps in the future, all entities within Nanshan City would be inclined to distance themselves from him. Having previously angered the hospital, he now faced the ire of the Health Commission, truly a case of calamity begetting calamity. While Zheng Riqiang descended to the market to procure vegetables, burdened by his thoughts, he noticed a woman weeping loudly on the ground. Moved by her sorrow, Zheng Riqiang's innate compassion would lead him to endure considerable hardships in the future. But that was another matter. He inquired, "Sister, what troubles you?" The woman merely continued to cry, remaining silent. Bystanders explained that she had brought a load of vegetables to the market, but due to the market's regulation requiring a management fee of 3 yuan, she had only paid 2 yuan via WeChat. Leading the management personnel to seize her vegetables, Zheng Riqiang remarked, "Why not just have her pay the additional yuan?" Surrounding individuals chimed in with their opinions. One person commented, "That's easy for you to say. I've heard this market is privately owned by a real estate investor from Yuan, who dares to owe him money? Not a single cent." The management personnel were also employees of the company. No one dared to act independently. Zheng Riqiang pondered, indeed, what if he were the one in charge of management? He recalled a wise saying, "Many are embittered by life's tribulations, and they can inflict harm upon those of lower social standing, as they are not within the same sphere. Thus, the weak turn against the weak, inflicting suffering upon others who also dwell at the bottom of society as long as they possess a modicum of authority. They wield it like a scepter, eagerly inflating their egos, deriving a fleeting sense of existence from the misery they cause their peers." Security guards bullying delivery workers exemplified this behavior. Gao Ming asked, "Without context, what do you propose? Murder and arson, robbery and assault?" Zheng Riqiang replied, "I aspire to become a delivery worker." At that moment, Gao Ming's phone rang, and as he answered, his demeanor grew increasingly serious. Finally, he spoke solemnly. "Oh, I see." Then, he fixed his gaze on Zheng Riqiang, saying, "I know you wish to be a delivery worker, but are you aware of the contents of my call? Perhaps you should listen before making a decision." Chapter 9. The death of a delivery worker. Zheng Riqiang urged Gao Ming to take a seat. "Speak," he said. Gao Ming responded, "A colleague of ours, Xiao Yang, has committed suicide today at the tender age of 25. Zheng Riqiang was taken aback. "What happened?" Gao Ming replied, "The supervisor just called and informed me that it was due to a malicious complaint from a customer, resulting in company sanctions. He couldn't bear it and took his own life by carbon monoxide poisoning." Zheng Riqiang exclaimed, "Is it truly that serious?" Gao Ming affirmed, "Of course, being complained about by a customer." Zheng Riqiang interjected, "How terrifying." He continued, 5 minutes, and they deduct 500 yuan. Gao Ming confirmed, "Exactly. The company prioritizes customer interests above all else. Even in cases of unreasonable complaints, they consistently capitulate. All responsibilities are shifted onto the employees, and delivering food is far from simple." Upon returning home, Xiao Yang grew increasingly agitated, and that evening left a message for his colleagues. "Brothers, I am leaving first. I truly cannot swallow this indignation. Those people do not regard us as human." He then tragically took his own life by carbon monoxide poisoning. Zheng Riqiang gasped in disbelief. Such a pathological management style has cost a life. Gao Ming remarked, "How can the courier be held accountable for the platform's actions? Capital is merciless. It is truly lamentable to avert customer complaints." The courier bought a box of mangoes with his own money to compensate Zhang, posing it as a postal delivery, but Zhang discovered the ruse. Subsequently, Zhang lodged 4 complaints against the courier, leading the company to deduct 2,000 yuan from Nie's wages to retain his job. Nie went to Zhang's home that night to apologize, kneeling to plead for forgiveness. After learning the full context, the police issued a statement for Nie, recommending that the recipient Zhang and his family be placed on a permanent blacklist from the company's services, and suggested that sacrificing an employee's dignity in exchange for the so-called understanding of malicious complaints was utterly unnecessary. Gao Ming reflected, "In hindsight, it truly leaves a bitter taste." Zheng Riqiang added, "Many companies treat employees merely as profit-generating machines, willing to sacrifice their dignity to appease customers." Gao Ming inquired, So, do you still wish to be a courier? Zheng Riqiang pondered and replied, it is common to witness, in workplaces, individuals drinking excessively to please others. Female employees sacrificing their bodies for promotions, vying to bribe those in power for career advancement. What distinguishes this from food delivery? Gao Ming stated, no job can escape the grips of capitalism, unless, of course, you venture to the moon or Mars. Zheng Riqiang felt the sting of truth in those words. Tears streaming down his face involuntarily, he expressed to Gao Ming, though we are strangers, having known each other for merely a few days, your trust in me is overwhelming. I am at a loss for words. Gao Ming responded, I detest excessive sentimentality. Stop crying to as they honored their ancestors atop a mountain. Zheng Riqiang stood at the summit. The autumn air crisp and invigorating, gazing at the azure sky. He yearned to soar into the heavens. He pondered the aspirations of those who lay beneath the earth. Did they ever harbor grand ambitions? A family member gestured towards a field below, saying, that land has been leased to one person for potato cultivation. They have also rented that mountain for cattle raising. I hear they invested 30 million, truly affluent. Henceforth, we shall work for them. Zheng Riqiang was further struck by the realization that capital had even reached the most remote rural areas. Since October 16, 2021, when Gao Ming assisted him in purchasing a second-hand electric bicycle, Zheng Riqiang embarked on a brief, less than 6-month journey as a food delivery courier. He harbored a singular wish, to avoid any embarrassing encounters. Yet, he sensed that something extraordinary was destined to occur. Indeed, as fate would have it, on his second day of work, he encountered the very last person he wished to see on his first day, while getting accustomed to the workflow after receiving an order. He entered a premises only to find Kong Zimei, the woman he had met the previous night while dining. She was just as enchanting as before. This marked their second meeting, and Zheng Riqiang felt both awkward and vexed. Yet, Kong Zimei remarked, could it be that you have pursued me all the way here? Zheng Riqiang could only manage an uncomfortable smile. Kong Zimei continued, I must say, you look far more handsome in this attire than you did that night. Zheng Riqiang mused, of course, I am the most handsome among those delivering takeout, the most dashing individual in this line of work. Kong Zimei chuckled at his remark. The small couple running the restaurant soon found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. The wife declared, we can no longer continue with this fast food delivery. The husband inquired, why not? She replied, after 2 years, we initially had some customers and platform subsidies, which made it affordable. But now, aren't we simply working for the platform? The husband lamented, what can we do? She retorted, regardless, we are done with delivery services. The commission for these platforms is nearing 22, and the riders demand 3 to 5 yuan. After deducting costs, taxes, rent, and labor, what's left? Zheng Riqiang cast a sidelong glance at Kong Zimei and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, look at you, so well-groomed. You must be a white-collar worker? Kong Zimei, slightly angered, replied, you look down on others, though I may be unemployed. I am a respectable woman. Zheng Riqiang laughed heartily, grabbing the takeout. All right, you are indeed a respectable person. I won't keep you. The platform's algorithm is incredibly precise, down to the minute. If I'm late, I'll face complaints. Kong Zimei took out her phone, saying, let us add each other on WeChat. I would like to consult you when I have time. Though he hesitated briefly, Zheng Riqiang added her on WeChat, and with a beep, he took another earnest look at her at that moment. Kong Zimei was dressed in professional attire, preparing for an interview, presenting herself quite formally with a touch of makeup. In her late 20s, with long flowing hair and youthful vigor. She grew increasingly captivating. Outside, a light drizzle began to fall, and in the blink of an eye, Zheng Riqiang vanished into the bustling crowd. This day, Kong Zimei vividly recalls that drizzly moment. Influenced by her surroundings, she chose to study vegetable science at an agricultural university during her college years, even pursuing a master's degree in the same field. Her advisor noted that upon graduation, they could engage in teaching, research, vegetable cultivation, production, processing, storage, preservation, and breeding, among other pursuits. However, she ultimately opted for a position at an agricultural development company, focusing on greenhouse vegetable cultivation. From 2015 to 2020, she was thriving in her role as the company flourished, only to be devastated by the sudden onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The company's produce lost its market, leading to layoffs, and Kong Zimei found herself among those affected. Initially, she felt little concern, but after several months of job hunting yielded no results, she began to panic. The city remained largely unchanged, save for a noticeable decline in the number of newsstands along the roadsides. The magazines and newspapers within had also dwindled significantly, with advancements in technology. Print media was nearing its demise. Kang Zime reflected on how long it had been since she last purchased a magazine. Over a decade ago, she used to buy 4 or 5 books monthly, including titles like Reader, Jian, and Ruili. Yet, these had all been supplanted by smartphones. Now, capital had extended its reach to the vegetable market, with China's internet giants encroaching upon the livelihoods of vegetable vendors. She foresaw that, in the near future, her parents, who had spent their lives selling vegetables, would also face unemployment in front of a tall building. A crowd of emotionally charged young individuals gathered, all seeking compensation from a company called Four Seasons Rental. A recently graduated girl wept, recounting how she had signed a housing lease with the company at a monthly rate of 1,800 yuan. According to the provisions of the contract, she made a one-time payment of 6 months' rent and a month's deposit to the company, totaling 12,600 yuan. Unbeknownst to her, after residing there for just over a month, the company absconded with the funds. The landlord, unable to collect rent, evicted her, leaving her destitute and sleeping on the streets, utterly bereft of tears. Following her divorce, the house belonged to Kang Zime, who still had to repay a loan until 2038, with monthly payments exceeding 4,000 yuan, a figure that engendered despair. Frankly speaking, Kang Zime questioned whether she would even live to see 2038. Her separation from her ex-husband was also tied to this property. He could not endure the protracted and seemingly endless 20 years of repayments and ultimately withdrew. As Kang Zime entered the community, she noticed an elderly woman, who usually sold vegetables at the market, still steadfastly at her stall. As the evening lights began to twinkle, and amidst the gentle drizzle, she exhaled visibly, her hands tucked in, perhaps shivering, exuding an indescribable desolation. Kang Zime was reminded of her parents who had sold vegetables, recalling their hands, marred with cracks, which brought her to tears. The old woman remarked that there were still 3 bundles of vegetables unsold and asked her to wait a moment longer. Kang Zime hurriedly replied, "I just got off work and need to buy vegetables to cook. I'll take all 3 bundles. How much is it?" The old woman responded joyfully, 6 yuan. Chapter 10. A mysterious reply email. The woman retrieved a crumpled plastic bag, producing tobacco and rolling papers, skillfully crafting a cigarette. She then took out a match and, with trembling hands, struck it several times unsuccessfully, perhaps mumbling something through the cigarette held in her mouth. Finally, she managed to ignite the match, lighting the cigarette with her quivering hands and inhaling deeply. Instantly, the red tip glowed intermittently, surrounded by swirling smoke. Kang Zime was taken aback by the woman's adeptness at smoking. The fiery ember pierced her tender heart, prompting thoughts of her mother and bringing forth tears. She pondered whether her mother might also be smoking by the vegetable stall in the drizzle. Her mind drifted to her parents, her younger sister, and their rural home, leaving her unable to fathom what her parents would do if they could no longer sell vegetables. Clutching the vegetables, Kang Zime made her way home, only to suddenly spot a red sports car parked below Zhao Gongzi's vehicle. Reportedly worth over 2 million yuan, Zhao Gongzi was the man who had taken her out for a late-night meal, identified as the general manager of the Zhang apartment complex. Since her divorce, acquaintances had attempted to introduce Zhao Gongzi to her. Although she felt no spark with him, he was quite taken with her. That very night, he had intercepted her on her way home, insistently inviting her to join him for supper. She believed Zhao Gongzi was not her type. Despite being unmarried, he was a notorious womanizer and would never wed a divorced woman. His interest in Kang Zime seemed merely a quest for excitement. She suddenly mused that if Zhao Gongzi were like that delivery guy, it might be more palatable. Thinking of Zheng Riqiang, her heart fluttered slightly. In contrast, Zheng Riqiang's situation was even more precarious. Ever since their unexpected encounter, his heart had raced uncontrollably. Although he appeared calm outwardly, tumultuous waves surged within him. He could no longer focus on his work and called Gao Ming, concluding his first day as a delivery driver. Having completed only 5 orders that day, Zheng Riqiang's mind was filled with the enchanting visage of Confucius Mena, a celestial beauty, her vibrant form igniting feelings he had not experienced in a long while. Indeed, not even during his time with Shanshan. How embarrassing! Zheng Riqiang seethed with anger, lamenting the predicament of his delivery job being witnessed by the woman he admired. He silently chastised himself with 2 slaps. This was hardly a respectable occupation. he resolved to seek alternative opportunities. Zheng Riqiang opened his computer and downloaded a job recruitment website. However, during the installation, persistent prompts appeared, demanding access to his phone's contacts. SMS permissions, reading rights, dialing capabilities, power controls, and network usage. Should he proceed with the installation? Zheng Riqiang found himself in a quandary. Often, when individuals are faced with choices, they must relinquish certain functionalities. Otherwise, progress halts. After a moment's contemplation, he exited the application. Subsequently, in a daze, he opened Mars Bar, a habit cultivated over many years that it was imperative to first transform Mars, he thought, proposing the use of substantial doses of Z medication to bombard the poles of Mars, melting the ice and gradually adjusting the atmospheric oxygen content to 21, while ensuring temperature, pressure, composition, and other parameters became conducive for human habitation. In that scenario, rivers, lakes, and oceans would emerge on Mars, thereby altering its ecological environment to reveal blue skies and white clouds. At that point, Mars colonization could commence, utilizing spacecraft in low Earth orbit as transport vessels to ferry personnel and goods between Earth and Mars. Zheng Riqiang smiled faintly, merely a collection of amateur enthusiasts. He accessed his NetEase email. Over the years, due to residing in various cities, he had changed his phone number multiple times, yet this email account remained constant. He discovered a myriad of disorganized emails. Urgent notice. Your account is in a hazardous environment. Please address this immediately. Career forecast. What are the reasons for the misfortune in love and work? Among them was one that did not appear to be spam. Application form for Mars project. He recalled that 3 months prior, shortly after resigning from the hospital, he had been tirelessly searching for employment and had applied for the Mars project. The most renowned endeavor concerning Mars was the Mars 1 project of 2013. That year, an organization headquartered in the Netherlands announced a recruitment plan for permanent residents of Mars. According to this initiative, by 2023, they aimed to select 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, from the pool of applicants through a series of screenings and training, thus sending them to Mars as its inaugural inhabitants. The estimated budget for transporting this first cohort was a staggering $6 billion, surpassing NASA's Curiosity Mars exploration program by $3.5 billion. The organization proclaimed its intention to raise the requisite funds for the Mars settlement project through personal donations, corporate sponsorships, endorsement rights, copyright sales, and the sale of broadcasting rights. The company earnestly claimed to have partnered with Lockheed Martin of the United States and Surrey Satellite Technology Limited of the United Kingdom to design the Mars probe and a communications satellite. Among them, Lockheed Martin will design the robotic lander, while SSDL will craft the communication satellites for the dissemination of video and data. Candidates must be at least 18 years of age, with no restrictions on ethnicity, gender, nationality, or educational background. However, the registration fees have been widely criticized. For instance, Chinese applicants are charged $11, those from Qatar must pay $75, and applicants from the African nation of Congo are required to pay $5. In reality, the registration fee is a mere drop in the bucket compared to the tens of billions of dollars required for the event, amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars at most. Yet, this ambiguous fee structure does not dampen the enthusiasm of the participants. The initiative has garnered over 20,000 applicants from more than 100 countries that a budget of $6 billion is set to send the first batch of volunteers to Mars. In comparison, the lunar landing in the 1960s cost a staggering $25 billion. Is $6 billion sufficient? Just a year prior, on August 6, 2012, the United States launched the Curiosity rover at a cost of $2.5 billion, with the entire project amounting to $100 billion. Official estimates from the U.S. suggest a minimum expenditure of $20 billion to $450 billion, making the Mars 1 budget of merely $6 billion seem utterly implausible. At that time, Zheng Riqiang was 16 years old, a sophomore, engrossed in Zubrin's The Mars Direct, a new approach to the Red Planet settlement. Having neither registered nor paid the fee, he too found it dubious. If the organizing committee was so meticulous about collecting an $11 registration fee, what financial resources could they possibly possess? The paramount concern was the technological feasibility. The survival plan for the proposed Mars base relied on the carbon dioxide exhaled by volunteers to sustain crops such as lettuce, peanuts, potatoes, and rice, thereby achieving a self-sustaining cycle. Thus, this initially promising plan devolved into a farce, ultimately fizzling out. However, a similar initiative resurfaced. A company named Bepu issued a new call for participants, a quest for individuals to journey to Mars. Zheng Riqiang decided to apply for this Mars initiative. The recruitment notice stated, "If you are in good health, possess scientific knowledge, are skilled in software, and are willing to contribute, please join our team to Mars." The candidates must also be at least 18 years of age, with no restrictions on ethnicity, gender, nationality, or educational background. However, this initiative diverges from the previous Mars plan in one crucial aspect. It requires not a single penny. This important point bears repeating. No monetary contribution is necessary. Moreover, it is essential to emphasize once more that they even offer subsidies. Bepu is a renowned private enterprise in Country A, publicly traded in the United States. With interests spanning P2P, online shopping, pharmaceuticals, and real estate, boasting a market capitalization of over 600 billion USD. Notably, one of China's largest online shopping platforms, Alala, is under their control. The company has its share of positive narratives, as well as numerous controversies, including a legend that it acquired a patent for a cancer treatment drug, which subsequently inflated the price from $142 per box to $5,180 USD, drawing significant criticism. The correspondence is signed by the Mars Project Organizing Committee. The recent Mars initiative has incurred exorbitant expenses, leading many to harbor skepticism towards this financially draining endeavor. Following the proposal of this plan by the company, its stock experienced a notable decline of 4%, resulting in a loss exceeding 20 billion in market value. The recruitment notice further stated that the organization would select a few reliable candidates from the applicants to participate in a complementary evaluation, progressing into a concentrated training phase for the initial group of 48 individuals. From this cohort, a secondary group of 24 would be determined, subsequently undergoing rigorous training and comprehensive assessments to yield a preliminary selection of 8 astronauts, from which the final 2 embarking on the Mars journey would be chosen. This transparency garnered widespread acclaim. What stands out most in the recruitment notice is its candid acknowledgement of the formidable challenges associated with a mission to Mars, contrasting sharply with the Mars One project, which trivialized the undertaking as though it were merely a casual outing. The notice articulated that the most significant hurdles of the Mars expedition lie not in the technological aspects of flight, but rather in the physiological and psychological demands placed upon the astronauts. During space travel, astronauts face rapid bone density loss and muscle degeneration. Moreover, the psychological strain on astronauts en route to Mars is substantial. Once the spacecraft departs from low Earth orbit, it will be subjected to perilous bombardments from charged particles emitted by the sun, solar flares, and cosmic rays from the universe. Establishing a sealed, self-sustaining ecological system on Mars presents yet another monumental challenge. As Mars is a harsh, desert-like planet with frigid temperatures, adapting to the Martian environment poses further obstacles, including excessive radiation, respiratory issues, food supply concerns, communication barriers, and energy shortages, among others. Ultimately, he remarked that many individuals may perish on Mars. However, for enthusiasts of the Red Planet, these dangers are mere trifles. Without a second thought, Zheng Riqiang registered for the program. Motivated partly by financial incentives and a sense of desperation akin to seeking medical advice in a moment of urgency, his expectations were minimal, akin to purchasing a lottery ticket, aware of the improbability of winning. Yet indulging in the fantasy of what such a victory might entail, as he trembled with anticipation, he clicked open the mysterious email that a cursory glance revealed its contents, prompting an exuberant leap and a jubilant exclamation. Yes. Chapter 11. Elderly Assistance Compensation of 1.4 million. The email read, "Dear Mr. Zheng Riqiang, greetings. This is a confidential correspondence. Congratulations on distinguishing yourself among the 510,315 applicants for the Mars Initiative, after thorough deliberation by the organizing committee. You have been selected as one of the 48 individuals advancing to the next round, with your identification number being HXJH0031. Please report to the Mars camp located in Province, City, Town, China on July 21st, 2022, for a 3-phase training program spanning approximately 1,000 days, about 3 years. Accommodation and meals will be provided at no cost, and you will receive a daily stipend of 50 along with insurance coverage, subject to completion of the entire program. Best regards, the Mars Initiative Organizing Committee, Zheng Riqiang mused that a daily stipend of 50 amounts to 1,500 monthly, translating to over 9,000 RMB, a more lucrative prospect than delivering takeout at this moment. He was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain himself, and messaged Kong Zime on WeChat. "Hello, are you off work yet?" Kong Zime responded with a look of astonishment. "It's already past 10 o'clock. Is anyone off work at this hour? Is something the matter?" Zheng Riqiang replied. "I thought all capitalist enterprises operated on a 996 schedule." Kong Zime, your words are refreshingly unconventional, as if delivering takeout is not under the dominion of capital. Zheng Riqiang, is the capital venturing into vegetable sales akin to that which researches landing on Mars? Kong Zime, they are quite similar, are they not? Will you treat me to a meal or a late-night snack? Zheng Riqiang, precisely, I assumed you white-collar workers had just finished your day. Kong Zime, puffed, you are the white-collar one. Your entire family is white-collar. Zheng Riqiang bursts into laughter. Given your attire, you hardly seem like a white-collar worker. Kong Zime, and judging by your appearance, you do not resemble a delivery person. Zheng Riqiang replied with several laughing emojis. Let us return to the main topic. Shall we indulge in a late-night meal? I recall seeing you out for late-night snacks at such hours. You should be able to join. Of course, if you are married, refrain from doing anything that might arouse your husband's suspicions. Consider my words unspoken. I certainly do not wish to disrupt a harmonious household. Alternatively, if you are in a relationship, I would prefer not to be on the receiving end of a beating. Kong Zime, I am neither married nor in a relationship. So rest assured, spare me the chatter. Where shall we go? Zheng Riqiang, let us head to that little tavern from today for some barbecue. They usually operate until 3 a.m. I have delivered for them before. Kong Zime, excellent. It is settled then. Await my arrival. Upon her arrival, Kong Zime found Zheng Riqiang already seated, with several bottles of beer and a plate of grilled fish on the table. He was engaged in conversation with the owner. Spotting Kong Zime, Zheng Riqiang waved and said, You must be honest now. Do you have a husband? I dread the thought of him coming to confront me halfway through our drinks. Kong Zime replied, Would a husband permit me to be out at such an hour? The hours they spent drinking that night, and the quantity of liquor consumed became a blur to them. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, crayfish, grilled fish, and sizzling beef. Eventually, the owner and his wife closed the door and joined them in drinking, while the owner and Zheng Riqiang engaged in boisterous games of guessing numbers. Fortunately, as it was not a residential area, and with the door closed, no complaints were made that the owner and Zheng Riqiang played their game over drinks. The owner continually lost, prompting the owner's wife to jest that Zheng Riqiang was successful in love but unfortunate in gambling. Zheng Riqiang responded earnestly, Do not say that. My fortunes are lacking both in romance and in my career. The owner guzzled his beer and grumbled, If you do not finish drinking, are you raising fish? The owner's wife snatched his glass, declaring, Enough of this nonsense. You are prohibited from drinking further at around 2 a.m. When it came time to settle the bill, the owner and his wife resolutely refused to accept payment. Zheng Riqiang, incensed, placed a large stack of cash on the table, exclaiming, I have money. I am in high spirits. Do you look down on me? He steadied the swaying Kong Zime and helped her into a taxi, inquiring about her address to ensure she reached her building safely. In truth, Zheng Riqiang's claims of professional misfortune were not without basis. In the days that followed, the family of the deceased formally filed a lawsuit against him, and soon he received the summons, demanding that he compensate for hospital expenses totaling 43,000 yuan, cover funeral costs, emergency expenses, and damages for emotional distress, amounting to a total of 1,361,363 yuan. In essence, they sought approximately 1.4 million yuan in compensation from Zheng Riqiang. Initially, he remained unconcerned, but upon reviewing the lawsuit, he became flustered, for the entire document made no mention of Zheng Riqiang's previous profession as a doctor. Rather, the basis for the claim was that he had struck the elderly individual, and their death was attributed to his indifference, as he had left without offering assistance despite the family's desperate pleas. Thus, he was deemed responsible. Gao Ming inhaled sharply, realizing that the opposing counsel was indeed formidable. Chinese law stipulates certain obligations that are mandatory rather than discretionary. For instance, the duty of police officers to protect citizens' property and personal safety while performing their official duties. The obligation of on-call doctors to rescue critically ill patients, duties arising from legal actions, such as a nanny's responsibility to care for and supervise children, and obligations resulting from prior actions, such as the responsibility to transport an injured individual to a hospital following a traffic accident. The lawsuit pertains to the latter category. If this is the case, not only is there a requirement for compensation, but it also constitutes a crime. Gao Ming, not a specialized attorney, discerned the hidden peril. Indeed, after the first trial, the court ruled that Zheng Riqiang must compensate the deceased's family with 1.02 million. Zheng Riqiang, dissatisfied, filed an appeal. Gao Ming altered his strategy, seeking eyewitnesses and procuring relevant footage from the traffic police and the fast food headquarters. In the second trial, he stated, at 12:01, we observed the moment the elderly gentleman appeared. By 12:31, my client was assisting him. Multiple witnesses confirmed that the elderly man had been lying on the ground for over 10 minutes, indicating that he was struck around 12:20. According to the footage and our records, my client was situated 6 kilometers away from the scene within the 10 minutes surrounding 12:20, specifically delivering food at the Guimao Tower, 6.5 kilometers from the incident site, as evidenced by the video. How could he possibly have struck the elderly gentleman, since my client did not collide with the elderly man? He bears no obligation to provide assistance, nor is there any implication of neglecting a person in distress. Nowadays, societal attitudes have led to a reluctance among bystanders to aid fallen elders, fearing accusations of deceit. This is a stark example that I must inquire. Where lies the conscience of the plaintiffs? What guidance did the first instance judge provide? We cannot permit such occurrences to transpire. We are preparing a countersuit, seeking compensation for evidence gathering, lost wages, and other expenses amounting to 2,308 yuan, alongside a nominal claim of 0.99 yuan for emotional distress. Gao Ming garnered a resounding round of applause in a tit-for-tat response. Zheng Riqiang's side conducted an investigation, while the other side remained vigilant, meticulously uncovering Zheng Riqiang's whereabouts and background over the preceding month. That evening, Zheng Riqiang received a call from his supervisor, who evasively announced, "You have been terminated. You need not come in anymore." Zheng Riqiang exclaimed, "Why?" Chapter 12. You have been terminated initially. Zheng Riqiang attributed this to the repercussions of the lawsuit. After all, the situation was monumental. The case had been publicized online by Gao Ming, resulting in the deceased's family being lambasted by netizens. Some lawyers contended that the family of the deceased should not only issue a formal apology to Zheng Riqiang, but also face administrative penalties, as they appeared to be driven mad by thoughts of monetary gain. Amidst the uproar, the company initially sought to capitalize on the incident, portraying their employees as compassionate, but as the narrative evolved, public sentiment shifted, leading many to question Zheng Riqiang's intelligence. It became clear that such a company lacked a promising future. Consequently, the company distanced itself promptly. The deceased family further proposed an astonishing argument. Even if the elderly man was not struck by Zheng Riqiang, it could be inferred that the actual perpetrator must have some connection to him. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to assist the elderly man without reason. Their reluctance to disclose the identity of the person responsible implied that they too bore some responsibility. Everyone was left speechless. However, the supervisor did not articulate this. The supervisor stated, "On March 12, you accepted a private job, and you must be dismissed." Zheng Riqiang hastily defended himself. "I did not accept any private jobs." The supervisor retorted, "The lawyer of the deceased family has investigated thoroughly. On that day, you delivered 54 boxes of fast food to them." Zheng Riqiang exclaimed, "By the heavens, I did not receive a single penny in compensation." The supervisor continued, "Later, they gifted you some fruit as a token of appreciation. Isn't that a form of remuneration?" Yet, Zheng Riqiang could not further articulate this matter, fearing it would only exacerbate his predicament. At this juncture, Zheng Riqiang ceased his insistence. If dismissal was inevitable, so be it. However, with only a few days remaining until the end of the month, he wished to complete his tasks. Now, with the emergence of the Mars project, it truly felt like a timely boon. Gao Ming confessed, "This is all my doing. I am deeply sorry." Zheng Riqiang queried, "What are you talking about?" Gao Ming replied, "Leaving this place. You aren't leaving Earth. Where could you possibly go?" Zheng Riqiang fell silent. For some matters are best left unspoken. He pondered, in the vastness of the universe, where might one find a sanctuary, were it not for this Mars project? Where would he turn? Leaving Earth, escaping its confines, has become the choice of many, revealing vast business opportunities to numerous enterprises, such as the American private aerospace company SpaceX. Strictly speaking, most foreign rocket companies are not state-owned. Take SpaceX in the United States, for example. Although Japan's JAXA conducts research, the rocket manufacturer is Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and even Russia's Roscosmos, nationalized in 2014, was a private entity prior. Space tourism is burgeoning, with the most renowned being the world's first space tourist. The 72-year-old American billionaire Dennis Tito, born in 1940 in the United States, Tito once worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, engaging in research on unmanned spaceflight, likely influenced by his surroundings. In contrast, Richard Branson, the billionaire owner of the Virgin Group, and Robert Bigelow, a 67-year-old American hotel magnate, do not share such backgrounds. In October 2011, the former planned to invest $200 million to create the world's first commercial spaceport in the deserts of New Mexico. The latter also harbored grand ambitions, wishing to invest in the construction of experimental crewed spacecraft. Most fervently pursuing this endeavor is the 42-year-old founder of the online payment system PayPal, Elon Musk. Indeed, it is he who established SpaceX and has made numerous audacious claims, boldly asserting ambitions to land on Mars. In light of this tremendous opportunity, China's private enterprises are also stirring. On April 26, 2018, at 12:42 p.m., China successfully launched the Zhuhai 102 satellite into its designated orbit using the Long March 11 solid fuel carrier rocket from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. This marked the launch of China's first privately developed rocket by Chongqing 01 Space Technology Company. Limited since its establishment in August 2015, this company, hailed as China's first private rocket firm, has undergone multiple rounds of investment within a mere 3 years, now boasting 19 shareholders and 18 investors. External reports have begun to refer to it as China's SpaceX. Their aspirations are to land on Mars, or at the very least, the Moon. The fervor among the general populace is even more intense. As the saying goes, masters are found among the common folk. Yet, in the eyes of the public, amateur scientists are often regarded as the epitome of ignorance and audacity, akin to charlatans. Take, for example, China's Yongmen automobile, which once became the subject of ridicule for its water hydrogen vehicle. However, there are merits to the endeavors of private scientists. They are unencumbered by rigid constraints and possess a boundless imagination. For instance, the so-called Mars boy claimed that the spacecraft he piloted was triangular in shape. A small flying apparatus composed of 6 layers. The outermost layer was crafted from a sturdy metallic substance, while the innermost layer functioned as a magnetic field, channeling energy into this magnetic layer. The spacecraft could traverse to any desired destination. Private scientists are often invigorated by inspiration drawn from science fiction literature. Consider the infinite improbability drive from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the hyperspace jump ships from the Foundation series, the quantum wave vessels from Black Sun, the antimatter ships from Antimatter Ship, and the space curvature drive from the 3rd volume of The Three-Body Problem. Alongside various anti-gravity crafts depicted in science fiction, such fantasies, if proposed by conventional state scientists, would likely be met with derision, as they would hesitate to take the risk of believing in such notions. In contrast, amateur scientists are imbued with an audacity that knows no bounds. For example, regarding the prospect of traveling at light speed, many established scientists express apprehension about even a few kilometers per second being intolerable due to the immense gravitational forces involved. They deem it unrealistic. Yet, amateur scientists counter that they are overthinking it. As long as acceleration is not instantaneous, traveling at high speeds should pose no significant issues. To illustrate, consider an untrained ordinary individual aboard an aircraft. Soaring at thousands of kilometers per hour, there is no indication that they would struggle with such velocity. To delve further, Beijing's geographical latitude is 3954 in, with a linear speed of 356.7 meters per second. This means that residents of Beijing, even while remaining stationary, are actually moving with the Earth's rotation at a speed surpassing that of sound. Can they endure it? The Earth's orbital velocity is approximately 30 kilometers per second, and the solar system spirals around the galactic center at a velocity of 250 kilometers per second. With such rapid movement, do ordinary people experience vertigo? I digress. Zheng Riqiang, though nominally delivering food, finds his thoughts elsewhere, his mind soaring to distant realms. Gazing at the night sky, he abruptly inquires of Gao Ming. Do you know why, in 2020, everyone rushed to Mars? Gao Ming, perplexed, responds, why? In Chapter 13, what is the Mars exploration window? Zheng Riqiang explains, have you noticed that in 2020, China, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates all launched their respective Mars probes, namely NASA's Mars 2020, China's Tianwen-1, and the UAE's Hope probe, Gao Ming remarks. It was quite a spectacle. Zheng Riqiang counters, that's not quite right. The reason is straightforward. From mid to late July to early August 2020, there was a 26-month opportunity for launching Mars probes, Gao Ming asks. Is there a significance to that? Zheng Riqiang elaborates. Theoretically speaking, to reach Mars from Earth, considering time, economic costs, and technological constraints, we must select the optimal trajectory to complete the mission, which is referred to as the Mars launch window. Simply put, the probe accelerates near Earth, then decelerates as it approaches Mars, ultimately being captured by Mars' gravitational pull to enter orbit. In this way, fuel consumption can be minimized to the greatest extent, Gao Ming inquired. Why are you telling me this? Zheng Riqiang replied. Such opportunities are rare. Opportunities like this arise approximately every 26 months, specifically in 2020, 2022, 2024, and 2026, and if missed, one must wait another 26 months. Puzzled, Gao Ming asked. You don't intend to run off to Mars, do you? Zheng Riqiang laughed heartily. Would you like to go? The solar system boasts 8 planets, yet only Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars are solid planets. Mars presents itself as a viable option. In fact, there was an initial inclination to explore Venus. Firstly, Venus resides within the habitable zone of the Sun, receiving 1.9 times the solar radiation that Earth does. Secondly, its size, density, mass, and gravitational acceleration closely resemble those of Earth. For instance, Venus's volume is 80 of Earth's, and its radius is nearly 95 of Earth's. Additionally, being a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere makes it seem like an ideal candidate. However, it is profoundly disappointing that Venus's surface temperature reaches a staggering 462 degrees Celsius. The atmospheric pressure on Venus is over 90 times that of Earth. Moreover, several kilometers into its atmosphere, there exists a cloud layer composed of liquid sulfuric acid, accompanied by corrosive acid rain, and over 1,600 active volcanoes, rendering it akin to a hellish realm utterly inhospitable to human life. Hence, attention turned towards Mars, with aspirations to transform this red planet into a habitable second Earth. Of course, it is well known that Mars is cold, arid, barren, and desolate, making the task of converting it into a warm, moist, fertile, and vibrant planet quite formidable. Frankly speaking, the distance between Earth and Mars is exceedingly vast. When Mars is at its closest to Earth, it is approximately 56 million kilometers away, and at its farthest, about 410 million kilometers. That a journey to Mars is a protracted endeavor, let alone the prospect of terraforming it. For instance, the Mars probe Pirate 1 took over 300 days to reach its destination, while Mariner 4 took 7.5 months, and the Phoenix Mars lander required 9 months. Generally, a trip to Mars necessitates 200 to 300 days. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic inflicted suffering upon the world, with nations racing against time. And BPU, naturally, was anxious. The journey to Mars parallels that of the Moon. This intensified pressure on the American aerospace community. For half a century, the United States has maintained a leading position in the scientific exploration of Mars. In 2020, NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, formulated the Artemis program, aiming to return astronauts to the Moon by 2024 and subsequently journey to Mars. It is widely believed that American astronauts will set foot on Mars in 2033, effectively solidifying the timeline for America's landing on Mars. Reports indicate that Chinese scientists have invented a flying craft resembling a UFO, capable of speeds exceeding 10 times that of modern rockets. Utilizing this craft for a voyage to Mars eliminates the need to consider launch windows, reducing the travel time from over 270 days to a mere 15 days. Zheng Riqiang speculated that the Mars initiative is related to this aircraft. Although this remains mere hearsay, most have yet to witness this extraordinary vehicle. The advanced craft undoubtedly invigorates the already fervent amateur exploration teams. The most significant distinction between private and state-owned enterprises lies in their willingness to embrace risk. Generally speaking, if the probability of a successful launch does not reach 99, state scientists are reluctant to assume that risk. In contrast, private scientists are often willing to take a leap of faith with probabilities as low as 50, and at times even 30 or 20. For instance, it is widely accepted among scientists that such high-speed vehicles are improbable, as rapid flight can lead to the phenomenon known as a sonic boom. A sonic boom occurs when an object approaches the speed of sound, resulting in a tremendous resistance. This phenomenon is commonly referred to as the sound barrier. When breaking the sound barrier, the inability of the object to swiftly propagate the compression it exerts on the air leads to a sudden and intense explosion-like sound that reaches our ears, known as a sonic boom. However, proponents of unconventional science contest this notion, retorting, light and electricity travel far faster than sound. Have you ever heard a sonic boom? Traditional scientists find themselves at a loss for words. Some advocates of alternative science suggest there are aspects we struggle to comprehend. For example, we ponder that if we possess a spacecraft capable of light-speed travel, it would take 100 years to reach an alien planet 100 light-years away. Yet, they propose an imaginative scenario. With a flying saucer capable of traveling at light speed, they would arrive on Earth instantaneously, rather than requiring a century. But a stark contrast between the two perspectives can be illustrated through the events of Chapter 14, to transform or adapt Mars. On April 1, 2022, Beepu Corporation made headlines by actively soliciting proposals for the terraforming of Mars from legitimate scientific institutions worldwide. Unexpectedly, in the brief span of 3 months, the organizers received over 6,000 proposals from various research entities, not from amateur scientists, ultimately selecting 20 plans. The proposals included Proposal 1, constructing an enormous mirror to orbit Mars, thereby increasing its temperature. Proposal 2, emitting 1,000 tons of tetrafluoromethane into Mars' atmosphere every hour, which would raise the average temperature by 27.8 degrees after 30 years, at which point the production of greenhouse gases could cease, as Mars' solid carbon dioxide would naturally permeate the atmosphere. Proposal 3, placing a colossal magnet at Mars' Lagrange point. Apologies, I do not fully grasp this concept either, but by positioning a massive magnet at the Lagrange point within the solar system surrounding Mars, which would maintain a relatively static position, this magnet could assist Mars in fending off solar winds, thereby preserving its atmosphere. Proposal 4, conducting widespread seeding of green plants on early Mars. Naturally, not all flora may initially thrive on Mars. However, scientists have simulated the proliferation of a particular vegetation, moss. With the presence of moss, Mars' ecosystem would undergo a profound transformation, paving the way for other plants, animals, and microorganisms to be transported in successive batches via rockets, ultimately rendering Mars a habitable planet. Method 5. Employ advanced robotics to extract elements from Martian rocks, with a primary focus on fluorine, as perfluorocarbons are potent greenhouse gases capable of inducing a greenhouse effect thousands of times more powerful than that of carbon dioxide. Should the Martian surface be saturated with such compounds, mere exposure to sunlight for 4 hours would enable Mars to capture more heat than all the nuclear explosions combined on Earth. Enormous solar concentrators have also been installed at the poles of Mars to harness sunlight. Method 6. Numerous space devices have been launched around Mars to establish an artificial magnetic field that shields against solar winds. Although temperatures and pressures on Mars have become conducive to human survival, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere remains excessively high. Settlers, while no longer required to don cumbersome protective suits, must still wear oxygen masks to engage in outdoor activities. Method 7. A delicate layer of silica aerogel could be placed on the Martian surface or above it, thus rendering certain regions of Mars habitable at a relatively low cost. This insulating silica aerogel is capable of elevating surface temperatures sufficiently to melt water ice, while also blocking harmful ultraviolet radiation, thereby fostering an environment conducive to the proliferation of plants and other photosynthetic organisms. Method 9. Transporting an asteroid to collide with Mars could reactivate its metallic core, thereby reinstating Mars' magnetic field. Method 11. Compressing electrostatic cotton and transporting it along with cotton-making machines to Martian orbit via rockets could facilitate the creation of artificial cloud layers, transforming Mars into a habitable planet. Method 12. Allegedly plagiarizing the ideas of SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, constructing 2 nuclear heating devices at the poles of Mars would induce a greenhouse effect. Method 13. Launching satellites equipped with solar reflectors into orbit around Mars could heat the planet and alter its environment. Alternatively, conducting continuous nuclear fusion explosions above the Martian atmosphere, which would produce minimal radioactive dust, could create an artificial sun nuclear device. Method 14. Glass domes could be constructed, utilizing the abundant raw materials on Mars necessary for the production of glass, metal, and plastic. These materials could be fashioned into transparent domed residential structures, ultimately facilitating the cultivation of plants and the maintenance of life support systems within the glass confines. Method 15. Excavating a subterranean space of tens of thousands of square meters on Mars, while constructing a sealed large structure above it, would allow for habitation. Additionally, importing soil and microorganisms from Earth to cultivate plants would help establish a small-scale ecological environment. Method 16. Developing a coating capable of enveloping a significant portion of Mars. This reflective membrane would retain heat radiation, preventing rapid dissipation of warmth into space. Method 17. Installing magnetic field devices in orbit around Mars poles could artificially generate a magnetic field that, if feasible, a method akin to the wandering Earth, could involve nudging a small asteroid close to Mars to form a Martian planet, which could also reactivate the planet's magnetic field. Method 18. The initial step should involve raising the surface temperature of Mars, causing the ice caps to melt, thereby maintaining liquid water on the Martian surface and inducing a greenhouse effect. Subsequently, one could cultivate a variety of lower-tier flora upon the Martian surface, gradually altering the atmosphere and elevating the temperature to approximate that of Earth. Method 19 involves the transfer of substantial quantities of cyanobacteria to Mars. This endeavor could introduce oxygen to the Martian environment and render the soil exceedingly fertile, thereby facilitating human exploration and habitation. Method 20 suggests an initial focus on planting moss on Mars, followed by the progressive introduction of additional plant species. As the vegetation on Mars proliferates, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere would diminish incrementally, leading to a gradual increase in oxygen levels. However, certain scientists deride these fanciful notions, asserting that humanity's current technological capabilities are insufficient for the terraforming of Mars. Particularly, some fervent amateur scientists maintain that the proposed methods contain many impractical actions, such as capturing satellites or deploying massive devices to alter Mars. Had they truly grasped the formidable challenges of transporting even a gram of material across tens of millions of kilometers, they would not have concocted such absurd ideas. Elon Musk's proposal to detonate 10,000 nuclear bombs on Mars raises the question: even if feasible, how would one transport such a vast arsenal to the Red Planet? To them, the notion of terraforming Mars appears to be the musings of dreamers. Mars is a perilous world. Its extremely low atmospheric pressure could cause one's blood to boil, and regardless of the external temperature, an attempt to breathe in its carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere would result in asphyxiation. On the first night, as temperatures plummet to Antarctic levels, one could succumb to freezing, while exposure to radiation could lead to poisoning or cancer. Naturally, establishing a closed Martian base would be the ideal solution, as its primary advantage lies in its complete enclosure, replicating Earth-like conditions of atmospheric pressure, temperature, humidity, and light, free from the harsh external Martian environment. Yet, they propose an alternative approach. Rather than solely striving to modify Mars, why not adapt humanity to thrive on the Martian landscape? For instance, consider the Mariana Trench, the deepest known part of the ocean. Plunging to a depth of 10,909 meters, a realm characterized by extreme pressure, darkness, and cold. The trench's bottom. The immense water pressure can reach up to 1,100 atmospheres, with temperatures typically hovering around 2 degrees Celsius. Yet, within this abyss, one can observe small amphipod organisms, resembling shrimp and measuring approximately 2 to 5 centimeters in length. Tardigrades, with over 900 known species, inhabit a range of environments from the Arctic and tropics to the deep sea and hot springs. They can endure conditions as extreme as -272 to 151 degrees Celsius for up to 2 minutes, survive sub-zero temperatures for several days, and persist for at least 30 years in -20 degrees. Their tolerance for ionizing radiation is several hundred times greater than the lethal dose for humans, and they can withstand pressures of up to 6,000 atmospheres. They can also survive prolonged periods without water or oxygen. Might we not embrace a paradigm shift and consider altering humanity itself to adapt to Mars? This line of thinking was promptly applied. Chapter 15. The place on Earth most akin to Mars. In this predetermined world, Zheng Riqiang reports to the Martian camp at Cold Lake. Located in the northwestern region of China, Cold Lake is regarded as the most Martian-like place on Earth. Let us delve into a brief exploration. Linghu, renowned as a significant petroleum town in China's Qinghai province, is situated within the Haishi Mongolian and Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture, specifically in the city of Mangjia, often referred to as the Little Hong Kong of the Northwest. It is merely a few kilometers along the Mars #1 highway from which it can be observed. In the Mongolian language, Lunghu is known as Ht Nunyu Lake, which translates to the lake with exceptionally frigid waters. The region is characterized by its year-round cold climate, relentless winds, scarce rainfall, and arid conditions, with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. The average annual temperature hovers around 4 degrees Celsius, indicative of a typical continental climate. The desolate Gobi Desert stretches endlessly, with undulating earth mounds rising above the barren terrain, while the parched riverbeds crisscross the landscape, presenting a topography reminiscent of Mars. In fact, the Atacama Desert in Chile stands as one of the driest regions on Earth, having gone over 400 years without rainfall, making it one of the places on our planet that most resembles Mars. Many aspiring Martians first travel there for training. At Lunghu's Mars camp, Zheng Riqiang encountered Kang Zime for the 4th time. Upon seeing her, Zheng was momentarily bewildered, assuming she was merely a tourist. However, noticing her large luggage, he suspected she was not there for leisure, prompting him to subtly inquire about her purpose. Kang Zime, equally surprised to see Zheng, initially thought he was a traveler as well. When Zheng asked, "Are you here for tourism?" Kang Zime pondered briefly before replying, "Yes, to attend a conference." Zheng pressed, "What conference?" "There is no conference here." At that moment, a staff member beckoned them, saying, "Those here for training, follow me." It was then that both Zheng and Kang Zime simultaneously realized, "You are also here for training at the camp?" Their laughter erupted in unison. After dinner, they strolled under the vast sky to gaze at the stars. They had never witnessed such a pristine night sky, perhaps due to their hurried lives, which had overlooked the celestial wonders above. It is said that Lunghu boasts numerous clear nights with excellent visibility and low humidity, aided by local government protections that preserve the night sky that safeguard this celestial haven. The local authorities have designated an area of 17,800 square kilometers in Lunghu as a dark sky reserve, prohibiting artificial lighting. In 2018, a research team identified the summit of Mount Seychiding, soaring over 4,200 meters, as a site for astronomical telescopes, erecting 2 observation towers. Today, it stands as Asia's largest astronomical observation base. In the wilderness, Zheng Riqiang, an amateur astronomy enthusiast, pointed to a distant dark red star, teaching Kang Zime to recognize the night sky. That is the Big Dipper. And those are TNSH, Teen Sen, T New Jersey, Teen QN, YH-ing, KI-ing, YOGU-ing, and that is Mars. As they gazed at the crimson star, their hearts surged with excitement. Zheng then discovered that the unemployed Kang Zime was a graduate student specializing in vegetables at a modest university. Kang Zime learned that Zheng Riqiang was not merely a courier, but also a graduate student in medical research at a medical university. They observed that among the 48 participants in the training, the vast majority held graduate degrees. Although the recruitment notice did not specify educational qualifications, it was evident they valued them, albeit subtly, to demonstrate their non-discriminatory stance towards those without diplomas. After meticulous selection and evaluation, they ultimately identified 48 candidates from a staggering pool of 510,000 applicants. Desolation. That was the first impression Lunghu left upon them. This vital oil-producing region of China once thrived, with thousands of inhabitants residing here during its peak. However, with the depletion of oil resources in the 1980s, Lunghu gradually diminished into a small town of merely 800 residents. 2 years prior, the local government began contemplating the revitalization of Lunghu, envisioning the establishment of a Mars camp. Located a mere 1.5 hours away from Lunghu, several white containers resembling Mongolian yurts have been designated as the future training site for Zheng Riqiang. What does the training entail? According to the training manual, the curriculum encompasses GPS navigation, Martian trekking, Mars colonization, Martian biospheres, lander simulations, among other topics. After gathering, a vice president of BPU, Lu War, addressed them, stating that they had emerged from over 500,000 applicants, a truly rare achievement, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. They had conducted a thorough background check on the candidates' former workplaces, educational institutions, and family situations, ultimately selecting 48 individuals from diverse regions, all of whom were in peak physical condition, exceptionally intelligent, and quick-witted. Thus, under Lu War's leadership, the group took an oath. "I pledge allegiance to BPU, cherish aerospace endeavors, fear not sacrifice, and harbor no trepidation." But what specific details were involved? Those with a penchant for gossip quickly learned that Chinese physicist Lu Guanjuan with the backing of a fund called Hongfu, utilized the principles of UFO technology to lead a team of 27 in relentless public relations efforts, expending vast sums of money, ultimately culminating in the invention of a new anti-gravity aircraft in 2026. This aircraft boasted a significantly enhanced speed compared to rockets, and due to the absence of gravitational constraints, its payload capacity was greatly increased. Most remarkably, this craft could directly take off and land on the Martian surface, akin to the convenience of a helicopter. Even more astonishingly, Lu Guanjuan's team and Hongfu Fund, astonishingly made this invaluable treasure public. The new aircraft could reach speeds of 1,000 kilometers per second, with a single trip capable of carrying 108 tons, including the consumption of 2 astronauts. Consequently, Bipu decided to lease this aircraft for their Mars Expedition .1 teammate, while browsing the electronic version of the scientific journal on a laptop. Discovered related reports. The 48 prospective astronauts were undergoing rigorous training at Bipu, and in the future, some among them would embark on a journey to Mars, setting foot on that enigmatic planet. This severely contravened training regulations. No individual was permitted to bring any electronic devices into the facility. Their mobile phones, gaming consoles, and even digital watches had been confiscated. Teo set an example. The individual who smuggled in the laptop was immediately dismissed. Before training had even commenced, he became the first casualty, a victim of misfortune before the expedition had begun. The following day, training commenced without any prior warning. The 48 individuals, lacking any conception of Martian landings, were divided into 8 groups of 6, with one group containing 5. By chance, Zheng Riqiang was grouped with Kong Zimei, embarking on a 400-day, Phase 1, human simulation experiment for landing on Mars. They were to pilot a spacecraft for 15 days to reach Mars and then reside on the planet for 90 days. Moreover, the spacecraft they trained with bore little resemblance to current models. Its design resembled that of a disk, akin to a flying saucer. Within their group, Zheng Riqiang served as the captain of the spacecraft, accompanied by a pilot, a mining engineer, a botany expert, a 3D printing specialist, and a pastor, totaling 5 men and 1 woman. According to the training program, 6 volunteers will reside in the spacecraft for a duration of 15 days. During this period, the coach continuously presents them with challenges, such as spacecraft malfunctions and communication breakdowns, which prove to be formidable obstacles for those who have never encountered a spacecraft before. They swiftly establish a command center, a security room, a bar, a gym, and a cinema on Mars. Consequently, the bar and gym become their outlets for venting frustrations that in the cinema. They have access to thousands of films in various languages, including the English version of Independence Day, the Cantonese version of The Funeral, and the French version of Am Lai, among others. At this juncture, Zheng Riqiang's unconventional thinking leaves a profound impression on the instructor. Following the practices of the Martian camp, they also construct their shelters in the style of Mongolian yurts. They don heavy spacesuits and utilize robots and artificial intelligence to erect buildings and cultivate food on Mars. However, many succumb to the harsh conditions of Mars before the shelters are completed. Zheng Riqiang and his companions find the endeavor of establishing a base on the Martian surface exceedingly arduous, prompting them to explore subterranean options. After all, excavating underground shields them from cosmic radiation and sandstorms, mitigates the frigid surface temperatures, and facilitates automated industrial production, such as metal smelting and machine manufacturing. The underground base can also support crop cultivation, oxygen production, carbon dioxide consumption, and freshwater extraction, among other benefits. Their innovative approach garners praise from both the camp instructors and the company. When the coach inquires about the origin of his unconventional ideas, he recounts an incident. One year, a certain country's short-range rocket flight test was on the verge of commencement. Yet the rocket's fuel had significantly diminished due to rising temperatures, resulting in insufficient thrust to reach the designated position. The designers were compelled to continually increase the rocket's fuel, yet the more they added, the closer it fell. Ultimately, a designer employed reverse thinking, reducing the rocket's fuel, which paradoxically enabled it to travel farther. This experience laid a solid foundation for his eventual selection as one of the first astronauts to land on Mars. Once their simulated work concluded, only 4 out of the original 8 teams remained, with the earliest eliminated participants having spent less than a week in the simulation chamber. Often, within a team, if just one individual falters, the diminishing numbers not only dampen the morale of the others, but can also become contagious, leading to a complete collapse. According to the coach, their performance this time is of little consequence. The critical aspect is observing how an ordinary person navigates unforeseen challenges. Following the conclusion of the cold lake training, only 24 participants remain, aged between 26 and 35, including 6 women. Bipu keeps its promises. They received the first round of funding amounting to 20,000, along with an additional reward of 3,000. During the second phase of training, all 24 participants convene at a space training base near Cold Lake. It is here that they encounter the spacecraft they will pilot in the future, not a multi-stage rocket, but a large disk approximately 200 square meters in size. Zheng Riqiang develops deep feelings for the healthy and beautiful Kong Zime over time. During training, Kong Zime exhibits exceptional diligence, often emerging drenched in sweat. On one occasion, after a training session, she is completely soaked, her figure accentuated in all the right places, causing Zheng Riqiang's heart to race. Particularly when Kong Zime approaches him, the scent of her perspiration and natural aroma utterly captivates him. Indeed, from their very first encounter, Kong Zime captivated Zheng Riqiang's profound interest. However, Kong Zime felt no attraction towards Zheng Riqiang, the food delivery worker, until he courageously stepped forward in front of young Master Zhao, which sparked her favorable feelings towards him. Both of them arrived at Cold Lake, prompting her to ponder whether fate had orchestrated their meeting. They frequently spent time together gazing at the sky and engaging in conversation. Kong Zime inquired, "What prompted your desire to travel to Mars?" Zheng Riqiang contemplated before responding, "Perhaps Earth is not suited for me." Kong Zime chuckled. The titans of China's internet industry leverage price advantages to gain traffic, aggressively pursuing community group buying while exploiting the business of splitting premium meat on the legs of egrets. "I too find myself disenchanted with Earth," Zheng Riqiang countered. "That cannot be entirely true. Everyone has their own aspirations that we cannot claim that China's internet moguls lack responsibility, from Alibaba's Demo Academy to Baidu's autonomous vehicles. They engage in thoughtful pursuits," Kong Zime remarked. "After all, businesses exist to generate profit." She then added, "I never expected you to possess such clarity of thought." Zheng Riqiang quoted, as the People's Daily aptly states, "Internet giants should bear greater responsibility in technological innovation. Striving for more ambitious goals and actions, they must not solely fixate on the traffic generated by a few bundles of cabbage or pounds of fruit. The vast expanse of technological innovation and the infinite possibilities of the future are far more exhilarating." Kong Zime replied, "Each person's perspective varies." Zheng Riqiang agreed. "Indeed, while Musk innovates for the advancement of humanity, Chinese internet entrepreneurs compete with street vendors for their livelihoods. These individuals can do little beyond selling vegetables. An internet company's community group buying strips them of their last coins," he continued. "Now, as we participate in Bipu training, preparing for Mars, it feels far more noble than selling vegetables." Kong Zime countered, "That may not necessarily be the case. Tesla, under Musk's leadership, has devoted years to developing autonomous driving, which will ultimately deprive taxi drivers of their last coins. Hardly a noble pursuit." The two fell silent for a considerable time, until Zheng Riqiang pointed to the sky, saying, "Look, that is Vega, that is Altair, that is Mars, and that is Saturn. What are you pondering?" During the second phase of their 450-day training, they were to endure rigorous training across 8 categories and over 140 subjects. The curriculum encompassed physical conditioning, theoretical education, psychological training, endurance and adaptability to extreme environmental factors, survival training, spacecraft technology training, aerospace medical engineering, knowledge and technology in space science and applications, as well as comprehensive training. Furthermore, Zheng Riqiang and his peers were required to master a wealth of theoretical knowledge, including fundamental aerospace concepts, flight missions, spacecraft structures, aerospace medical engineering, and relevant knowledge in space sciences and applications, such as astronomy, geography, geology, meteorology, atmospheric physics, flight mechanics, computer science, radio navigation, piloting, and the construction of rockets and spacecraft. The arduous second phase of training concluded, and from the 24 trainees, a select few, originally intended to be 8, would be named as prospective astronauts. In August 2025, the moment of truth arrived. Liu Har, the vice president of Bipu, announced the results among them, and everyone was filled with palpable tension. Liu Har declared, "After comprehensive evaluation, the following individuals are designated as prospective astronauts. Thank you all for your hard work. They are Bob, Elisa, Su Jiatsan, Chen Fong, Borodov, and Leon." Those who heard their names could not contain their joy. However, for Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zime, who did not hear their names, a sense of despair enveloped them, and tears streamed down their faces. Chapter 16. The Anti-Gravity Aircraft, each name tumbled from Lu Hare's lips. Zheng Riqiang felt a suffocating sensation. Finally, Lu Hare announced the conclusion of the list. These 6 individuals would serve as substitutes and undergo medical isolation. Then, Lu Hare produced another sheet of paper. Now, the first batch of individuals destined for Mars is to be announced. Zheng Riqiang's heart leapt to his throat. After a brief cough, Lu Hare declared, Zheng Riqiang, Kang Zime, they are among the first to embark on the journey to Mars. The two could scarcely believe their ears. They exchanged a glance, as if caught in a dream. Lu Hare continued. The announcement is complete. The two embraced each other, overwhelmed with joy and tears, upon hearing the results. Everyone was filled with complex emotions. After all, this mission to Mars involved a novel spacecraft. This craft resembled a flying saucer, approximately 160 square meters in size, and its flight was facilitated by a vertical nozzle that expelled force downwards from the top and another that expelled force upwards from the bottom, along with the coordinated ejections from the edge direction nozzles, allowing for remarkable agility in flight without the need for additional equipment, thus enabling both ground and space travel. Moreover, it could take off and land without the necessity of a dedicated launch site. The process was exceedingly simple, purportedly employing anti-gravity technology. What is anti-gravity? To elucidate, anti-gravity refers to applying a force to an object that counteracts gravity, achieving a state of suspension when the forces are equal and opposite. This principle is evident in aircraft, rockets, magnetic levitation, and so forth. That a rudimentary method involves utilizing 2 special magnets to create opposing electromagnetic fields, thereby generating anti-gravity. The universe is replete with magnetic fields, but their rapid and excessive fluctuations render them unutilized. High-speed computing has made this concept feasible. This forms the fundamental principle behind the swift movement of flying saucers. In the 20th century, the renowned scientist Nikola Tesla attempted to harness anti-gravity principles to create the world's first flying saucer. A crucial factor in this endeavor is that private enterprises require launch pads for rocket launches, necessitating the rental of land, which significantly constrains the development of private rocket technology. Many have pondered whether it is possible to launch and land rockets without the need for launch pads or designated sites. From another perspective, the technological stranglehold of state-owned rockets has ironically catalyzed the rapid advancement of private rocket technology at that time. Rumors circulated that a Chinese private aerospace company had designed a vehicle capable of vertical takeoff and landing without the need for a launch pad or even an airport runway. Boasting a low Earth orbit capacity of up to 100 tons, vastly exceeding the 64-ton payload capacity of SpaceX's Falcon Heavy rocket. Over the years, the world's major rockets have predominantly been in the 20 to 30-ton class, such as Russia's Proton, Europe's Ariane 5, America's Atlas V, Delta IV, and Falcon 9, as well as China's Long March 5, among others. There are rumors that this craft can achieve speeds several times greater than existing rockets, and if necessary, even exceed those limits. Although they have repeatedly piloted such aircraft during training without any safety incidents, their maximum distance has only reached 10,000 kilometers, and their highest altitude is 25,000 meters. The vastness of Mars, however, evokes a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, they have become the first batch of astronauts and have now progressed to the 4th group, comprising those who completed the 1st and 2nd training phases. The quasi-astronauts and the 1st expedition personnel. They are entitled to a subsidy of $25,000 for the 2nd phase, including additional bonuses, along with various rewards in the future. Kang Zime is particularly elated, as she can finally free herself from Zhao Gongzi at this juncture. Reports regarding extraterrestrial sightings have begun to proliferate. Yet, due to confidentiality concerns, the list of quasi-astronauts has not been disclosed. Although the technology of the new aircraft has been publicly unveiled, the completed product remains a subject of intense scrutiny. The training center harbors significant concerns that this aircraft may fall into the wrong hands. The potential for the astronauts to be killed and the aircraft seized is alarmingly plausible. What can be done? Many believe that enhanced protective measures are necessary. However, the means to achieve this remain elusive. Zheng Riqiang, employing reverse thinking, proposed the installation of a dead man switch in the aircraft based on the legends surrounding the Russian Phantom radio station. Should the aircraft be hijacked and the pilot harmed, the dead man's switch would activate, resulting in the aircraft's total destruction. This measure would be particularly vital in the event of an encounter with extraterrestrials. This suggestion piqued the interest of the command center (AS) for whether the dead man's switch was ultimately installed within the aircraft. That remains a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few. The waiting period is excruciating. Zheng Riqiang and the other 8 quasi-astronauts, amid the prolonged anticipation, developed a cipher, both simple and complex, based on the Russian Phantom radio station, known only to the 8 of them. After all, the journey to Mars is fraught with peril. On December 9, 2020, SpaceX's Starship SN8 prototype successfully ascended to an altitude of approximately 12 kilometers during testing. However, it exploded upon attempting to land due to a collision. Its CEO, Elon Musk, had previously estimated the probability of a successful launch and landing at merely 1/3, a prediction that regrettably proved accurate. Nonetheless, he remains confident that SpaceX will send humans to Mars by 2026. On that day, Musk stated that this goal could be realized in approximately 6 years, or perhaps even 4 if fortune favors them, between 2024 and 2026. However, as the years 2024 and 2025 have elapsed without any progress on Musk's Mars mission, it is Beepu Company that has taken the lead. Chairman Johnsy of Beepu asserted that Musk must not be allowed to maintain his advantage. After considerable deliberation, Beepu ultimately resolved to launch its Mars mission ahead of Musk, setting a departure date of June 15, 2026. Yet, many harbor doubts regarding the reliability of this flight, given that it is a private endeavor and has been hastily organized, with no guarantees of success. It evokes a sense of foreboding, reminiscent of the phrase "the winds howl and the waters of the River are cold." Indeed, this Mars expedition feels rushed, upon discovering that the probability of success stands at a mere 27. Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime find themselves in a quandary. Though they are willing to dedicate themselves to the cause of space exploration, such a commitment is only justifiable under conditions of certainty, rather than embarking on an uncertain journey. Thus, the enthusiast of the Book of Changes, Zheng Riqiang, consulted the oracle and drew the hexagram number 26, mountain over heaven, great accumulation, Dessous. The interpretation suggested a state of restraint yet unending motion. Causing him to furrow his brow in concern, in the 17th chapter, he pondered the question, why must astronauts carry firearms? Zheng Riqiang let out a sigh to speak candidly. This hexagram did not bode well. For the oracle declared, worries constantly bind the brows, countless thoughts weigh heavy on the heart. From henceforth, guard against unforeseen troubles, act freely yet remain unperturbed. This hexagram, a juxtaposition of differing trigrams, heaven over mountain, represented the duality of the ethereal and the solid. The hexagram indicates accumulation, and great accumulation signifies substantial reserves. Therefore, one must not shy away from daunting challenges, but strive diligently to cultivate virtue and enrich one's moral character. Nevertheless, the hexagram merely advised that travel would be fruitful and unobstructed, heralding a favorable outcome, which could be deemed a moderate auspice. He shared his divination with Kong Zime, who, to his surprise, held a disdainful view towards such superstitions. She remarked, a practitioner of medicine who cannot fathom the intricacies of life and death has lived in vain. Zheng Riqiang felt somewhat embarrassed by her words. His rise to prominence was not solely due to his keen intellect, but also his medical background, as this Mars expedition involved several critical scientific experiments related to medicine. Kong Zime's selection was limited by her gender, as among the 8 aspiring astronauts, only 3 were women. Soon, they entered a state of medical isolation. With the day of departure drawing near, in truth, Beepu aimed not only to beat Musk, but also to land on Mars ahead of China, the United States, Japan, France, and Russia. However, the principal reason was well understood among them. The COVID-19 pandemic had plagued Earth for 5 years. Despite the advent of vaccines, control remained elusive, with indications of further escalation. The virus had mutated multiple times, rendering humanity increasingly vulnerable. The global infection count reached several hundred million, with death tolls in the millions. Compounding these woes, Japan planned to discharge a substantial volume of nuclear waste into the Pacific, a move that could have global repercussions, leaving humanity with nowhere to hide. The most prudent course was to flee Earth. Even more disconcerting was the discovery by astronomers in 2004 that a certain asteroid posed a collision risk with Earth. estimated at a staggering 2.7. Should such an impact occur, it would unleash at least 64 trillion kilojoules of energy, akin to the simultaneous detonation of 1.5 billion tons of explosives. Reports indicated that an asteroid with a diameter of approximately 100 to 300 meters had a 1 probability of striking Earth on April 29, 2027. Currently, the 2019 PDC asteroid was about 57 million kilometers away, traveling at a velocity of 14 kilometers per second. If this were to transpire, humanity would face annihilation. They resolved to escape the planet before its destruction. Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime received their equipment. Observant individuals might notice an unexpected item, a handgun. Many would be perplexed as to why astronauts would carry a firearm aboard a rocket. It is well known that every item on the rocket is of utmost necessity to the astronauts, with each gram consuming substantial energy, thus being of immense value. Why, then, bring a gun? Some might speculate it is for defense against extraterrestrials, or, in dire circumstances, for the astronauts to end their own lives. However, such notions are misguided. In the event of an encounter with aliens, a mere handgun would likely prove ineffective, given its limited power and an effective range of only 50 meters. If it were intended for use against extraterrestrial beings, it would evidently be insufficient. More critically, the environment of space differs markedly from that of Earth. After firing a weapon, an astronaut would be subjected to recoil, potentially causing them to tumble and move uncontrollably, which poses considerable danger. Therefore, it is abundantly clear that this handgun is not designed for confronting aliens. The reason for this assertion lies in the events of March 18, 1965, when the Soviet Union launched the Vostok 2 manned spacecraft, with cosmonauts Belayev and Leonov aboard. During their mission, Leonov exited the spacecraft and conducted activities in the cosmos for 24 minutes, thereby accomplishing the world's first spacewalk before the spacecraft returned. However, due to adverse weather and various technical factors, they ultimately landed thousands of kilometers away from the designated site, deep within the primordial forests of Siberia. While awaiting rescue, they encountered a pack of wolves. Fortunately, the astronauts were equipped with this specialized handgun, which prevented a potential animal attack. In fact, not only did they carry a handgun, but the astronauts also brought numerous survival items, including a radio navigation device, a flashlight, a folding knife, and a lifeboat, among others. Additionally, they were provided with dedicated radio communication equipment, a first aid kit, diving suits, and other essentials, besides equipping Zheng Riqiang and his team with the most basic emergency supplies. They were also allowed to carry a military knife for self-defense. Furthermore, they had space gloves, oxygen bags, urine bags, aviation watches, and other items. Among the equipment utilized by astronauts were survival items, including sanitary products such as wet and dry wipes and sanitary pads. Although Kong Zime had already adjusted her menstrual cycle, unforeseen circumstances can arise in space, and being prepared is prudent. Moreover, they carried paper and pens, as well as a high-capacity USB drive containing music, comedic dialogues, and text. Before entering space, astronauts must carry 3 specific items, which include a dagger, a handgun, and dye water. Additionally, there are specialized promotional items such as atomic watches, Donga t-shirts, Jinpai helmets, and Taishan hiking shoes. There are also personal items that have undergone rigorous disinfection and deactivation, such as Zheng Riqiang's copy of the I Ching and silver needles, as well as a telescope. Kong Zime's personal belongings included a piece of green vegetable and a family photo. As previously mentioned. To prevent aircraft hijacking and to counter extraterrestrial threats, modern spacecraft are equipped with defensive weapons. These weapons can be broadly classified into 2 categories: kinetic energy weapons and directed energy weapons, which may include laser weapons, particle beam weapons, microwave weapons, and kinetic energy weapons, potentially carrying missiles, railguns, and close-range defense rapid-fire cannons, PDC, among others. Naturally, the specifics of which weapons are carried are classified information, inaccessible to the outside world. There are rumors that Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime might carry nuclear devices during the Mars experiment. Some express concerns that this Mars landing could lead to the planet's destruction, which is an exaggeration. Humanity's capabilities remain minuscule. While nuclear weapons pose a threat to humanity itself, the notion of obliterating an entire planet is far-fetched. The Tunguska event, which is known to have had a force equivalent to 20 megatons of TNT, was caused by an impact from a comet approximately 60 meters in diameter, but a mere asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers possesses the explosive power of 1 trillion tons of TNT. How devastating could a small nuclear device truly be? The total yield of nuclear weapons currently possessed by humanity is approximately 800 billion tons, which is a mere 1/1,000,000th of 100 trillion tons. This implies that if all of humanity's nuclear arsenal were to be launched simultaneously at Mars, the resultant explosion would create only a modest crater, to unleash explosive power comparable to that which led to the extinction of the dinosaurs. Humanity would need to fabricate 1.25 million times the current total of nuclear warheads. Naturally, due to the butterfly effect, the future consequences on Mars remain uncertain. As June 2, 2026 approaches, the launch preparations are becoming increasingly urgent. Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei are diligently finalizing their plans for landing on Mars. However, the command center has instructed them to pause their preparations for a day. This marks the most peculiar suspension since the tragic incident involving the Space Shuttle Columbia in 2003, which halted all shuttle flights. And the preparations for launches were similarly stymied following an engineer's fatal accident in April 2019. Moreover, on May 27, 2017, during a critical moment, the commander of China's Long March 5 was issuing commands to prepare within 3 minutes, only for the order to be abruptly halted by relevant personnel, delaying ignition once more. What could be the reason for this latest suspension? Zheng Riqiang pondered, letting out a sigh. The omen he discerned was not favorable, for it foretold worry often clouds the brow. Myriad concerns weigh heavily on the heart. From now on, be wary of opening formations. Proceed freely, yet remain unperturbed. This hexagram of disparate layers indicated a complex situation, with Qian representing heaven, unyielding and robust, and Jin symbolizing a mountain, steadfast and solid. The concept of abundance is embodied in the notion of great accumulation, encouraging resilience in the face of daunting challenges and the cultivation of virtue. Nevertheless, the omen suggested that his journey would be ultimately fruitful and unimpeded, a sign of auspicious fortune. He shared his divination with Kang Zimei, who dismissed his superstitions with disdain. Her selection was understandable. As one of only 3 women among the 8 qualified astronauts, she faced less competition. Zheng Riqiang's emergence was attributed not only to his intelligence, but also to his medical background, which proved advantageous given the significant scientific experiments related to medicine planned for this Martian expedition. In truth, Bipu not only sought to precede Elon Musk, but also aimed to land on Mars before China, the United States, Japan, France, and Russia, which seemed rather ambitious. Soon, they entered a state of medical isolation as the departure date loomed closer. The primary motive for landing on Mars was well understood among them. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic on Earth had persisted for 5 years. Despite the availability of vaccines, the situation remained uncontrolled, with the virus having mutated multiple times, rendering humanity increasingly vulnerable. With global infections numbering in the hundreds of millions and deaths reaching into the millions, the situation was dire. Compounding the crisis, Japan's disposal of vast quantities of nuclear wastewater into the Pacific posed a significant threat. Leaving humanity with little refuge, escape from Earth appeared to be the most viable solution. Even more concerning were rumors that on March 26, 2019, NASA had detected a potentially threatening asteroid, 2019 PDC. This asteroid measured 260 meters in length and 140 meters in width. With a probability of colliding with Earth on April 29, 2027, estimated at 1 in 10 that should this occur, humanity would face annihilation. Thus, fleeing Earth was deemed the most prudent course of action. In short order, they received a substantial array of equipment. Those with keen eyesight may notice the presence of an S-gun. Many might find themselves perplexed as to why astronauts are required to carry such a weapon when embarking on their celestial journeys aboard rockets. It is common knowledge that every gram of cargo in a spacecraft consumes vast amounts of energy, rendering it exceedingly valuable. So, why the necessity of a firearm? Some might speculate that it serves the purpose of fending off extraterrestrial beings, or, in moments of despair, enabling astronauts to take their own lives. However, this is not the case. Let us clarify. Should an encounter with extraterrestrials occur, a mere gun would likely prove ineffective. The S-gun possesses relatively modest firepower, with an effective range of just 50 meters. Clearly, it would be insufficient for confronting alien life forms. More importantly, the conditions of outer space differ significantly from those on Earth. Firing a weapon would cause the astronaut to tumble and move uncontrollably due to recoil, presenting considerable danger. Thus, it is evident that this S-gun is not intended for extraterrestrial confrontation. The reason for its inclusion dates back to March 18, 1965, when the Soviet Union launched the Vostok 2 manned spacecraft. With cosmonauts Belayev and Leonov on board. During the mission, Leonov exited the spacecraft to conduct a spacewalk lasting 24 minutes, marking the world's first venture into the cosmos outside a vessel, after 26 hours and 2 minutes in space. The spacecraft returned to Earth. However, due to adverse weather and technical difficulties, it landed thousands of kilometers away from the intended site, deep within the Siberian wilderness. While awaiting rescue, a pack of wolves approached. And it was the presence of a firearm that spared the astronauts from a potentially perilous encounter with wild beasts that in 2019, the Russian State Space Corporation expressed that firearms might once again be included in the emergency equipment list for cosmonauts in 2021. Underscoring their significance in addition to firearms, astronauts are equipped with numerous survival tools, including radio navigation devices, flashlights, folding knives, life rafts, and more. They are also provided with specialized radios, first aid kits, diving suits, military knives, space gloves, oxygen bags, urine bags, aviation watches, and other essential items. Among the supplies carried by astronauts are personal hygiene products such as wet and dry wipes and sanitary napkins. Although Kang Zime has adjusted her menstrual cycle, it is prudent to be prepared for any situation that may arise in space. Furthermore, they carry paper and pens, as well as a high-capacity USB drive filled with songs, comedic performances, and text that in fact. Astronauts must bring 3 essential items into space, including a B model, an S-gun, and colored water. Beyond these, there are specially designed promotional items such as atomic watches, Donggu t-shirts, Jinpai helmets, and Taishan hiking shoes. Some personal belongings, such as Zheng Riqiang's copy of the I Ching and silver needles, as well as a telescope, have undergone strict disinfection and deactivation processes. Kang Zime carries with her a piece of green vegetable and a family photo. Previously, we mentioned that numerous individuals are eyeing these new spacecraft with great interest, and they too are equipped with self-defense weaponry, including laser weapons, particle beam weapons, microwave devices, missiles, railguns, and close-range defensive rapid-fire cannons, PDC. Rumors suggest that Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zime may even carry nuclear devices. Concerns have arisen regarding potential destruction of Mars, but such fears are unfounded that humanity's power is still minuscule, while nuclear weapons may pose a threat to our own existence. The capacity to obliterate an entire planet remains far beyond our reach. The well-known Tunguska event was equivalent to the explosive power of 20 megatons of nuclear ordnance, caused solely by the impact of a comet approximately 60 meters in diameter. Consider that a mere 10-kilometer-wide asteroid possesses the force of a staggering 1 trillion tons of nuclear explosives. How immense is the power of a single nuclear weapon? Currently, humanity's total nuclear arsenal amounts to roughly 800 billion tons, a mere 125 millionth of 1 trillion tons. This implies that if all of humanity's nuclear weapons were detonated simultaneously on Mars, the resulting crater would be minimal to generate an explosion of the magnitude responsible for the extinction of the dinosaurs. Humanity would need to produce 1.25 million times the current total of nuclear ordnance that on June 2, 2026, preparations for the landing were in full swing when the command center halted the operations. What could be the issue? Such occurrences are rare in the annals of space exploration, but a few notable instances come to mind. On January 28, 1986, the Challenger spacecraft exploded 73 seconds into its ascent, resulting in the tragic loss of 7 astronauts, after which NASA suspended shuttle launches that in February 2003. NASA decided to pause all shuttle flights while investigations were conducted regarding the disaster of the Columbia spacecraft, which similarly claimed the lives of 7 astronauts that on May 27, 2017, as China's Long March 5 was set to launch, the commander issued the command, "Prepare in 3 minutes." Yet, this order was swiftly suspended by the relevant personnel, delaying ignition once more. What issue might arise this time? Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zime pondered. Chapter 18. The journey of advertising experts analyzed that the spacecraft initially designated for the mission to Mars had experienced metal fatigue due to multiple uses, rendering certain components unable to withstand the arduous tasks ahead, necessitating their replacement. 3 spacecraft had been manufactured alongside the original, one of which had already been utilized as a training vehicle. They opted to replace the spacecraft. Following a rapid construction effort, the new vehicle was unveiled to the world. Upon their first glimpse of this rocket, Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zime were reminded of the flying saucers they had trained with. Between 2023 and 2024, residents near the training base must have witnessed countless launches and landings of these flying saucers. Some even called newspapers and television stations to report sightings of UFOs, unidentified flying objects, which were, in fact, merely the training saucers. The disc-shaped rockets bore the logo of the company, BPU. Simultaneously, a fast food conglomerate showcased a swift design, claiming it was BPU Group's ultra-fast vessel heading to Mars. In reality, their journey to Mars was, in essence, a promotional expedition. They understood that BPU had already invested a substantial sum in astronaut selection, training, spacecraft design, and leasing, and they would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. The naming of the spacecraft and the branding of the mission had long been predetermined. For instance, they consumed Dolly brand specialized mineral water, dined on Halua chocolate space food, and utilized a Dodo brand smartphone for photography in space. Furthermore, the first pair of shoes to tread upon Martian soil would be the Chioshue brand sports shoes to offset a portion of the costs. BPU has established a policy of selling naming rights for spacecraft and rockets, embedding brands within the spacecraft and rockets, and facilitating astronauts to serve as brand ambassadors both on Earth and in outer space. Consequently, various brands such as carbonated beverages, watches, dishwashing liquids, and operating systems have been advertised. The spacesuits worn by Zheng Riqiang and his team prominently displayed the logo of a financial company, Dai Lu, while they donned Taishan brand space watches. This practice has precedents. For instance, Russian astronaut Mikhail Yulin consumed a pizza from a specific brand during a resupply mission, serving as an advertisement and a source of revenue. Additionally, the Russian Space Agency brought American businessman Dennis Tito to the International Space Station for a space tour lasting 8 days, which garnered them a sum of $20 million. A television station acquired broadcasting rights for $1.3 billion. Beyond various advertisements, they produced an array of memorabilia, alongside portrait rights and patent fees, amounting to $500 million. Various experiments generated an additional $300 million. Thus, over half of the $2.5 billion cost for training and launching rockets was effectively mitigated. While many are familiar with the concept of flying saucers, it remains pertinent to elucidate. Since the 1940s, luminous elliptical flying objects have been reported in the skies over the United States, leading to their designation as flying saucers or UFOs. Some assert that these flying saucers were constructed by Nazi Germany, claiming that in 1945, the Soviet Red Army discovered a photograph of an unusually shaped aircraft among the extensive technical documents left by the German military. It featured round wings, distinguishing it from any prior German aircraft, thus being identified as a flying saucer. This circular flying apparatus boasts numerous advantages, particularly in vertical takeoff and landing technology, and exhibits a degree of stealth under radar waves. Eyewitnesses have claimed to have observed this peculiar aircraft during test flights, ascending approximately 9,000 meters within 3 minutes and reaching speeds of several hundred kilometers per hour. It is rumored that during World War II, the Nazis had commenced secretive development of UFOs, with reports suggesting that Hitler aimed to secure a swift victory in the global conflict through successful UFO technology. By February 1944, Nazi-produced UFOs were likely capable of achieving speeds of 2,000 kilometers per hour, 556 meters per second. Later, Hermann Göring, a high-ranking Luftwaffe official, alluded to the potential of the Nazi secret weapon, V7, to influence the outcome of World War II, although nearly 70 years have passed since the conclusion of World War II. The mystery surrounding the Nazis' UFOs has faded into obscurity, yet discussions regarding the V7 program remain a topic of intrigue. Some speculate that flying saucers serve as extraterrestrial vehicles, a notion that remains purely conjectural. Furthermore, there have been documentaries concerning the dissection of aliens. One such film, released in 1995, presented a grainy black and white account of an alien autopsy, purportedly involving an extraterrestrial from the 1947 Roswell Air Force Base incident. Naturally, the individual involved later refuted these claims, stating that the alien autopsy documentary was concocted by him and several colleagues. Nevertheless, the enigma of the mysterious Area 51 remains unsolved. It is rumored that Area 51 serves as a repository for the storage and examination of extraterrestrial bodies and spacecraft. While it is true that this location harbors secrets unknown to the public, there exists no substantial rationale to associate it with alien entities, whether it be flying saucers or unidentified flying objects, UFOs. Research indicates that the majority of UFO sightings can be attributed to misidentified objects or natural phenomena, such as aircraft, balloons, noctilucent clouds, vapor trails, meteors, or, to a lesser extent, pranks. However, it can now be stated with confidence that the technology behind flying saucers is not as otherworldly as many might imagine, but rather a conventional aircraft developed by humanity that on the morning of June 15, 2026, at 8:46 a.m., a flying saucer bound for Mars ignited its engines and embarked on its journey. You may have witnessed a rocket launch, where, following the countdown of 10, 9, 8, 7, the rocket's base erupts in flames as it soars into the sky. Yet, the launch of the flying saucer is not akin to this. It resembles a helicopter, first hovering in the air before swiftly vanishing from sight. This maneuver is one that Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zimei have practiced countless times during their training, making them well-versed in the procedure. Prior to their departure, the company held a send-off ceremony, during which Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zimei, clad in their spacesuits, were suddenly revealed to the world, astonishing many, as they were largely unknown figures at that moment. Zheng Riqiang inexplicably recalled a name, Sergei Krikalev. He was a Soviet astronaut who ascended into space in 1991, later being referred to as the last citizen of the Soviet Union before their expedition. The two were seated and carried out, greeting the world through glass. Being an astronaut is a perilous profession. As of March 2008, a total of 483 astronauts had ventured into space, with 18 tragically losing their lives during missions, leading to a mortality rate of 3.74, a rather astonishing figure. In fact, prior to their launch, there was a mystical ceremony, a worship ritual. The company sought blessings at the launch site, an act that seemed to diverge from the realms of science and culture. Yet everyone participated with utmost sincerity. Before departure, the company bestowed upon them a talisman, a small object threaded onto a chain. This talisman was placed within the capsule, monitored by cameras, symbolizing divine protection over them. They waved to the audience watching on television and computers, amidst flowers and applause, marking humanity's inaugural landing on Mars, a historical milestone that garnered them significant attention. At this moment, they, along with Bepu Company, became household names. According to the plan, upon leaving Mars, they would leave behind a Mars recorder tasked with monitoring the planet's every movement. However, the Mars recorder possesses a power supply that lasts only 300 days. To augment this, they carried two portable nuclear power devices, portable nuclear generators, each weighing less than 300 kilograms, yet capable of generating approximately 8,000 kilowatts of energy for 15 years, with 5 refuels, sufficient for the Mars recorder's needs over its lifetime. The portable nuclear generator stands as one of the greatest inventions of the world, enabling the conversion of atomic energy into civilian power. With immense implications. It is noteworthy that the energy released from the complete fission of 1 kilogram of uranium-235 is equivalent to the energy released from the combustion of 2,000 tons of standard coal, being both highly efficient and environmentally friendly. Its inventor is Qian Shunfeng. In 2013, an 18-year-old American named Taylor Wilson ingeniously designed a compact nuclear reactor boasting a power output ranging from 50 to 100 megawatts, sufficient to supply energy to 100,000 households. Although considerably smaller than conventional nuclear power plants, which often span hundreds of football fields, it remains an impressive feat. It is reminiscent of the early calculators, which occupied several hundred square feet and could perform a mere 5,000 calculations per second, whereas modern handheld devices can execute billions of calculations within the same time frame. Currently, Chinese scientist Qian Shunfeng has invented a portable nuclear generator, with a lifespan of 15 years, capable of operating for 3 years on just a few hundred grams of fuel and delivering an output of 8,000 kilowatt-hours, sufficient for a large household or spacecraft. As the spacecraft departed, their monitors activated, with Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zimei methodically increasing the speed of the craft in a gradual and deliberate manner. They accelerated from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour, then to 1,000 kilometers per hour, 10,000 kilometers per hour, and ultimately reached 20,000 kilometers per hour, 5,500 meters per second, in a span of just 13 minutes. While this speed falls short of the universe's first, second, or third velocities, it is nonetheless significantly faster than conventional rockets. Ultimately, they aim to achieve a velocity of 70 kilometers per second, with their spacecraft designed for a maximum speed of 1,600 kilometers per second, nearly 100,000 kilometers per hour. Despite such rapidity, in the grand expanse of the cosmos, Earth itself appears as inconsequential as a speck of dust, let alone a mere spacecraft. Within the observable universe, which extends 46.5 billion light-years in radius, matter is exceedingly sparse, with a density of approximately 9.9 by 10⁻27 kilograms per cubic meter, essentially rendering it nearly empty. There are only 5.9 protons in a cubic meter of space. Thus, even at high speeds, the spacecraft need not concern itself with colliding with anything in the vast near vacuum of space. They are steadily distancing themselves from Earth. Since June 12, various media outlets have inundated the public with their story, rendering them a household name. At this juncture, Bipu repeatedly stirred the pot by conducting a small poll across various media platforms, asking, if, and I emphasize if, you were the first human to set foot on Mars, what would you say? The author of the most creative response would be awarded a prize of 100,000. It is well known that on July 20, 1969, astronaut Neil Armstrong became the first person to walk on the moon, uttering the iconic phrase, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Thus, this small survey ignited a fervor, culminating in a staggering 12 million submissions. Ultimately, only the following 4 responses were selected. Ranked by popularity: 1. Mars, humanity has arrived, 1,016,531 votes. 2. Hello, Mars, 985,211 votes. 3. Mars, beneath my feet, 718,654 votes. 4. The first step to conquering the solar system, 432,396 votes. Of course, the language in which these sentiments will be expressed remains to be seen. You have undoubtedly observed that this mission to Mars features a pairing of 1 male and 1 female astronaut. Is it truly the case that such a combination alleviates the burden of labor? The reality, however, is rather more intricate. Initially, Bipu Company had intended to dispatch 2 male astronauts. Yet, upon receiving an unexpected request from the renowned Shinsean brand BYD, seeking to launch a significant advertising campaign, the company opted for the so-called TKXA experiment involving Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zimei, thus selecting a male-female duo. However, after the arrangements were finalized, both individuals declined the offer. The company executives were perplexed, wondering how one could disregard their own safety in such a manner. The company, undeterred, insisted that for the advertising endorsement, a male and female duo was still necessary, leading to the confirmation of Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zimei for the mission. This topic is somewhat delicate, editors. Please do not delete or obscure this. Nevertheless, let us engage in some scientific enlightenment. Theoretically, in a state of zero gravity, the increase in temperature can result in a humid environment, with the surrounding air clinging closely to the body, akin to being enveloped in a damp and warm blanket, an experience that can be quite uncomfortable. Astronaut Bob remarked that in the weightlessness of space, when a male astronaut attempts to express affection towards a female counterpart, he would be repelled far away. He questioned the feasibility of kissing or embracing. Despite this, the notion of creating life in space ignites the imagination of many. Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX and an ardent enthusiast of Mars, has pondered whether we could create a new humanity on extraterrestrial bodies like Mars. At the very least, our studies on mice suggest that it is conceivable in a microgravity environment. However, childbirth under such conditions may not proceed smoothly. Space and extraterrestrial environments pose risks to the adult body, including the loss of muscle and bone density, hormonal changes, and more. The implications of these factors on the development of a fetus require thorough investigation. Musk noted that, aside from space, Mars possesses only 1/3 of Earth's gravity, and the radiation present in the Martian environment presents yet another challenge that space embryos must confront. Even if such children were to survive, would they not resemble beings from a science fiction film like Godzilla? If human appearances were to change, would they still be considered human? Thus, the development of human embryos in space constitutes one of the most crucial experiments they aim to conduct, with Zheng Riqiang's medical background rendering him a highly satisfactory candidate in the eyes of the higher-ups. This represents a significant initiative preceding human colonization of space. If such fragile embryos can thrive amidst the perils of space, then the prospect of space colonization appears far less daunting. Bipu has undertaken a rigorous scientific experiment titled The Development of Artificial Embryos in Microgravity Environments and the Application of Artificial Placenta. In essence, the question arises, can humanity sustain a normal existence and propagate offspring in space or on extraterrestrial bodies in the future? Specifically, do the varying gravitational forces and radiation of space, including extraterrestrial environments, exert detrimental effects on reproduction? To this end, humanity has engaged in prolonged experimentation, spanning 3 decades and featuring 3 major trials. The first occurred in 1996, when the American Columbia Space Shuttle transported 49 2-cell mouse embryos into space, resulting in none achieving development. The second attempt occurred in 2006, when China's Zheng Riqiang breeding satellite conducted an experiment on the space development of mouse embryos at the 4-cell stage. Regrettably, these embryos failed to complete their development in the cosmos. The third endeavor took place in 2016 during the Zheng Riqiang mission. This time, success was finally achieved, as reported by China Science News, marking the first instance of mammalian embryos successfully developing in space. In 2016, Chinese scientists launched the Zheng Riqiang returnable scientific experimental satellite, carrying over 6,000 early mouse embryos into outer space. After several days of celestial travel, it was ultimately confirmed that the early mouse embryos developed smoothly in space, representing a historic milestone in the realm of mammalian embryonic development beyond our planet. This groundbreaking research indicates that mammals can reproduce in the harsh microgravity environment of space, that if mice can. What about humans? Nearly a decade after that experiment, the present undertaking involves 108 human embryos, seeking to ascertain their potential for development in space. This experiment is meticulously conducted, adhering to ethical standards, which stipulate that gene-edited embryos should not exceed 14 days of development and must be destroyed after research, preventing any possibility of birth. The journey from Earth to Mars takes approximately 15 days, previously around 250 days, perfectly aligning with the completion of the experiment. Fragile humans, can they reproduce away from Earth? The 108 human embryos will be housed within an artificial placenta. This so-called artificial placenta, also referred to as a membrane lung, is a more suitable extrauterine membrane oxygenation system for newborns or premature infants, representing a novel technology for rescuing the lives of critically endangered fetuses. On Earth, researchers have successfully developed mini placentas or placenta-like organs that can revolutionize the study of pregnancy, conception, stillbirth, miscarriage, and gestational diseases. This technology can actually be traced back 70 years to 1953, when American surgeons successfully utilized a heart-lung machine to oxygenate a patient's blood during surgery on an adult heart. Initially used for common gestational complications, such as preeclampsia, stillbirth, and growth restriction, the results were unexpectedly promising. Researchers then conceived the idea of artificially creating a placenta to sustain extremely young premature infants until they could breathe independently. After extensive research, they achieved a breakthrough by immersing the fetus in a liquid bath to mimic the intrauterine environment. They approximated the conditions of an artificial womb. When we speak of Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei's journey to Mars, it is, in fact, an advertising endeavor, and this assertion is well-founded. The spacecraft swiftly entered a weightless environment, prompting Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei to intensify their experiment on ink diffusion on paper in microgravity. Do not underestimate this, as it is also one of the high-cost projects. Many discoveries arise from serendipitous circumstances. For instance, in 1998, the Discovery Space Shuttle carried a rose into space. They found significant differences between space roses and their Earth counterparts, leading to the extraction of products derived from the space rose. Compared to Earth roses, space roses exhibited lower volatility in scent, and their overall fragrance was entirely distinct. Consequently, a Japanese cosmetics company developed a unique perfume inspired by the aroma of space roses, which has become immensely popular among consumers. In addition, the development of new materials in a vacuum and weightless environment is also a focal point, at an altitude of 1,000 kilometers above Earth. Space can generate a vacuum condition that is 100,000 times more effective than that on Earth. They aim to utilize this ultra-vacuum to synthesize an ultra-thin, ultra-pure film material for applications in fields such as surgical instruments. In summary, their recent journey to Mars has already garnered over $3 billion in advertising revenue for Bipu Corporation, much to the satisfaction of Zheng Riqiang. Suddenly, he heard Kang Zimei shouting, "Something's gone wrong." Zheng Riqiang, come quickly. She had been monitoring the development of 108 human embryos in the artificial placenta, and just 15 minutes prior, she reported everything was proceeding smoothly. What could have happened now? Zheng Riqiang swiftly floated over. Kang Zimei pointed at a row of artificial placentas and exclaimed, "They're all dead. All of them." The 108 human embryos in the artificial placenta had fallen silent at that moment. Just 13 days had passed. It was June 30, 2026 that after 15 days of traversing the cosmos, the Bipu spacecraft piloted by Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei had finally reached the Martian surface. The Bipu requested to land and sent a message to the Earth Command Center for permission. The command center responded, "Proceed to land at your discretion. This is Mars, endless yellow sands, rolling hills, a vastness that stretches beyond the eye, an unspoken desolation. Humanity possesses little experience regarding spacecraft landings on Mars." On February 19, 2021, NASA's Perseverance rover touched down on the Martian surface. Unlike China's Tianwen-1, which required 3 braking maneuvers and a 3-month orbit around Mars before landing, Perseverance plunged directly into the Martian atmosphere. Utilizing aerodynamic drag before deploying its supersonic parachute for further deceleration, ultimately lowering the rover onto the surface, Perseverance's landing approach, similar to that of Curiosity's sky crane, is less demanding in terms of terrain requirements for the landing zone. Meanwhile, on May 15, China's Tianwen-1 autonomously completed a remarkably challenging 9 minutes of terror, but in contrast, Perseverance landed as smoothly as a seasoned pilot steering a commercial airliner, for Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei. However, such a landing was far too conventional. They opted for a takeoff and landing method akin to a helicopter on the Martian surface, a previously unthinkable approach, made possible by their current high-speed spacecraft. Previously, a journey from Earth to Mars took over 300 days. Now, the spacecraft's speed is several dozen times faster than before. The significant increase in speed and maneuverability has rendered Martian landings as effortless as piloting a helicopter. Thus, the phrase "the 7 minutes of terror" is often used. Yet, for the crewed spacecraft piloted by Zheng Riqiang, the concept of 7 minutes of terror was non-existent. Moreover, this spacecraft was unlike any before it, landing directly without any technical difficulties. They were in the process of selecting an appropriate landing site. In the air, they took photographs of Mars, finding its beauty surprising, unaware of the harsh environment that awaited them. Prior to this, China, the United States, the Soviet Union, the European Space Agency, and India have all successfully launched Mars probes and conducted photography missions. In 1965, the United States Mariner 4 became the first spacecraft in human history to approach and capture the first images of Mars. Subsequently, Mariner 9 took an abundance of photographs of the Martian surface, revealing numerous volcanoes, canyons, and riverbeds, with the renowned Mariner Valley deriving its name from the Mariner 9 mission. Many have remarked on the breathtaking beauty of the Martian landscape. The arid desert, with swirling sands, features large, angular boulders strewn about. Many stones exhibit significant weathering, resembling mounds of earth. What, then, is beautiful? Data reveals that Mars has an oxygen content of merely 0.14, compared to approximately 21 on Earth. With temperatures plummeting to -61 degrees Celsius, around 15 degrees Celsius on Earth. Additionally, the Martian atmosphere is composed of a staggering 95 carbon dioxide. For those unfamiliar with Mars, let us provide some enlightening context. Mars, English, Mars, Latin, Martis, is the 4th planet from the Sun in our solar system, with a diameter roughly half that of Earth, a volume constituting 15, and a mass amounting to 11 of Earth's. Its surface area is comparable to that of Earth's landmass, and Mars was once thought to be the most likely candidate for extraterrestrial life within our solar system. Mars is orbited by 2 natural satellites, Phobos and Deimos. Observations indicate that the polar ice caps of Mars are receding, and radar data suggests the existence of abundant water ice beneath the surface in both polar and mid-latitude regions. The primary composition of Mars is carbon dioxide, which accounts for 95, followed by nitrogen at 23, argon at 12, and a combined total of approximately 0.1 for carbon monoxide and oxygen. Additionally, trace amounts of ozone and hydrogen are present, with water vapor averaging around 0.01. Mars is significantly smaller than Earth, with a volume only 0.15 that of our planet and a mass merely 1/9 that of Earth. Mars experiences seasonal changes, with a year lasting about 687 Earth days, rendering each season approximately twice as long as those on Earth. The diameter of Mars measures 6,779 km, with surface temperatures averaging minus 63 degrees Celsius, 210 K, and an escape velocity of 5,027 km/s. On average, Mars orbits the Sun at a distance of $1.52 astronomical units, completing its orbit in 687 Earth days, equivalent to 1.88 Earth years, hereafter referred to as years, or 668.6 Martian days. The average Martian day spans 24 hours, 39 minutes, and 35.244 seconds, or 1.027491251 Earth days. Visible to the naked eye from Earth, Mars can shine with a brightness of up to -2.9, making it only dimmer than Venus, the Moon, and the Sun, yet often appearing less luminous than Jupiter. The closest approach between Mars and Earth is approximately 55 million kilometers, while the farthest distance exceeds 400 million kilometers. Mars is predominantly a desert planet, characterized by sandy dunes and strewn gravel, devoid of stable bodies of liquid water, with a thin, frigid atmosphere primarily composed of carbon dioxide, laden with dust particles that often result in dust storms. In March 2007, a NASA study revealed that the polar caps of Mars are regions covered with water ice and dry ice at the planet's north and south poles. That on July 31, 2008, NASA scientists announced that the Phoenix Mars lander had detected the presence of water vapor while heating Martian soil samples. That on April 19, 2014, scientists discovered vast reservoirs of water within Mars, resembling colossal underground aquifers. With certain locations boasting water reserves comparable to those found within the Earth, the average atmospheric pressure on the Martian surface is merely around 7 millibars, a figure that is less than one of that on Earth. While they were in the midst of searching for a landing site, the command center dispatched a confidential directive, the inaugural words to utter upon landing on Mars. Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime were utterly astonished upon reading it. Chapter 20. Supernatural events revealed that the classified instructions stated, upon landing on Mars, the first words they should proclaim are, as the first humans to set foot on Mars, I hereby solemnly declare that Mars is the property of BPU Corporation, and any activities conducted by individuals or organizations on Mars must receive prior permission from BPU Corporation. That in a gesture to benefit humanity, BPU Corporation has offered 1 billion acres of land surrounding the utopian Planitia region. For a mere price of $19.99, one could acquire the rights to use 1 acre of Martian land for a duration of 70 years. The directive also indicated that they were to plant the flag of BPU Corporation. Dumbfounded by the order, Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime were taken aback, for the flight manual had stipulated that upon landing on Mars, one need only say, Mars, humanity has arrived. Yet now, they were to articulate such a proclamation, which bore the hallmark of colonialism. It is essential to note that Mars encompasses an area of approximately 127.5 billion acres. If sold at this price, the total would exceed a staggering 25 trillion. Even if no sales were made, the mere announcement would undoubtedly catalyze a significant surge in the company's stock prices, elucidating BPU Corporation's fervent interest in this endeavor. Zheng Riqiang pondered whether all future explorations of Mars would necessitate BPU Corporation's approval. Had they usurped an entire planet? More alarmingly, would this precedent incite humanity to frantically claim other celestial bodies? Should similar claims arise over the Moon, Venus, or Jupiter, chaos would inevitably ensue. Furthermore, it is worth recalling that as early as December 1966, the United Nations General Assembly ratified the Outer Space Treaty, which established 10 fundamental principles governing human space activities, including the stipulation that signatories would not assert territorial claims over outer space, nor would they lay ownership to it. Nonetheless, exceptions do arise. In 1980, American Dennis Hope founded the Lunar Land Management Corporation and the Lunar Embassy, auctioning lunar land at 20 per acre. In 2003, an Australian real estate developer named Paul Jackson claimed through media outlets that he had acquired the rights to sell lunar land from Dennis Hope, thus attempting to market lunar properties as well. Such absurdity was unfathomable. Zheng Riqiang remained silent, gazing at Mars. Over 50 years ago, in 1976, the Mars lander Viking 2 had also touched down in this very location. Operating on the Martian surface for 1,281 sols, the spacecraft descended gently onto the Martian terrain, Gazing through the windows of the craft, the surface of Mars appeared shrouded in swirling yellow sand. Desolate and eerily silent. After a brief respite, they reported back to the command center. Command center, we have successfully landed in the utopian Planitia region that he reported to the command center. The first login attempt had failed. Little did he anticipate that this would be his final communication with them. At that moment, Zheng Riqiang seemed to hear a voice calling out to him. The voice reemerged, strikingly clear. Mars belongs to the Martians, not to any organization or individual on Earth. A chill ran down Zheng Riqiang's spine. Mitchell stated, I am certain that there are extraterrestrials observing me from beyond the crater. Zheng Riqiang pondered. Could there also be Martians watching him at this very instant? Russian astronaut Sergei Krikalev remarked that he sometimes felt an invisible presence watching him from behind. Subsequently, this unseen entity would whisper, yet no sound would be uttered. The essence of their conversation would be directly conveyed to each other's consciousness. British astronaut Helen Sharman asserted that within the cosmos, there undoubtedly exists a myriad of life forms, some tangible and others ethereal. Zheng Riqiang recalled a mysterious 7-year-old boy named Polyska from the northern Volgograd region of Russia in 2004, who claimed to hail from Mars. He stated that due to a nuclear explosion, in reality, a solar flare, the inhabitants of Mars were now compelled to dwell underground. Could it be that Martians truly existed? Were they indeed living beneath the surface? What words should he utter the moment he set foot on Mars? Should he adhere to the commands of the command center? He reminisced about July 20th, 1969, when astronaut Neil Armstrong first set foot on the moon, uttering that exhilarating phrase. The proclamation of claiming Mars was evidently unexpected for both Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zime. When the storm subsided, Zheng Riqiang opened the hatch and, alongside Kang Zime, descended the ladder slowly. Wearing his Chaussee brand sneakers, he was poised to leave humanity's inaugural footprint on the Martian surface, adorned with his Taishan brand space watch. Ready to be the first to enter Mars. Once the storm had passed, they discovered that communication with the spacecraft had been severed. As they sought a new landing site, they realized the propulsion system had malfunctioned. Their vessel was no longer capable of takeoff. In other words, they were trapped on Mars. The two exchanged glances, and Zheng Riqiang felt a pang of despondency as he contemplated repairing the fault. However, after a prolonged effort, there was no success. Kang Zime, observing Zheng Riqiang's frantic attempts, felt a surge of tenderness within her. In this desolate world, she suddenly experienced an extraordinary sense of tranquility when the sandstorm diminished once more. They exited the spacecraft and, through the access ladder, finally stood firmly on Martian soil. Zheng Riqiang, grounded in reality, held Kang Zime's hand and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, Mars, we have arrived. He reiterated in English, Mars, here we are. Kang Zime nodded at Zheng Riqiang, remarking that it seemed he had not quite expressed it correctly. Zheng Riqiang replied, when one is abroad, one is not bound by orders. He added, besides, there are no recordings or surveillance. No one will know what we say. Kang Zime nodded in agreement. She gazed upward, taking in this entirely new world, where the silence and desolation evoked an indescribable beauty. Suddenly, Kang Zime pointed into the distance and exclaimed, Zheng Riqiang, look, what is that? Chapter 21. The mysterious knocking. Zheng Riqiang followed the direction of Kang Zime's outstretched hand and beheld an expanse of desolate yellow sand, devoid of any presence. Zheng Riqiang inquired, what is it? Kang Zime replied, a person. I see a person. Zheng Riqiang responded, oh, but there are no people here. That must be an illusion. They are currently stranded on Mars. Moreover, they possess oxygen generators and water collection devices. As long as they have food, they shall be fine. Regarding oxygen production, scientists have explored 3 methods in their research. The first method involves extracting oxygen from Martian soil, by utilizing Martian regolith at a staggering temperature of 1,000 degrees. Scientists can combine titanium and iron within the soil with hydrogen to produce water, which is then electrolyzed to extract oxygen. They have achieved success in this endeavor. It is said that extracting 1 ton of oxygen requires approximately 70 tons of Martian soil. Calculating from this, a spacecraft designed for 2 individuals would only require 50 kilograms of oxygen per month, including experiments. If 2 individuals were to remain on Mars for a year, they would need approximately 500 kilograms of oxygen. This colossal Martian oxygen manufacturing apparatus draws in soil and exhales oxygen. However, this device demands substantial energy and carries certain risks. prompting the exploration of an alternative oxygen production method. The second method entails utilizing over 93 of the carbon dioxide in the Martian atmosphere to generate oxygen. This technology is not overly complex. Scientists at the California Institute of Technology discovered that by colliding CO2 with the inert surface of gold foil, oxygen can be produced. The Perseverance rover, launched by NASA in 2020, carried instruments based on this principle for oxygen generation. This device weighs approximately 17.1 kilograms on Earth, around 6.41 kilograms on Mars, and operates at 300 watts, producing oxygen at a rate of 10 grams per hour. In 2021, Perseverance successfully separated oxygen atoms from the carbon dioxide in the Martian atmosphere, generating roughly 5 grams of oxygen, sufficient for an astronaut's normal activities for about 10 minutes. This marked humanity's inaugural achievement in producing oxygen on an extraterrestrial body, a significant breakthrough. Subsequently, this device conducted at least 9 oxygen production activities within a Martian year, equivalent to nearly 2 Earth years, that it has the capacity to generate a maximum of 10 grams of oxygen per hour, illuminating the prospects of human landings on Mars. In addition to the aforementioned methods, there exists a third approach. Electrolysis. It is estimated that vast quantities of water ice reside at the Martian poles, as well as significant underground water reserves. Given the abundance of water resources on Mars, why not employ the method of electrolysis to produce oxygen? It is remarkably straightforward, requiring merely 2 glass tubes and a bucket of water subjected to an electric current. Electrolyzing 1 liter of water consumes approximately 5 kilowatt-hours of electricity, yielding nearly 900 grams of oxygen. Based on the calculation that 5 grams of oxygen supports breathing for 10 minutes, this 900 grams could sustain respiration for approximately 1,800 minutes. However, this method remains contentious, as the existence of substantial ice on Mars, while backed by scientific evidence, has yet to be visually confirmed. Thus, this oxygen production method carries an element of risk, even if ice does exist. Acquiring water is no simple task. American engineers have developed a novel saline water electrolysis system capable of directly utilizing Martian water to produce fuel and oxygen. Yet now, it is well established that approximately 96% of Mars' atmosphere is composed of carbon dioxide, which can be converted into oxygen. This not only facilitates the prospect of Martian colonization, but also provides essential oxygen fuel for rockets and other tools, heralding a promising future. They brought out an oxygen generator weighing merely a few pounds, connected it to a power source, and amidst a hum of activity, they observed bubbles continuously rising in a test tube filled with water. Oxygen was being produced. The generation of water became crucial, for one cannot survive without it. Scientists assert that around 3 billion years ago, Mars possessed an active water cycle. Zheng Riqiang offered a wry smile, pondering where all that water, which once thrived on Mars, had vanished. When discussing water and Mars, American scientist Kristen Sibak remarked, "Water still exists on Mars. Both now and in the past, there is a significant presence of water. Even today, vast quantities of water ice are found at Mars poles. And if all of it were to melt, it would create an ocean 22 meters deep enveloping the planet. Some of this water has dissipated into space due to the absence of a robust magnetic field. Mars is unable to retain moisture, resulting in its dispersion." American scientist David Weintraub noted that Mars has lost approximately 75 to 85% of its water, which has escaped into the cosmos. That he further posited that Mars has lost about 10 to 30% of the water it possessed 4 billion years ago. Of the remaining 70 to 90% of the water, it is highly probable that it lies concealed within the Martian interior, specifically underground. This presents an intriguing hypothesis. Scientists assert that the evidence for the existence of liquid water on Mars is compelling. Those parched ancient riverbeds and erosion marks, along with remnants of ancient lakes, serve as proof in other words, water may still exist on Mars today, manifesting as atmospheric moisture, polar ice, and crystallized water stored within mineral structures, with the possibility of subterranean aquifers also not being ruled out. They have devised 3 strategies for locating water. The first, and most significant, involves extracting moisture from the Martian atmosphere. Although the water content in the atmosphere is negligible, it is better than nothing. And they are filled with confidence regarding this method. They are equipped with a water collection device that, once powered, will continuously generate water. They have conducted experiments in arid regions such as Earth's deserts. And although the water collection process is slow, it is indeed feasible. Typically, an adult requires 2,500 to 3,500 milliliters of water daily. However, on Mars, water intake will be regulated, with daily needs kept under 1,500 milliliter. A single water collection device can gather up to 4,000 milliliters of water per day, which is quite adequate. The second method involves extracting water from beneath the surface. Scientists have discovered that Martian soil contains some moisture. American scientists contend that it is a common misconception that the Martian surface is entirely desiccated. There are potential abundant water sources lurking beneath the surface in many locations. They have formulated a viable water extraction technique for Mars. It operates by drilling through the surface to reach the ice layer, melting the ice to create a water reservoir, and then extracting the water. However, this method is not without its flaws, as no one can guarantee the discovery of ice underground. Even if ice is present, there is no assurance that the water excavator will survive the endeavor. Thus, the third method is even more audacious: to journey to Mars poles to procure ice and find water. Scientists assert that substantial ice reserves exist at the Martian poles. American scientists have stated that at the poles of Mars, one can extract ice, subsequently heating and filtering it to obtain pure water. This process appears remarkably straightforward and infinitely sustainable. However, the most arduous aspect of water extraction lies not in the method itself, but in the daunting journey to the poles, which is nearly impossible for astronauts. As two individuals connected the water collection device's conduit to the spacecraft, a gentle dripping sound soon emerged. Indeed, water appeared, albeit in minuscule and sluggish quantities. Thus, the provision of breathable oxygen and water was resolved, leading them to contemplate the next challenge: securing food, their new objective. Zheng Riqiang jestingly remarked, "Fear not. In the film The Martian, Mark managed to grow potatoes on Mars and did not starve." Kang Zime retorted, "Do you actually believe that?" Just then, an astonishing knocking sound resonated from the spacecraft, a series of knocks that was both clear and thunderous. Tap, tap, tap. The two felt a chill run down their spines. "Who is it?" Outside, the incessant knocking continued. Tap, tap, tap. In Chapter 22, Martian Huan, Kang Zime, terrified, burrowed into Zheng Riqiang's embrace, exclaiming, "What on earth is that? Could it be the wind? A dust storm?" Zheng Riqiang peered outside, observing the stillness. Devoid of wind or movement, he donned his spacesuit and, trembling, opened the airlock, only to find the knocking persisting at an unhurried pace. Summoning his courage, Zheng Riqiang called out, "Who is it? Is this really necessary? Aside from us, who else could be on Mars?" He opened the outer door, and at that moment, he felt a flicker of hope that perhaps a figure would emerge, despite knowing it was an impossibility. The door swung open. Zheng Riqiang gasped in astonishment. "Heavens, who are you?" The knocker turned out to be a person, a genuine, tangible human being. Zheng Riqiang stood frozen, speechless. The newcomer introduced himself. "I am Huan. Are you not going to let me in?" A Martian. For eons, Zheng Riqiang and countless Earth dwellers had speculated about the appearance of extraterrestrial beings that in the collective imagination, aliens were often envisioned as either little green men or monstrous creatures, perhaps reminiscent of those in Avatar. Yet, some believed that Martians might closely resemble humans. British scientists posited that intelligent extraterrestrial life must exist in the cosmos, likely sharing similarities with humanity, possessing limbs, a head, and a torso. Of course, aliens need not conform to human standards, possessing 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 2 legs. Zheng Riqiang once entertained a bold hypothesis. What if all intelligent beings in the universe were humanoid, much like celestial bodies taking on a round form? To his astonishment, the being before him bore no difference from humanity. Zheng Riqiang stood flabbergasted, while he heard Kang Zime's startled exclamation, "Oh my, who are you?" He hastily secured the door and stepped inside, asking, "Huan, are you acclimated to this climate?" Huan replied, "It's fine. We are accustomed to it." Without waiting for them to speak, Huan settled into a chair, stating, "You must be quite astonished. Extraterrestrial life truly exists." Zheng Riqiang stammered, "Indeed, we never expected this." Huan continued, "You must also be curious as to why aliens resemble humans." Zheng Riqiang affirmed, "Yes, it is quite unexpected." Huan remarked, "In truth, Martians are not quite as you perceive. There are distinctions. You are familiar with the adage, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Thus, I must adopt your appearance and speak your language." Zheng Riqiang inquired, "So you do not resemble this at all? Nor do you speak these languages?" Huan replied, "It's somewhat accurate, to be precise. 6,000 years ago, or 11,300 Earth years, we bore a closer resemblance to you. Now, we have evolved somewhat. Yet our speech remains similar to I in the future. You shall encounter us Martians. Zheng Riqiang questioned, how many Martians are there currently? Why do we not see a single one? At that moment, Kong Zimei exclaimed, I did see you the other day and thought I was imagining things. Was it truly you? Huan affirmed, indeed, it was I. Zheng Riqiang pressed. We have been monitoring Mars. Why do we not see you? Huan explained, we reside underground, thus you cannot behold us. Zheng Riqiang further queried, have you always lived underground? Huan cast a glance at him and replied, we originally inhabited the surface, but following a cataclysmic solar flare, I retreated underground. This was knowledge Zheng Riqiang possessed, as conveyed by the Martian boy. For clarification, solar flares are intense electromagnetic radiation events occurring in the sun's outer atmosphere, accompanied by plasma and charged particle eruptions. The power of solar flares is astounding. The energy released during a single eruption is equivalent to tens of millions of hydrogen bomb detonations. For instance, the solar flare of 1998 was comparable to a magnitude 11.3 earthquake, a million times stronger than the 1989 San Francisco quake. However, during their training, they developed countermeasures, allowing them to predict such flares several hours in advance. This is one method they employ to prepare for solar flares during their journeys. Zheng Riqiang asked, did all Martians retreat underground? Huan responded, is that even feasible? There were once 200 million Martians, and a single cave can only accommodate 12,000 people, with a maximum of 15,000. Zheng Riqiang continued, and what of the remaining individuals? Huan replied, they must have perished in the flames. The ferocity of the solar flare was extraordinary. Scientists estimated that it not only struck Mars, but also melted the ice caps at the poles, resulting in vast water bodies covering Mars to a depth of 12 meters, submerging 99% of the planet for a duration of 1,600 years, even if they were not incinerated. Those who sought refuge in bomb shelters could not endure 16 centuries of famine and flooding. Not merely 1,600 years, even a span of 1,600 days would be unbearable for Martians. Fortunately, thanks to wealth and advanced technology, scientists had preemptively excavated a cave and fully equipped it with essential living facilities. Moreover, it was due to the foresight of scientists that we learned 8 months in advance. Currently, Earth can only predict such events 72 hours ahead of the impending solar flare and took appropriate measures. Yet, the cave was too small to accommodate the multitude. Zheng Riqiang gasped, so, 6,000 years ago, or 11,300 Earth years prior, you were already quite advanced. In such a vast Mars, is there but a single cave? Who could gain access? Huan replied, many have aspired to develop it, yet none have succeeded. Who can enter? Naturally, it is those who possess wealth, connections, and power. That I vaguely recall that 6,000 years ago, on the day of entry into the cave, at the airport, train station, and dock, throngs of people rushed in, while helicopters resembling dragonflies hovered above. The Mars group, responsible for the development of this cavern, stationed personnel at the cave entrance to check tickets. The tickets had long been sold out, initially priced at 1 million Mars coins each, equivalent to 30 years' wages for an ordinary individual. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Tickets originally priced at 1 million Mars coins soared to 10 million, remaining in high demand. It is said that the most expensive ticket reached a staggering 56,700,000. Yet there were no tickets available. Even 10 billion for a single ticket would not suffice. Zheng Riqiang was astonished, unable to close his mouth, and inquired, 56 million for a ticket. Is it really that expensive? Does anyone buy them? Huan replied, of course, some chairpersons of publicly listed companies have purchased several tickets. Just think, when one dies, does money still hold any value? Zheng Riqiang remarked, indeed, it seems that poverty has constrained my imagination. For the wealthy, this is hardly a concern. Huan concurred, yes, before death, everyone is filled with trepidation. Zheng Riqiang then asked, we have a saying on Earth, nothing prompts a visit to the Sambao Hall without reason. You must have come for something significant, right? Huan responded, clever of you. I truly have something of great importance to discuss with you. Chapter 23, A World Devoid of Desire. Huan leisurely stated, allow me to complete my explanation. It will facilitate our ensuing dialogue. Zheng Riqiang urged, please continue. Huan elaborated, it is universally acknowledged that this cave is far too small. One cannot evade fate indefinitely, as eventually, one must confront the dire reality of starvation within. Zheng Riqiang acknowledged. Housing 120,000 individuals in a single cave indeed seems quite cramped. Resources are inadequate. Huan continued. Ultimately, the developers mandated that every person wishing to enter the cave must sign a document, a voluntary waiver of their ability to consume food and drink. Upon entering, we administer an injection of a substance known as longevity number 1 that after the injection, one will no longer experience hunger. Moreover, each person's lifespan is projected to extend significantly, estimated to exceed 6,000 years. Zheng Riqiang inquired, such longevity? Huan affirmed, certainly. With advancements in technology, during our time living on the surface of Mars, our lifespan was already 180 years. One Martian year equates to 1.882 Earth years. Thus, 180 Martian years translates to approximately 339 Earth years. That, of course, this is without any interference. Should one be executed or take their own life, that would be an entirely different matter. Zheng Riqiang fell silent. The pursuit of immortality has long been a dream for Earthlings, reminiscent of Qin Shi Huang, sending Su Fu eastward in search of elixirs, and Emperor Wu of Han's obsession with alchemical potions. In 2009, Russian scientist Anatoly Brankov discovered a bacterium named Bacillus F on the remains of a woolly mammoth in Siberia, a bacterium that had survived for 3.5 million years in the soil. In 2013, he injected himself with this immortal bacterium. Subsequently, a 45-year-old German model named Manish also voluntarily requested the injection of this everlasting bacterium. Some have dubbed this audacious scientist as having the potential to live to 160 years. Could such a miraculous injection truly exist? Zheng Riqiang questioned. What is the reaction of the Martians? Huan replied. Some individuals feel that lacking the ability to consume food diminishes the experience, opting not to enter. Others who have already entered have chosen to exit. Everyone has their own aspirations. Zheng Riqiang remarked. The price is rather steep. It is no wonder some would prefer death over such a fate. Huan remarked. When you are installing a certain software, does the system not occasionally prompt for permissions? Is that not a matter of choice? In the ancient times on Earth, becoming a eunuch upon entering the palace required castration. Yet there were still many who flocked to it eagerly. Zheng Riqiang replied. Indeed. Huan continued. We have resided here for over a decade, and the issues have resurfaced, manifesting in a grave manner. Zheng Riqiang inquired. What problems could there be? Huan elaborated. It is simply that without food and drink, people find themselves with more leisure time, becoming increasingly engrossed in such matters. Consider this. The baby boom is rapidly approaching, and the population will soon surpass 150,000. Zheng Riqiang acknowledged. That poses a problem. Huan added. What a predicament it is. As the developers sense the caves becoming ever more congested, they devised a long life No. 2, which upon injection rendered everyone sterile. Yet, new issues arose. Despite universal sterilization, individuals remained captivated by such pursuits, their spirits languishing, leading to numerous complications. The developers, in their moment of reflection, resolved to create a technology that incorporated an element into a potion, dubbed Long Life Number 3, which upon injection eradicated all desires. Zheng Riqiang questioned. So, the inhabitants of the cave, despite being over 6,000 years old, do not eat or drink, lacking desires entirely, devoid of the pleasures of life. Huan replied. Is that not a favorable outcome? Zheng Riqiang countered. How do you propose we manage this? Huan explained. To sustain this state, each individual must receive 2 injections annually. Zheng Riqiang remarked. That constitutes a form of control. We have a martial arts novel on Earth that bears striking similarities. Martians are controlled by their rulers through drugs. Your injections resemble the Pao To I Jing Wan from the Deer in the Cauldron, a medicine that strengthens the body for a year. But should one not take the antidote at the year's end, the extreme toxicity unleashes, leading to excruciating suffering as one's skin bleeds profusely. In addition, there is the life and death talisman from demigods and semi-devils, a concealed weapon used by the leader of the Xiayao sect, Tian Shan Tong Lao, where those struck cannot seek life nor die peacefully. Furthermore, in the smiling, proud wanderer, the Sansi Nao Shen Dan is employed by the Sun Moon holy cult to control their elders. If one does not promptly take the antidote to counteract the corpse worms, they will emerge, causing the afflicted to act like demons, even turning on their loved ones. Huan chuckled. You jest, he continued. You are overthinking this. Huan then stated, this is precisely the fundamental reason for my visit today. Zheng Riqiang responded. Ah, Do you intend to administer 2 or 3 injections to us, allowing us to live for 6,000 years without eating or drinking, devoid of desires? Moreover, only 1 injection every 6 months. And should we refuse your directives, you would withhold our injections, thereby maintaining strict control over us. Huan objected. Must you frame it so harshly? We have also learned that in the future, a vast influx of Earthlings will surge into Mars. If we do not act accordingly, the resources of Mars will be swiftly depleted by your people. Kang Zime interjected. Leave us. We would rather die than live such a life. Huan replied. Perhaps in the future, technological advancements will restore these functions to humanity. If you perish, hope will be eternally lost. Kang Zime asserted. If we die, you will not endure much longer either. Huan queried. What do you mean? As Kang Zime attempted to respond, Zheng Riqiang halted her, addressing Huan. Thank you, but we shall decline. Huan conceded. I understand. Zheng Riqiang then asked. Were you the one who spoke to me when we first set foot on Mars? Huan remarked. Isn't it worth considering? Zheng Riqiang responded. There's no need for contemplation. Huan departed. Kang Zime pondered and said, I failed to comprehend why some individuals regard earning money as a source of joy and a life goal. Why do others perceive the ability to control others as a remarkable success? Zheng Riqiang gazed at the instruments within the spacecraft and stated, there are also scientists like Lu Guanjuan and capitalists like Hongfu, who invented the anti-gravity spacecraft. Kang Zime added, I have little affinity for companies that prioritize profit above all else. Zheng Riqiang concurred. Indeed, matters such as eating and procreation, what significance does it hold at 80? Ultimately, death is inevitable. Without these functions, even a lifespan of 10,000 years would hold no allure. Kang Zime then recalled an individual, Tim Berners-Lee. In 1989, he invented the World Wide Web, yet he chose to forego patenting it. Believing that more money does not equate to greater happiness, it's noteworthy that had he pursued a patent, he could have become the wealthiest man in the world, yet Tim resolutely declined. Zheng Riqiang was deep in thought when Kang Zime suddenly exclaimed, This is not good. We are in serious trouble. In Chapter 24, what is space food like? Zheng Riqiang quickly approached, witnessing Kang Zime frantically pressing switches. Yet the entire spacecraft remained dark and silent. The once humming oxygen machine and water collector were eerily silent. Zheng Riqiang activated the emergency lights and air conditioning manually, hastily inquiring, What is happening? Kang Zime, in a state of panic, replied, The spacecraft, oxygen machine, and water collector are all unresponsive. Zheng Riqiang gasped in shock. Kang Zime asked, What do you think? Zheng Riqiang speculated, Could it be the Martians, orchestrated by Huan? Kang Zime suggested, It is quite possible. Zheng Riqiang continued, They are aware that without oxygen and water, we are doomed to perish. It seems they intend to force us to live like Martians. Consequently, the countdown to their demise began. With only 20 days remaining, not Earth days, but approximately 10 Martian days to as night fell, both were burdened with heavy thoughts, dining on what could be described as space cuisine. When one thinks of space food, the image of squeezing toothpaste often comes to mind, leading to the misconception that space food is solely liquid. However, deliciousness and safety are paramount requirements for space meals, particularly during medium to long-duration space flights. Astronauts are provided with flavorful sustenance. For instance, on the International Space Station shared by the United States and Russia, meals are categorized into 4 selections daily: A, B, C, and D. Comparatively, Chinese space cuisine is notably more vibrant and flavorful than Western options. During the Shenzhou 9 and Tiangong missions, over 50 types of food were prepared, encompassing staples, side dishes, seasonings, and beverages. To illustrate, let us consider a typical day's meals for an American astronaut. The first meal consisted of pork and eggs, mixed vegetables, cheese, crackers, bread, and apple blackcurrant juice. The second meal included farmhouse soup, striped base, beef with vegetables, Moscow rye bread, apple plum bars, and apple peach juice, accompanied by unsweetened green tea. The third meal featured baked lasagna with meat, creamy spinach, corn, chocolate-covered nuts, and tea. The fourth meal comprised dried peaches, macadamia nuts, and orange mango juice. Among others, that it can be asserted that even the finest earthly restaurants pale in comparison, after they had eaten their fill and quenched their thirst. Zheng Riqiang reclined on the bed and remarked, Desire for food and sex is innate to human nature. The deprivation of these fundamental needs is somewhat incredulous. Kang Zime inquired, I find this matter rather peculiar. Zheng Riqiang replied, Indeed, The Book of Changes states, the way is defined by the interplay of yin and yang. Yin and yang represent the very essence of existence. Now, without yin and yang, do Martians progress or regress? Or perhaps they advance. One must acknowledge that all things are intertwined with yin and yang. Yin and yang constitute the fundamental laws of the universe. Concepts such as the unity of yin and yang, their mutual generation, their ebb and flow, transformation, complementarity, and repulsion culminate in the Taiji, which gives rise to the two primordial forces from which emerge the four images, leading to the 8 trigrams. The theory of yin and yang is the most fundamental cosmological perspective. Could it truly be ineffectual on Mars? Kong Zime remarked, perhaps the theory of yin and yang is revered as a classic on Earth, yet it may not hold the same significance on Mars. Zheng Riqiang countered, that is incorrect. There must be something we are unaware of. Kong Zime asked, what could that be? Zheng Riqiang gazed at her, a surge of tenderness swelling within him to eye in this desolate corner of the universe. He suddenly felt a longing that he grasped Kong Zime's hand firmly, saying, since we are destined to die, why not unite in the essence of yin and yang? Kong Zime playfully responded, is it appropriate to speak in such a manner now? Zheng Riqiang insisted, regardless, we are nearing our end. Allow me to fulfill a final wish. Kong Zime queried, do you not wish to become a Martian? Zheng Riqiang replied, with no food, no drink, and no woman, what significance does living to 100,000 years hold? With that, he lifted Kong Zime and tossed her onto the bed. She exclaimed, Zheng Riqiang further inquired, if deprived of food, drink, and men, would you acquiesce? Kong Zime responded, oh, absolutely not. In truth, Zheng Riqiang had long harbored feelings for the healthy and beautiful Kong Zime. During their prior training, she had been exceptionally diligent, often drenched in sweat on one occasion. After training, she was completely soaked, her body perfectly curvaceous, igniting Zheng Riqiang's heart, especially when she approached him. The scent of her perspiration and natural aroma utterly captivated him. However, Kong Zime had no inkling of affection for Zheng Riqiang, the delivery man, until they became colleagues. To be frank, for individuals as forthright as Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime, coercion through the specter of death was undoubtedly counterproductive. Particularly for Kong Zime, she felt a visceral aversion to such intimidation. What does it matter? Death is merely a possibility. Yet, in the final moments of life, a wave of tenderness surged within her as she recalled her parents and sister. Although Kong Zime appeared to be the quintessential daughter of her parents, the reality was more complex. Her biological mother had been married off to a wealthy man just 50 days after her birth. Meanwhile, her father, bereft of hope, led a monotonous existence. That time, Kong Zime's adoptive mother was selling vegetables at the market when she spotted Kong Zime and her father in a pitiful state, leading her to unwittingly marry him. Kong Zime's father had once been a postman, boasting a sturdy 28-inch bicycle, which had initially attracted her biological mother. However, after a period of despondency, he eventually assisted Kong Zime's adoptive mother in her vegetable business. They also planned to conceal the true lineage of Kong Zime. However, no secret remains undisclosed, and when Kong Zime was merely 3 years old, she ultimately uncovered the truth of her origins. The couple then welcomed a younger sister into their family. Nevertheless, the outside world remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that her adoptive mother was her biological mother. Consequently, the single-minded Kong Zime developed a resolute and independent character from a young age, harboring a profound indifference towards her birth mother. At the age of 10, her biological mother attempted to reconnect, yet Kong Zime refused to grant her even a fleeting meeting. Furthermore, she possessed an innate aversion to the affluent. For instance, her ex-husband, Liu Jie, with whom she shared a brief 6-month marriage, was a handsome, muscular man to whom she submitted entirely. Unexpectedly, while hospitalized, he became involved with a wealthy woman who was the deputy director of the hospital. Overwhelmed with anger and disgust, she swiftly severed ties with him, transforming him into her ex-husband. However, he, with remarkable audacity, married a woman 17 years his senior, already 41 at the time, within 3 months, even sending an invitation to Kong Zime, infuriating her beyond measure. Initially, she believed she would never again be swayed by a man, yet fate intervened in the form of Zheng Riqiang. At first, she felt no attraction towards him, but a series of serendipitous encounters led her to believe that some higher power was at play. She regarded life with a sense of detachment, often proclaiming, Without desire, what does death signify? In secluded moments, the two shared an unspoken connection. For several days, they reveled in this final bout of madness. Chapter 25. The underground castle. Kong Zime gazed at the bear Zheng Riqiang and inquired, "What have you discovered?" Zheng Riqiang replied, "Electromagnetic interference. Martian technology has advanced over 11,300 years beyond ours, enabling them to effortlessly transmit sound across distances and conduct electromagnetic disruptions. While on the Martian surface, we can hear the Martians speaking, yet we cannot see them. The spacecraft, oxygen generators, and water collectors are all composed of numerous electronic components, making them susceptible to remote control by the Martians. However, the emergency lights and air conditioning, life support systems, are manual, leaving them beyond Martian manipulation." Kong Zime suddenly understood. No wonder our oxygen generators and water collectors have failed to activate. Zheng Riqiang stated, "Thus, we must refrain from allowing anyone to enter freely from now on. I refuse to believe they can abduct us from aboard the spacecraft." Kong Zime asked, "What then? The machines damaged by the Martians are also inoperative." Zheng Riqiang pondered, "I must seek them out. I need to comprehend the situation. And even if we perish, the truth must be preserved for future generations." Kong Zime remarked, "Our spacecraft has lost contact. The command center must be in a state of anxiety." Zheng Riqiang replied, "Let us hope they comprehend the truth." He donned his spacesuit and stepped outside the spacecraft, calling out, "Huan! Huan!" Without any protective measures, Huan promptly appeared before him. "Have you come to a conclusion? Welcome to the ranks of us Martians." Zheng Riqiang inquired, "Why are you unprotected?" Huan hesitated. "Martians are accustomed to it." Zheng Riqiang said, "I wish to see what life will be like in the future." Huan responded, "That can be arranged. I will take you to see the cave." Zheng Riqiang glanced at the boundless, rugged Martian landscape and asked Huan, "How far is it?" Huan thoughtfully replied, "Not far, just beyond that hill. You simply cannot see it." Zheng Riqiang gazed into the distance, where an expanse of endless yellow sand stretched before him, interspersed with peaks that interwove in a chaotic manner, resembling the place of their descent. Huan beckoned him forward to a mountain, where he recited incantations, and suddenly a delicate entrance materialized. As they approached, the door opened automatically, closing behind them once they entered, forming a trifold barrier akin to the buffering doors of a spacecraft. Zheng Riqiang felt a surge of excitement. He was about to encounter extraterrestrial beings. What might aliens look like? No one had ever seen them. Only images disseminated across the internet offered a glimpse. The public's imagination of alien forms, never substantiated by evidence, ran wild. 3 eyes, elongated necks, slender waists. Beyond the entrance, a vast underground castle unfolded before his eyes. It was an enormous cavern, soaring to a height equivalent to 100 stories. Indistinguishable from Earth, illuminated by sunlight, later revealed to be a synthetic sun invented by Martians. Towering structures rose amidst lush greenery, with clear waters and picturesque scenery, where countless individuals engaged in aimless games, splashed in water, strolled through shops, and watched television. Martians. He had finally laid eyes on real Martians. They resembled humans in many ways: short stature, large heads, 2 eyes, double eyelids, albeit quite prominent, devoid of hair or eyebrows, and possessed small mouths. The Martians stood only about 140 centimeters tall, with diminutive physiques. Unlike earthly women who strive for slender waists, perhaps a trip to Mars would be advisable. Their limbs somewhat atrophied, bearing a resemblance to the images circulated online. A mode of transport, reminiscent of both cars and airplanes, moved swiftly and methodically through the skies. The Martians included the elderly, middle-aged, young adults, and children, yet their sexual characteristics were not pronounced. Indeed, every individual appeared quite similar. Huan inquired, surprised. Zheng Riqiang replied, "As expected." Huan continued, "The atmospheric pressure and oxygen levels here are suitable for you. You may remove your spacesuit." Zheng Riqiang shed his suit, finding no discomfort, and curiously asked, "Did you not say Martians can adapt to Mars climate?" Huan explained, "That applies to senior personnel. Senior personnel can not only acclimate to Martian conditions, but also switch between the original and current Martian appearances. After all, there are some distinctions between the original and present Martians. To put it simply, the original Martian visage closely resembles that of contemporary Earthlings." Zheng Riqiang remarked, "Your fervent desire to transform into the original Martians is merely to distinguish yourselves from the current Martians. To emphasize your uniqueness." Huan responded, It is also a matter of management. Zheng Riqiang inquired. What do you mean? Huan elaborated. Here on the 5th level, over 150,000 individuals are junior personnel, managed by 1,000 individuals from the 4th level, each overseeing 1,500 juniors. Above them lies the Management Bureau's 3rd level, comprising over 100 individuals, with each responsible for 10 junior managers, which constitutes the intermediate or quasi-senior personnel. Ascending further, the 2nd level is the Board of Directors, consisting of 8 members, and the 1st level comprises senior personnel, with a single ruler at the apex, the highest authority. The 100 senior managers are also divided into 3 tiers, the Grand Overseer, Ministers, and Vice Ministers, with the preceding 15 being quasi-senior personnel, who may be stripped of their positions for reasons such as treason or dismissal. There are merely 8 directors and 1 chairman, totaling 9 individuals who possess these rights for life. Consequently, only 24 individuals hold senior positions, granting them the liberty to roam freely on Mars. Zheng Riqiang remarked, if I am not mistaken, you are one among the 24, are you not? And if my guess is correct once more, you belong to the 15 senior management personnel. Huan replied, indeed, I am part of the management, albeit a junior executive. That a few individuals were engaged in a game of chess by the riverside, where the water was crystal clear, allowing the fish to be counted distinctly. Zheng Riqiang inquired, have they always resided underground? Huan responded, in truth, Martians and Earthlings share a common ancestry, as I have previously mentioned. 6,000 Martian years ago, approximately 11,300 Earth years, Mars experienced a solar flare, prompting countless individuals to flee the planet. Over 100 spacecraft embarked towards Earth. However, due to technological limitations, less than 1/10 managed to land safely, thus marking the origin of humankind at that time. It was 9,000 years before your current era, devoid of human presence and records that I see, Zheng Riqiang exclaimed, reflecting on the familiar yet foreign world around him. Expressing his awe, they resemble the pets you keep. Occasionally, passers-by greeted Huan with, hello, Minister Huan. He nodded in acknowledgement. For the first time, Zheng Riqiang observed modern Martians up close. Their hair abundant and their attire vibrant. He noted that all Martians donned exquisite clothing, and he discerned a faint scent reminiscent of medicine emanating from them. One Martian scrutinized Zheng Riqiang and queried, why have I not seen you before? Are you a new member of the management? Huan nodded vaguely. Yes. Suddenly, Zheng Riqiang caught a whiff of a remarkably familiar scent, so familiar that it compelled him to inhale deeply. What is that smell? Chapter 26. The Riverside Manor. Huan promptly asked Zheng Riqiang, what do you smell? Zheng Riqiang inhaled once more. It must be an illusion. Yet, the aroma lingered stubbornly in his mind. When Kong Zimei inquired about his concerns, he hesitated to share, as it felt undeniably like an illusion. During this time, he attempted to repair the machinery within the spacecraft to no avail, ultimately resorting to the backup radio. Suddenly, he heard a transmission using a code known only to their small group. Calling Bipu. It turned out to be Bob and Eliza. Their second spacecraft had already set off. Calculating, it appeared that Bob and Eliza would arrive in 9 Martian days, 18 Earth days, by which time the oxygen would still be intact. He was truly grateful for this backup ultra-shortwave transmitter. The advantage of shortwave transmission in space lies in its extended range, as ultra-shortwaves propagate in a straight line. Akin to light, the signal attenuation of ultra-shortwaves in the vacuum of space is minimal, as there are no mediums to absorb or influence them. Naturally, due to the vast distances involved, radio waves can be considered a form of light, implying that spatial communication is subject to speed limitations. On the following day, the 8th day on Mars, he could no longer contain his curiosity and sought out Huan once more. Huan led Zheng Riqiang into a cavern. Within the cave, Martians moved about busily. Zheng Riqiang observed this world, which resembled the ethereal landscapes of Zhangjiajie in China, in awe as he stood before a towering peak, where machinery roared and throngs of individuals were engaged in mining activities. Zheng Riqiang inquired, what are they doing? Huan remarked, they are searching for a mineral known as Xia. Suddenly, an individual draped a black sack over Huan and whisked him away. An extraterrestrial seized Zheng Riqiang, declaring, Earthling, follow me. Startled, Zheng Riqiang inquired, who are you? The being replied, I am Wang Lin, a Martian. Zheng Riqiang pressed, what do you intend to do? Wang Lin instructed, silence, we recognize you as a good person. Come with me. They ascended into a small vehicle reminiscent of shared cars on Earth. After scanning a code, Wang Lin fumbled for some time before the engine roared to life, amidst the bustling crowd. No one paid them any heed. Across a river stood a bridge with a checkpoint. Zheng Riqiang halted at a distance, noticing 4 vivid red characters, Shuabian Manor. Zheng Riqiang queried, "Shall we wait for an opportunity to pass?" Wang Lin responded, "Those are robots, operating year-round without respite. There is no chance. However, we have a plan." They remained seated in the vehicle, utterly stilled to Zheng Riqiang's astonishment. There were even night watchmen patrolling, raising his curiosity. In such an advanced Martian society, the presence of watchmen was unexpected. The watchman struck his gong, proclaiming, "Dong dong, dong dong. The weather is dry. Beware of fire." Zheng Riqiang felt a sense of time traveled as the night deepened. An all-too-familiar aroma wafted through the air. Roast duck. It was unmistakably roast duck. He asked Wang Lin, "Do you smell that?" Wang Lin shook his head, seemingly oblivious to the scent, as if nothing remarkable had occurred. After thousands of years, evolution had led to the atrophy of their olfactory senses. It was no wonder that Martians possessed disproportionately large heads and diminutive bodies. Their stomachs and internal organs had likely degenerated. Wang Lin recounted to Zheng Riqiang that 4 centuries prior, while mining, a group of Martians stumbled upon 2 tattered tomes, the culinary map of Mars and takeout trapped in the system. Yet, what did cuisine mean? What was takeout? What constituted a meal? They were utterly perplexed. From that moment, they unearthed a series of ancient texts, such as how a sissy is raised and the melodramatic love stories of male and female celebrities. However, the concepts of restaurants, gourmet foods, snacks, gender, reproduction, infants, childbirth, and love were entirely foreign to them, remaining inscrutable enigmas. That it was precisely then that the already idle Martians began to ponder matters of diet and relationships. Gradually, they gained some understanding, with all evidence pointing to the residence of the ruling class, Shuabian Manor. They had long sought answers but faced brutal repression from the authorities, resulting in the execution of over 300 individuals throughout the centuries. As night fell, a small boat was summoned. The 2 discreetly boarded and made their way to the opposite shore. Upon reaching Shuabian Manor, they encountered several buttons at the entrance. After careful examination, they pressed one, and the door swung open, allowing them to slip inside and shut it behind them. Zheng Riqiang followed the enticing aroma, leading the way until he spotted a building aglow with light. Approaching the window, he was taken aback to witness a vigorous struggle between a man and a woman. The man appeared middle-aged, portly, and unmistakably human. The woman, perhaps 17 or 18, also resembled a human, radiating beauty. The 2 were entwined in an embrace, their passionate maneuvers causing Zheng Riqiang's heart to race. Wang Lin inquired, "What are they doing?" In matters such as these, how could Zheng Riqiang elucidate with clarity? The summer insects are ill-equipped to converse about ice. Hence, they can only stammer. "What are they doing?" "Ah, what are they doing?" At that moment, a voice from outside called out, "Chairman, Minister of Communications Lu Ming is waiting for you." The individual addressing the chairman did not lift his head and simply replied, "Understood." He then pressed a certain part of the woman, and she became motionless. Zheng Riqiang realized that she was a humanoid robot. The chairman donned his attire and entered a room, which served as a reception area. Several individuals engaged in pleasantries. When they turned around, Zheng Riqiang was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in surprise, it was Bob and Eliza. How could Bob and Eliza appear at this moment? Had they not stated that they would arrive 10 Earth days later, which should have been in 3 days? That must be Lu Ming, who introduced them. "These are Bob and Eliza from Earth." The chairman nodded and glanced at Bob, inquiring, "The first Earthlings to arrive on Mars?" Lu Ming hurriedly interjected, No, those 2 are still being managed by Huan." The chairman asked, "Why is that?" Lu Ming explained, "It is said that Huan originally intended for them to oversee future Earth inhabitants, but they refused, preferring death instead. However, now we have Mr. Bob and Miss Eliza." Bob quickly affirmed, "We are capable of performing well." Lu Ming then informed the chairman, "During this landing on Mars," Bob and the others proclaimed, "Mars, we have arrived. That we are prepared and equipped to establish a secure base on Mars, allowing more individuals to set foot on the planet. The era of Martian travel is about to commence. Inquiries are welcome." The chairman jested, "They have taken their advertisement to Mars." Bob and Eliza chuckled bashfully. Bob remarked, "After the video aired, Beepoo Company received an overwhelming number of inquiries, with 40 questioning the safety of the flight. While 60 inquired about the pricing, the chairman questioned, "How much do you intend to charge?" Bob responded, "On April 28, 2001. On this day, 26 years ago, American businessman Dennis Tito became the first space tourist in history. Traveling to the International Space Station aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft at his own expense, spending $20 million. Eliza added, "Traveling to Mars is significantly farther than the moon. I believe it will cost $100 million. Bob concurred. It should not be less than 1. Chapter 27. The astonishing stock prices from June 14, 2026. Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime frequently graced television screens and the grand displays across the city. With the relentless bombardment of television and the internet, they swiftly became household names. After all, landing on Mars is a monumental achievement for humanity, and as the first pair of humans to set foot on the Martian surface, they garnered immense attention. At this juncture, the world was grappling with the rampant spread of the COVID-19 virus, Japan's disposal of nuclear wastewater, ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, and escalating tensions between the United States and Russia. This Martian landing served as a potent tonic for revitalizing the world. For 4 years, Gao Ming remained steadfast in his role as a food delivery worker. The saying goes, "A solid camp attracts transient soldiers." And the ranks of youthful food couriers had shifted numerous times. Yet Gao Ming showed no inclination to change his circumstances. The only notable alteration in his life was his resignation from the position of deputy supervisor, reducing himself to a mere foot soldier in the hierarchy. While others ascended the ranks, his stature diminished. Nevertheless, he found joy in his work. On the day the spacecraft launched, Gao Ming was delivering food when he caught wind of Zheng Riqiang's name. Dismissing it as mere coincidence. In China, instances of shared names are as plentiful as the stars. It is said that there are 60,622 individuals named Wang Ming across the nation. As such, he paid little heed. While waiting at a traffic light during his delivery route, he glanced at a large screen and thought the man depicted looked somewhat familiar, but the pressing demands of his customers soon distracted him. However, just 2 blocks later, an epiphany struck him. Wait, isn't that Zheng Riqiang? He jumped off his electric scooter, realizing, so this fellow has been there all along. Abandoning his current delivery, he hurriedly finished the task at hand and sought out an internet CF to investigate further. Indeed, the man was confirmed to be Zheng Riqiang. Zheng Riqiang had departed in the summer of 2022. At that time, Gao Ming had been assisting him with his legal troubles, and during the second trial, he found himself utterly exhausted by the opposing counsel. The opposing attorney argued that in various Western nations, there exist laws against failing to assist those in peril. France, for instance, stipulates that willfully neglecting to provide aid can result in 5 years of imprisonment and a fine of 500,000 francs. Certain states in the U.S. assert that failing to call 911 upon discovering an injured stranger may constitute a minor act of negligence. Meanwhile, Ontario in Canada holds that one is not liable for harm caused during the rescue process due to negligence or inaction. Germany prescribes a penalty of up to 1 year in prison or a fine for those who do not render aid when they face no significant danger themselves. Other European nations, such as Germany, Norway, Sweden, Spain, and Italy, also mandate that any adult with legal capacity bears a legal obligation to rescue those in distress. Gao Ming scoffed at this. "Sir, that is foreign law. China does not operate in such a manner." The elderly person's demise was entirely the family's fault, he further asserted. Let us be honest. If the elderly individual had not attempted to deceive others, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he would not have collapsed. And my client would have dared to intervene. But in such a situation, who would risk stepping in? Ultimately, the opposing party withdrew the lawsuit, leaving the matter unresolved as the events unfolded live on air. Gao Ming kept a close watch on Zheng Riqiang's Martian exploits, feeling a swell of pride for his brother that he remarked to his colleagues. "Do you know him? Zheng Riqiang lived with me for 7 months. Now he's off to Mars." However, as the 15th day approached, the situation began to take a turn for the worse. The media reported that Zheng Riqiang's spacecraft had completely lost contact with the command center for a full 48 hours. And no backup radio had been activated, leading to grim speculations about the fate of the mission. Consequently, Bipu acknowledged, Mars landing failed. Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime have gone missing. Shortly thereafter, Bipu issued a statement. The attempt to land on Mars has failed. For those who ventured to Mars in pursuit of peace, their destinies are irrevocably sealed. They shall rest eternally on the Martian soil. The sacrifices of Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime embody the hopes of humanity. Their families and friends will mourn them. Their fellow citizens will grieve for them. The entire world will pay tribute. Mother Earth will lament their loss. Their daring exploration has united the globe. Their sacrifices have deepened the bonds of humanity. The quest for knowledge shall never be denied, yet these pioneers will forever be etched in our memories. Gao Ming listened and felt an uncanny familiarity with the words. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly realized, was this not the alternate speech prepared by President Nixon in the event of a failed moon landing? The Mars landing had been approached with such carelessness. What could be the reason? Did they truly lack faith in the possibility of failure, or was there simply no contingency plan for such an eventuality? Regardless, it underscored the lack of rigor and professionalism of the organization. However, a sudden shift occurred. Bipu promptly released an announcement proclaiming their unwavering resolve. The astronauts were unafraid of sacrifice. That on July 1 SD, they dispatched 2 new individuals, Bob and Eliza, to attempt the Mars landing once more. The media began to sensationalize the narratives surrounding Bob and Eliza, broadcasting their journey live on the internet and television. In light of the failures of Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei, their actions garnered even greater attention, slowly eclipsing the memory of the former duo. This situation reached its zenith on July 15. Bob and Eliza successfully landed on Mars, and before an audience of 10,000 worldwide, Bob declared, "Mars. We have arrived. That we are prepared and capable of establishing a secure base on Mars, allowing more individuals to set foot on this planet." The era of Martian travel was about to commence, and the excitement was palpable. That morning, Gao Ming lay in bed, plagued by a severe headache. Reluctant to rise, he reflected on the years he had tirelessly delivered packages, never once shirking his duties regardless of the weather. Yet this time, he truly wished to remain in bed. Staring at the ceiling, his mind was filled with the visage of Zheng Riqiang. Outside, voices could be heard advertising refrigerators, televisions, and induction cookers. In his ears echoed Zheng Riqiang's laughter and the rhythmic ticking of that mysterious Russian radio. He turned on the television, only to find reporters interviewing Bob's family. However, a sense of solace washed over him as he opened his phone to find dozens of messages from former colleagues at the newspaper, eager to interview him in order to gain deeper insights into the persona of Zheng Riqiang. He discovered an online video news segment related to Zheng Riqiang. A television commentator passionately proclaimed, "Humanity, after enduring countless hardships, has finally set foot on Mars. We must extend our congratulations. Simultaneously, we must pay our respects to all those who have labored tirelessly. The cosmos undeniably captivates humanity. Without curiosity and a spirit of exploration, humanity could never ascend to its position as the dominant species on Earth." In the brief span of a mere 50 years in the annals of space exploration, humanity has witnessed nearly 600 astronauts venture beyond the confines of Earth to explore the cosmos. Many have made the ultimate sacrifice of their precious lives. They are the heroes of mankind. They embody not only the quest for Mars, but also represent a spirit of aspiration and determination. The tragic demise of Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei signifies not merely a loss for their families or for Bipu, a nation, but rather a profound loss for all of humanity. Our tomorrows will undoubtedly be brighter because of their sacrifices. The failure of Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei's landing adversely impacted Bipu's stock prices. The day following the unsuccessful Martian landing, Bipu's shares plummeted by an astonishing 17%, erasing the 16% appreciation accumulated over the previous 15 days since launch. This implies that the tragic fate of Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei resulted in losses exceeding $100 billion for the company. Conversely, the successful landing of Bob and Eliza invigorated the company's stock, with analysts suggesting that Bipu had acquired UFO technology at a premium, which is crucial for space tourism, space colonization, and the development and leasing of rocket technology. As levitation technology matures, the advent of civilian anti-gravity applications ushers in a new realm, with concepts akin to helicopter-like vehicles on the horizon. On July 15, 2026, Bipu stock opened at 116.48, but by the close of trading, the figures left spectators astounded. An unprecedented closing price of 250.00, peaking at 292.17, indicated that the news of a successful Mars landing had miraculously propelled Bipu's stock by an astounding 100.28. The chairman of Bipu, holding 5.11 of the shares, accrued over $30 billion in a single day. A colleague, whose friend in the United States owned more than 10,000 shares of Bipu, earned a staggering 1.17 million in just one day. Gao Ming felt as though he might suffocate from the overwhelming developments. This batch of properties included various layouts: 2 bedrooms with a living room and a bathroom, 3 bedrooms with a living room and a bathroom, and 3 bedrooms with a living room and 2 bathrooms, in 2 variants. One of his colleagues, who had been delivering fast food, ceased working once the area was slated for redevelopment, and despite only possessing a primary school education, he unexpectedly received over 23 million from the demolition, truly a winner in life. Space colonization is the most significant matter of concern for Beepu. Following an initial surge of 100, Beepu's stock continued to rise for 13 consecutive days, culminating in a total increase of 117. Before stabilizing, calculating from this, Beepu's stock price rose by 122 compared to pre-launch levels and by 98 compared to the announcement of the Mars program, resulting in an increase in company valuation of nearly $600 billion. The industry lauded Beepu's astute business decisions that he recalled Xiao Yang and the late Zheng Riqiang, realizing that, in this world, there exists neither complete rationality nor utter irrationality. For the first time in 5 years, Gao Ming entertained thoughts of resignation, spurred by an unexpected incident. That day, as he delivered meals amidst a fine drizzle, the raincoat he wore made riding his electric bike cumbersome at a TA street corner. He noticed a large display screen featuring a prominent image of Zheng Riqiang, and suddenly, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Tears welling up uncontrollably as tears streamed down, the surroundings appeared shrouded in a hazy veil. Gao Ming was taken aback, hastily wiping his tears, when suddenly he heard a clatter. An electric bike had collided with a bicycle, causing the woman on the ladder to sway precariously, nearly toppling over. Gao Ming promptly dismounted and rushed to apologize to the woman on the automobile. She was in her 40s, with a kindly visage, and upon noticing Gao Ming's work attire, she advised, "Young man, do not be anxious. Prioritize your safety. Among us, those delivering parcels seem the most hurried. While earning a living is essential, preserving one's life is of greater significance." Gao Ming nodded vigorously, acknowledging her words with repeated affirmations that she prepared to leave. Having already entered her vehicle, she hesitated and descended once more, seemingly with a plethora of admonitions yet to impart. After assessing Gao Ming, she urged, "Hurry along now. Do not be late, especially in this rainy weather, where safety is paramount." Casting a glance at his phone, Gao Ming realized he was on the brink of tardiness for this delivery. Yet, out of respect for the elderly woman accompanying him, he refrained from accelerating. The woman, engaging him in conversation, remarked, "My son is only in his 2nd year of high school, and I scarcely exchange a word with him each day. The same goes for my husband. He remains silent from dawn till dusk." Gao Ming replied, "Indeed, adults bear immense pressure at last." When the woman took a turn to depart, she offered a few final words of advice before leaving. Bidding farewell to her, Gao Ming noticed his phone incessantly ringing. Upon answering, it was the client pressing for the order. Reluctantly, he pressed down on the accelerator, navigating through treacherous roads, yet the elevator in the building seemed to stop at every floor. Despite his efforts to hasten, he still arrived 2 minutes late. "I apologize. I encountered a minor issue on the road," Gao Ming quickly explained. The girl slammed the door shut, exclaiming, "I no longer want the fast food. I intend to file a complaint against you." In a panic, Gao Ming knocked on the door, pleading, "Please don't complain. I am willing to compensate you." The woman pointed at Gao Ming, warning, "If you continue to harass the customer, I will have even more reasons to file a complaint." Defeated, Gao Ming left, carrying the fast food in a dejected manner that he recalled having once instructed Zheng Riqiang on the 4 cardinal principles of a delivery person, yet here he was, unable to adhere to them himself. Sitting by the roadside amidst the cacophony of bustling traffic and blaring horns, he gazed upwards at the misty sky, lost in thought. He pondered Zheng Riqiang, who was far away, seemingly liberated from the whims of others. His phone rang incessantly, calls from clients, supervisors, echoing the adage, "When there are too many lice, they no longer bite. When debts accumulate, they cease to trouble." In exasperation, he ignored them all, allowing his tears to flow freely. Throughout his years delivering food, he had never been late, nor had he ever faced a complaint. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming disdain for his profession. Turning to his supervisor, he declared, "I no longer wish to continue." The supervisor inquired, "Is it because you haven't been promoted in years?" Gao Ming responded with a smile, "Am I that kind of person? The supervisor retorted, "Indeed, you have changed over the years, particularly in recent days. You seem unambitious, merely going through the motions." Gao Ming replied, "Perhaps I shall just lie flat." The supervisor countered, "Such an outlook on life is untenable. One must strive to succeed." Gao Ming shot back, "Does my effort yield any results? Can I compete with those who invest in stocks? Can I measure up to those who benefit from urban redevelopment?" The supervisor reassured him, "Those are but a select few. They are not worth your fixation. Consider this. If life were devoid of challenges, would it not be rather dull? You enjoy gaming, do you not? Where is the game that allows you to triumph without effort? Every game requires perseverance and overcoming numerous obstacles for success. That kind of achievement is the most fulfilling, and life mirrors this sentiment." Gao Ming retorted, "Everyone understands these grand principles. Regardless, I choose to resign." Gao Ming was suddenly reminded of Zheng Riqiang's resignation from the hospital years ago, and a myriad of memories flashed through his mind. With countless words swirling in his thoughts, he found himself at a loss for how to begin. After much contemplation, his resignation letter turned out to be remarkably succinct. Resignation letter, dear respected leader. I am resigning. Resignee. Gao Ming he had assumed that Zheng Riqiang's resignation letter had been brief enough, but he was astonished to discover that his own was even shorter. After spending 2 days at home in reflection, he decided to visit Zheng Riqiang's parents in Zheng Riqiang's hometown. He encountered his family for the first time. His father's gaze was vacant, and his mother's eyes were filled with tears. Gao Ming offered words of comfort, saying, "Do not grieve. From now on, I shall be your son." News reports indicated that Bipu Company provided nearly 500,000 in compensation to Zheng Riqiang's family. Coupled with Zheng Riqiang's salary, the assistance, and contributions from colleagues, the total exceeded 800,000. However, nearly half of that money had already been spent, leaving very little behind. Perhaps it is perplexing to many. How could a monumental project like landing on Mars lack participation from insurance companies? In the past, insurance companies provided 5 million yuan in personal insurance for China's first astronaut, Yang Liwei. Furthermore, they extended coverage up to 13.908 million yuan for all selected astronauts and their spouses and children, as well as for space experts. Yet, for such a significant endeavor as a Mars mission, the insurance companies were notably absent. It is said that upon hearing of the exceedingly low probability of success, they were deterred. History often reveals astonishing parallels. It is reported that during the lunar landing, insurance companies similarly declined to provide coverage for astronauts. This narrative elicits a profound sense of sorrow that in early August, Zheng Riqiang's father was tending to his 12 acres of longan trees, which were on the verge of a bountiful harvest. Yet, an abundant yield did not guarantee a good income that in the fields. The longan fetched only 0.9 yuan per gene, but once it reached the supermarket, the price soared to 8.5 yuan per gene, or even higher. He handed 100,000 yuan to Zheng Riqiang's father, saying, "This is the money Zheng Riqiang had set aside for the stock market. I have helped him withdraw it." Zheng Riqiang's mother covered her face and wept softly, but ultimately, she could no longer contain her grief and broke into loud sobs. Gao Ming, observing the trembling elderly couple, gazed at the blurred sky and said, "Fortunately, I have devised a plan that could help you earn some money." Chapter 29, 1,300 public accounts, 1.6 billion yuan in order to lend credibility to his efforts. He had Zheng Riqiang's father sign a letter of authorization, took a commemorative photo, and secured the necessary documentation. He borrowed a public account from a former colleague, Wu Tian, who had also ventured into new media after resigning shortly after Gao Ming. It was said that this public account boasted millions of followers. Landing on Mars appears beautiful. My stories with the Mars hero Zheng Riqiang, why I am fundraising for them. You understand, searching for the girl in red who had late-night snacks in his writings. He vehemently criticized the perilous nature of such missions, revealing many lesser-known aspects of Zheng Riqiang's life in Nanshan, including the exorbitant compensation claims related to recruitment and tales of being pursued by security guards. He looked on, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is self-media, such sensational titles." He even penned a fundraising letter. "Dear humanity, you must be aware of the monumental achievement of humankind landing on Mars. Therefore, you surely know the first pair of humans to set foot on Mars, Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zimei. Now they have peacefully slumbered on that distant planet, leaving behind relatives whose tears flow endlessly. We must extol their spirit of self-sacrifice and celebrate humanity's relentless pursuit of exploration. However, we must also ensure they are free from worries. Presently, they have bid farewell to this world that as the initiator of this project. Bipu has fulfilled his duty by providing them with a compensation package, while his colleagues and friends have offered whatever assistance they could muster, amounting to a total of 800,000 USD. Yet, we feel this is insufficient, far from adequate. This sum pales in comparison to the compensation awarded for a fatal accident in a major city. Consequently, we have organized a fundraising campaign for the two of them. As the organizer, I solemnly pledge that not a single cent of the donations will be misappropriated. I urge everyone to oversee this. This fundraising effort has caused a global sensation, raising over 10 million yuan in a mere 10 days. Simultaneously, the WeChat public account of Wu Tian garnered widespread attention, attracting more than 12,700 new followers. In high spirits, Wu Tian treated Gao Ming to a drink. After a while, Wu Tian clapped a hand on Gao Ming's shoulder and said, "We are a converged media center, managing 1,300 public accounts with over 50 individuals operating them. All post 2000s, too young, their thoughts still immature. The content they produce does have readers, but they are merely a group of young people lacking economic and consumption power." For instance, one young man claimed to be a seasoned bookworm, having begun writing online novels at the age of 13, his mind filled with fantasies of being stranded on an island with a female superior, or being a rural male doctor treating dozens of women daily, or perhaps time-traveling to ancient times as a CEO or prince, surrounded by a throng of women, or being a son-in-law, or winning 300 million in the lottery. Astonishingly, such works do attract readers, yet our boss is incensed, stating it lowers the standard of the entire self-media landscape. Why not start another column? Gao Ming suggested that I prefer this freedom rather than joining the company. Gao Ming replied. Wu Tian, inebriated, remarked, "Now is a golden opportunity. We have 1,300 public accounts, all bundled together, 16 billion. Gao Ming chuckled, retorting, "Dream on, 16 billion. Where's the money?" Wu Tian insisted, "Don't doubt it. In 2018, a publicly listed company planned to spend 34 billion yuan to acquire a 75% stake in a company primarily engaged in content marketing for WeChat self-media, boasting 280 million subscribers. This company was established merely 3 years ago and was valued at 3.1 billion. Gao Ming interjected, "Some public accounts inflate their readership and likes, fabricating the advertising value of their accounts. You know this as well as I do." Wu Tian responded, "It's hard to explain to you." Gao Ming pressed further, "How do you manage 1,300 self-media accounts with a team of 50? Wu Tian replied, "You are like a frog in a well. The company I mentioned operates thousands of public accounts daily, producing around 30,000 pieces of content with only about 100 editors. Relatively speaking, we are overstaffed." Gao Ming shook his head in disbelief, and Wu Tian added, "If you join us, we can enhance our quality. Have you made your decision? What about delving deeper into the matter of Zheng Riqiang?" Gao Ming responded non-committally, laughing it off. Wu Tian then began to write on his phone, finishing before handing it to Gao Ming. Upon gazing at the page, Gao Ming discerned the words, "The hero of Mars, Zheng Riqiang, has become a household name. Yet what remains unknown to you is that between November 2021 and May 2022, he resided briefly in this city. Even more obscure is the fact that he lived in the home of a man named Gao Ming. Presently, Mr. Gao has joined our esteemed company. The events that transpired during Zheng Riqiang's 7 months in Nanshan are known solely to Mr. Gao. Several self-media platforms under our company will publish Mr. Gao's magnum opus, the stories I must share about Zheng Riqiang. Stay tuned. Any form of plagiarism is strictly prohibited, and violators will face consequences. Furthermore, Mr. Gao is a contracted personnel of our company. All interviews, endorsements, and related activities must receive written consent from us," Gao Ming remarked. "There is no substance to the matter at hand," Wu Tian commented. "Recently, numerous print media outlets have shuttered due to a lack of news sensitivity. This is the essence of self-media: swift, accurate, and incisive. You may choose not to participate, but we will collaborate regardless." Gao Ming sighed softly, harboring a strong aversion towards self-media. The tragic narratives often moved readers to tears, resulting in an influx of over 100,000 views for those who adeptly manipulated audience psychology. Employing subterfuge and veiled criticism, that a multitude of individuals flocked to Nanshan, clamoring for justice for Zheng Riqiang. Some unearthed the fact that the Mars hero, Kong Zimei, had also lived and worked in Nanshan at the Nanshan Health Commission, Two security guards floundered in their attempts to quell the rising fury of the crowd. While the implicated young woman, employed not by her original hiring entity but still under the Health Commission, dared not show her face at work, the significant gathering also amassed at the entrance of Yulin Real Estate, her father's workplace. Gao Ming sighed once more. He visited Wu Tian's company to exchange drafts, only to overhear a young man fervently engaging Wu Tian. This happened 4 years ago. What's the point of dredging it up now? Is it truly interesting? Wu Tian remained silent, his gaze lowered. The young man continued. I hardly dare to leave my home anymore. Many have threatened to take my life. Wu Tian remained meek and speechless. Upon entering the office, Gao Ming turned to see the man, exclaiming, Why is it you? Chapter 30. You are under arrest. Upon seeing Gao Ming, Wu Tian grasped at him like a drowning man clutching a straw, exclaiming, Ah, you've arrived. The man, upon sighting Gao Ming, transformed into an adversary, lunging at him. This is all you're doing. Gao Ming recognized the man as the relative of the deceased who had sought compensation from Zheng Riqiang 4 years prior. Despite the passage of time, the memory of that individual remained vividly etched in his mind, one he would never forget. He evaded the confrontation, saying, Please, do not act impulsively. After considerable effort, Gao Ming managed to pacify him. Among the narratives was Zheng Riqiang's former girlfriend, Shanshan's account, the days I cohabited with Zheng Riqiang. According to reports, Kang Zimei's ex-husband, Li Xinba, was hospitalized once at the hospital designated by Kang Zimei, as she had heard of its exemplary nursing care. Indeed, during Li Xinba's stay, he received meticulous attention from the hospital staff, while the research-focused Kang Zimei seldom visited, thus leaving a gap in her oversight. Upon recovery, they presented the hospital with a banner of gratitude, forging a friendship with the hospital's deputy director, shareholders, and Li Mei, now aged 41, who became his current wife. Naturally, that is another story entirely at present. They have inscribed at the entrance, You, like the Martian hero Kang Zimei, have chosen Guangming Hospital at this moment. Zheng Riqiang, a colleague, neighbor, teacher, and relative of Kang Zimei, emerged alongside a cacophony of others, but the scene was chaotic and the authenticity was indiscernible, leading to a profound aesthetic fatigue among netizens regarding such narratives. However, a gentleman named Zhao from the Sunset Red apartment, a retirement community, claimed to possess a handwritten IOU from Kang Zimei. He proclaimed at the entrance, Sunset Red absolves the Martian hero Kang Zimei of a debt of 100,000 yuan and additionally donates 300,000 yuan to her family. Upon witnessing this, Gao Ming remarked, What a pity, everyone is merely riding on their coattails. Yet, Wu Tian held a differing perspective. As a self-media operator, he expressed, I do not share that sentiment. The fact that some are seeking to capitalize on the attention indicates their continued value. One should feel pleased. If I were to pass away and others could capitalize on my legacy, I would be delighted enough to smile from the grave. The Sunset Red development is situated on the outskirts of the city, with inconvenient transportation. Nevertheless, the real estate developers tout it as an ideal sanctuary for the elderly, lauding its tranquility. This retirement project features 17 stories with over 380 beds available for residents, who have 2 options: either purchase a room for their own use or invest in a bed, which promises a monthly yield of over 12, with priority for future occupancy in the retirement home. Of course, the prices are not modest, aligning closely with those in the city center. However, many believe that the introduction of a medical team of over 50 personnel and the acquisition of nearly tertiary hospital-grade medical equipment justifies the investment. Upon visiting Sunset Red, Gao Ming observed the verdant trees shrouding the area and a majestic fountain reaching skyward. In the dining hall, over 100 dishes were available for selection. In the entertainment room, some played the piano, others sang, and some engaged in mahjong. Zhao, the gentleman, fervently insisted that Kang Zimei had borrowed 100,000 yuan from him, for which he possessed an IOU as proof. This claim, however, seemed rather tenuous. Nonetheless, Zhao's offer of 300,000 yuan to Kang Zimei's family was commendable. That he intended to deliver the donation while en route to Kang Zimei's hometown. However, due to Kang Zimei's immense fame, journalists from all corners sought them out, making the family weary, and they had long since retreated from public view. Their home and vegetable stall stood desolate. Gao Ming finally managed to reach Kang Zimei's mother by phone. Auntie, I am Gao Ming. The voice on the other end replied, Aren't you the delivery guy Gao Ming? Gao Ming responded, Indeed, how did you know? The voice continued. Kong Zime mentioned you. Gao Ming was perplexed. How could Kong Zime recognize me? The voice clarified. Zheng Riqiang mentioned you during their conversation. Her father praised her actions, and she mentioned having a friend named Gao Ming, who resides where you do. Gao Ming began to comprehend. So they had known each other previously? No wonder he found Kong Zime familiar. He inquired about the Sunset Red matter, to which the voice responded indignantly, stating that they would not permit anyone to exploit Kong Zime for publicity. Zhao from Sunset Red claimed to offer us 300,000 yuan to absolve Kong Zime's debts, but we have refused, having already returned the 100,000 yuan loan, which has actually been repaid. Currently, donations, rewards, insurance, and compensations from various sectors amount to tens of millions. How could we possibly accept his 300,000 yuan? They also promised us future residency in the retirement home, but insisted on endorsing them. How could we agree to such terms? If someone were to exploit the names of us and Kong Zime, you would help me report them. Gao Ming, filled with indignation, exclaimed, How can you say such a thing? Wu Tian retorted, Are you certain that the person you are speaking with is Kong Zime's mother? Have you ever communicated face-to-face? Do you possess any written documentation from her? Am I mistaken? Gao Ming was rendered speechless. However, the situation regarding Zhang took a drastic turn out on the third day. Reports emerged that Zhang had not issued any returns for 3 months, and all merchants were unreachable. Furthermore, the rooms they sold were involved in cases of double selling, with some even being sold 4 or 5 times. Over 70-year-old Grandma Lu, introduced by others, invested in Zhang, which was purportedly developing retirement apartments. Due to financial constraints, they sought public investment, promising considerable returns. The company touted this as a new retirement model, assuring Grandma Lu that once she purchased a retirement bed, she could move in as soon as the project was completed. If she chose not to reside there immediately, the company would manage and rent out the bed, providing her with interest returns several times higher than that of a bank. Grandma Lu invested 500,000 yuan but only received 3 months' worth of interest dividends. When her calls went unanswered, she reported the matter to the police. The elderly individuals deemed the situation serious and formed a group, quickly amassing over 500 members, with the involved amount exceeding 1.1 billion. Many had been drawn in by Wu Tian's public account, leading them to demand compensation. However, it was too late. The agitated crowd gathered beneath the building, holding placards demanding the return of their hard-earned money and severe punishment for the deceitful perpetrators. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Mr. Zhao, the person in charge of Zhang, never made an appearance. Gao Ming felt immense guilt. Joining the demonstrators daily at the foot of Zhang, chanting slogans, he also utilized his social media platform to voice the information he had gathered. He was determined to seek justice for the elderly. This infuriated the higher-ups at Bipu as well. Nevertheless, Gao Ming's career reached an impasse. That night, while he was writing, several police officers knocked on the door. Are you Gao Ming? Gao Ming replied, Yes, the officer stated. You are under arrest for suspected provocation and fundraising fraud. Chapter 31. What color is the sunset on Mars? Zheng Riqiang was straining to discern the dishes on the table when he heard someone running in, shouting, Who? Who is it? Zheng Riqiang and Wang Lin were taken aback, hastily attempting to retreat. To their astonishment, a group surrounded them, effortlessly capturing them. They were clearly trained agents. The two did not resist and were bound. As Lu Ming approached with a grim expression, he reprimanded, How dare you spy on us? The two were confined to separate rooms. Huan finally managed to escape. His face darkened, instructing the surveillance personnel, Be sure to capture the 3 assailants. He entered the room and confronted Zheng Riqiang, saying, Why do you oppose me? It is futile that he slapped Wang Lin twice. After Huan departed, Bob and Eliza arrived. Advising him, Do not oppose the Martians, he turned his gaze toward the Martian landscape outside the window. After a lengthy silence, Zheng Riqiang remarked, They have injected you with longevity number 1, so you shall live long. Won't you? Bob replied, You will too. Zheng Riqiang chose to ignore them. Disheartened, the two had no choice but to leave that on a hazy night. Zheng Riqiang heard a woman's voice calling to him, Come with me quickly. As he hesitated, the stranger grasped his hand and ran, pulling Wang Lin along as well. It was then that Zheng Riqiang realized the person was none other than Elisa. The sense of wariness towards Elisa began to grow within him. Upon returning to the spacecraft, Kong Zime was visibly delighted, while Elisa remained silent, her gaze warily surveying the surroundings. In contrast, Wang Lin appeared quite intrigued. Observing everyone, Kang Zime remarked, I still do not understand what these individuals seek. Zheng Riqiang replied, they seek fulfillment. They have raised over 150,000 people, akin to how some keep pets, while others are solely fixated on making money. The psychology is the same. Take, for instance, the chairman of Bipu, wealthy beyond measure, yet still yearning for more. To him, money is merely a number. So what does he truly desire? Elisa interjected, it resembles a game that we, along with these Martians and even Earthlings, could be mere constructs of their simulation. Just as some derive pleasure from gaming, I believe they do as well. She appeared burdened with thoughts and continued, billionaire Steve Jobs passed away at 56, and in his final moments, he expressed, in the eyes of others, I am their role model. Yet beyond my work, I do not feel happiness. At this very moment, lying in a hospital bed, I realize that what I once took pride in, public recognition and immense wealth, seems pale and meaningless in the face of impending death. Kang Zime retorted, you are mistaken. In the presence of what we hold dear, death too appears pale and devoid of meaning. You fear death. Elisa fell silent, for this was their fundamental disagreement. After a moment of contemplation, Elisa stated, life is akin to a grand stage or theater, where you play a role, be it protagonist, supporting character, or audience member. Throughout life's journey, some bask in prosperity, free from want, while others live in perpetual poverty and despair. Some leave a lasting legacy, while others are forever vilified. To exist on this small planet, drifting through life aimlessly, is a disservice to the miracle of existence. Kang Zime chose to ignore her and attended to his Martian vegetables. A task not easily accomplished. Years ago, there was a science fiction film titled The Martian, in which the protagonist, Mark, became stranded on Mars due to a dust storm and resolved to cultivate potatoes. Ultimately, he succeeded in his endeavor. However, growing potatoes on Mars is far from the simplicity portrayed in the film, as the Martian soil is fundamentally unsuitable for cultivation. Scientists have discovered that the pH level of simulated Martian soil is excessively high, reaching 9.5, a condition under which few Earth plants can survive. While certain plants, such as the Populus euphratica, can endure such pH levels, they are clearly not fit for human consumption. American scientists conducted an experiment selecting two types of plants, lettuce and Arabidopsis. Despite ensuring optimal conditions for light, temperature, watering, and fertilization, the seeds failed to germinate in the simulated Martian soil. Additionally, the Martian soil contains a substantial amount of calcium perchlorate, with concentrations reaching up to 3. This substance is toxic to Earth plants. Thus, the notion of growing potatoes in Martian soil is utterly fantastical. Consequently, they can only resort to hydroponics. There exists a precedent for this. As early as December 2020, NASA harvested the first batch of space-grown radishes, comprising 20 radishes in total. Prior to this, astronauts had cultivated 15 different plant species aboard the International Space Station, including 8 varieties of leafy greens. Scientists discovered that radishes could mature within a mere 27 days in the void of space. But what of Martian vegetables? After their tasks were completed, the two sat side by side before the spacecraft's large window, silently absorbing the scenery. Of course, the desolate Martian landscape offered little in the way of beauty. That day, as the sun set, they found themselves together once more at that moment. Due to Mars' considerable distance from the sun, the star appeared roughly 2/3 the size of what one would observe from Earth. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Surprisingly, the Martian sunset exhibited a unique hue, a shade of blue, amidst the cerulean expanse. A faint orange glow emerged, imbuing the atmosphere with an exceptional aesthetic charm. This blue sunset is attributed to the dust particles that permeate the Martian surface, which scatter sunlight. The blue wavelengths manage to penetrate the Martian atmosphere, creating a scattered effect around the sun. He remarked to Kang Zime, what a beautiful sight. Come and behold the blue sunset. It turns out that even the desolate Mars possesses moments of beauty. They were entranced by this picturesque view, including Elisa and Wang Lin. Suddenly, the entrance to the cave swung open, and several robots, unencumbered by protective suits, under the guidance of Hua Un and Lu Ming, wheeled out a large transparent jar. Within the jar resided 3 Martians. The robots were busy capturing photographs and videos, perhaps even live-streaming the event. They pressed closely against the transparent window, observing this strange spectacle with bewilderment. Wang Lin abruptly shouted, "Ah, it's them! It's them! How infuriating! Those beings have returned." Zheng Riqiang inquired of Wang Lin. Who are they? Who has returned? What do they intend to do? Chapter 32. The death of the Martians, Wang Lin exclaimed. They are executing prisoners once again. Such advanced technology on Mars, and they still resort to executions. Was it not said that Martians could live for 6,000 years? How could they be dying? Oh, it is not so simple. The condition for living 6,000 years is to forego sustenance and reproductive capabilities, with the crucial stipulation of obedience. Failure to comply could result in execution at any moment. Martian executions are carried out in three distinct manners. The first method involves ceasing to administer injections to the prisoner, leading to a gradual demise. This process is relatively slow and generally spans several months, yet it is the preferred method among the overseers. Imagine the profound psychological impact on those nearby as an individual languishes over such an extended period. The second method is electrocution, an ambiguous technique that lies somewhere between electric shock and gunfire. Should the overseer direct a specific device at the prisoner, they would perish without uttering a sound. However, this is the least frequently employed method. The third method, the most terrifying of all, entails exposing a living individual to the Martian surface, resulting in a horrific death at such times. Martian television and online networks would broadcast the execution as the crowd held their breath. Several robots opened the canister's door. The moment those three individuals came into contact with the Martian atmosphere, their faces twisted in agony, their bodies enveloped in steam. Subsequently, their blood vessels ruptured, their eyes bulged, and their innards exploded, transforming them instantly into a grotesque spectacle, gradually dissolving into a pool of blood, all within the span of less than a minute. Wang Lin's face was streaked with tears. Zheng Riqiang cradled Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin remarked, over the past 3 centuries, anyone who has opposed them has been sentenced to death. Zheng Riqiang inquired, why such a brutal execution? Could they not simply administer an injection? Wang Lin responded, they aim not only to demonstrate this to the Martians, but also to the people of Earth. Zheng Riqiang understood. This was evidently a spectacle intended for their eyes. The Martians withdrew, leaving behind 3 bloody imprints. Zheng Riqiang noted, during our training, we had envisioned several methods of demise on Mars. Kang Zime added, indeed, there are 6 such methods. The first involves death due to radiation during the journey or after landing on Mars. The second occurs when the spacecraft fails to land safely, resulting in a crash and the pilot's demise. The third entails health issues like bone loss due to the microgravity environment in space and on Mars, leading to the astronaut's death. The fourth arises from suffocation caused by a rupture in the spacesuit, resulting in a lack of oxygen. The fifth involves toxic properties of Martian soil or floating dust, potentially causing the astronaut's untimely death. The sixth entails being killed by a deranged and uncontrollable companion. Zheng Riqiang remarked, one day, I too may meet my end at the hands of the Martians. What about you? Kang Zime quickly silenced him. Pa, you and your morbid predictions. Zheng Riqiang countered. What if? Kang Zime replied. I truly wish to possess a skill that could vanquish them and rescue you. Zheng Riqiang said. Even if such a skill existed, you might not wish to learn it. Kang Zime asserted. How would I know without trying? Zheng Riqiang responded. Very well. You are familiar with Jin Yong, correct? Kang Zime affirmed. Of course. Zheng Riqiang continued. In his martial arts novel The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, he speaks of the supreme martial art, the Sunflower Manual. This manual embodies a miraculous skill. However, the cost of mastering it is immense, as the first requirement is to castrate oneself in order to cultivate its powers. I'm saying if, such formidable martial arts existed, but at such a price, would you undertake the training? Kang Zime resolutely replied. If it could save you, I would practice. Zheng Riqiang felt a warmth in his heart and said, Thank you, Kang Zime. Kang Zime gestured to Eliza and Wang Lin, who were nearby. However, Zheng Riqiang remarked, during our training at the Martian base, I found myself growing fond of you. Kang Zime questioned, Is that so? You have been quite contemplative. Zheng Riqiang continued, On that day, when we had a break, I took you mountain climbing. At the summit, facing the harsh climate and undulating terrain, it was breathtaking, reminiscent of the beautiful vistas of Mars. Zheng Riqiang admitted, I did it intentionally. Kang Zime replied, No wonder. Eliza, who had been silent, interjected, The command center announced that in a few days, Earth will send 2,000 people. How can this limited space accommodate so many? Zheng Riqiang asked, Do you have any solutions? Eliza suggested, Establish more Martian bases. Zheng Riqiang acknowledged, A commendable idea, But the Martians are prohibiting our departure. After Hua's assault, they have heightened their vigilance, following the execution of the prisoners. They are even more on high alert in Mars. All places pertaining to confidentiality, such as restaurants and research facilities, are monitored by robots in arduous conditions, where vigilance is paramount, such as in security and service roles. All personnel are replaced by robots. Kang Zime remarked, "It seems the Martians desire our demise." Zheng Riqiang responded, "I fear not death. At least I shall be remembered through the ages. By the way, do you recall the P2P magnate Zhao Wen, who amassed a fortune of 400 billion and perished at the age of 45? Kang Zime replied, "Of course, I remember. After his death, he was reviled by countless individuals. How could one earn such heartless wealth and not perish sooner? At this juncture, what use is 400 billion if one is no longer alive?" Ironically, a fellow P2P mogul also penned a tribute, "In memory of our dear friend, Mr. Zhao Wen," only to be met with public outcry. If he was truly your friend, why did you not accompany him? Friends should journey together throughout life. The most lamentable aspect of existence is to depart this world before fully enjoying one's wealth. Night has fallen. Zheng Riqiang turned to observe the darkness outside. A sea of blackness. Due to Mars's sparse atmosphere, the night sky appeared exceptionally clear. To his astonishment, the stars twinkled brilliantly on Mars as well. In fact, in comparison to the vastness of space, the distance between Earth and Mars is negligible. Gazing at the stars from Mars is not markedly different from doing so from Earth, as the nearest galaxies lie millions of light years away. Unless one is a specialist, discerning any differences is nearly impossible. One simply perceives a purer sky, free from light pollution. They deliberated on the necessity of establishing a Martian base to provide future Earth inhabitants with a place of refuge, under the cover of night. Zheng Riqiang and the three others stealthily opened the spacecraft's door, intent on venturing outside. Suddenly, they were surrounded. "Who are you? What are your intentions?" Zheng Riqiang brandished an object. Wang Lin inquired, "What are you doing?" Zheng Riqiang replied, "I intend to confront these emotionless Martians, regardless of gender." Wang Lin questioned, "What is that?" Zheng Riqiang responded, "You will soon find out." Chapter 33. The Martian base is like this. Kang Zime informed Wang Lin. "This is a special electromagnetic cannon, which requires no ammunition. If our assumptions are correct, those robots will be rendered entirely incapacitated by our electromagnetic assault." Wang Lin exclaimed, "Is it really that formidable?" Alicia added, "It seems the company is biased. Our spacecraft is devoid of such weaponry." Kang Zime explained, "You were merely a contingency, so the lack of armament is understandable." Alicia noted, "Primarily, the journey is exceedingly distant. Every possible resource is conserved." Kang Zime acknowledged, "Indeed, even transporting a mere gram to Mars poses immense challenges. Thus, we are equipped solely with non-consumable electromagnetic cannons and laser guns. You are already familiar with electromagnetic cannons. They were deployed as early as 1986. During the conflict between the United States and Libya, Libya's air defense systems were disrupted by electromagnetic interference, rendering them combat ineffective. The Martian robots likely possess numerous intricate communication and electronic devices. Once subjected to interference, they would undoubtedly malfunction." Alicia asked, "Then why did you not seek retribution when the Martians attempted to eliminate you?" They resolved to be forthright with Alicia. Zheng Riqiang stated, "We considered it. We possess the capability, but we are not here to foster enmity. We are ambassadors of peace." Alicia remarked, "No wonder they presumed you had a fail-safe system. So, does it exist?" Alicia blushed and exclaimed, "I am not as dreadful as you imagine." Zheng Riqiang responded, "Without a dead-hand system, it would be effortlessly easy to bring Mars to its knees. For instance, we possess laser guns. You are aware, are you not, that legend has it that over 2 millennia ago, Archimedes employed thousands of mirrors to reflect and concentrate sunlight, incinerating the sails of Roman warships. In 1960, physicists from both the United States and the former Soviet Union succeeded in developing lasers. In nearly all interstellar war narratives, this ubiquitous weapon features prominently in Star Wars. The Empire's Death Star is capable of unleashing terrifying laser cannons that can obliterate planets in distant galaxies. In the film Captain America, the antagonist soldiers wield laser guns, exuding an imposing presence. In fact, the primary significance of laser guns compared to conventional firearms lies in their potential to eliminate the need for carrying vast quantities of ammunition. In August 2011, The Israeli military employed blinding laser weapons during an offensive against Gaza, significantly diminishing the enemy's combat capabilities. Indeed, before the might of the powerful electromagnetic cannon, all robots were incapacitated. After over 6,000 years, 300 Earth years, of peace, the Martians found themselves nearly unfamiliar with modern warfare. Once the robots were dealt with, Zheng Riqiang re-entered Mars. During his training, he received high praise from his instructor for his cave design proposal. However, this was not solely Zheng Riqiang's merit. As early as 2014, the space agency had organized a design competition focused on how to create sustainable Martian architecture through 3D printing. Ultimately, 3 proposals made it to the final round. The first design envisioned the Martian base's structure as a spherical shape, reminiscent of the yurts found in Inner Mongolia, China. The second design integrated the form of the Egyptian pyramids into the Martian base's concept. The third design primarily revolved around cave transformations. The advantage of this design is its immunity to Martian climatic conditions, remaining warm in winter and cool in summer. This concept served as the nascent vision for the Martian base, with scientists planning to establish a base on Mars and gradually develop it. Initially, scientists leaned towards the first 2 proposals, making modifications to shift from complex 3D printing to assembly. They designed a silica aerogel suitable for Mars, an ultralight material akin to translucent foam, similar to plastic greenhouses on Earth. This material allows sunlight to penetrate while providing insulation and shielding against harmful cosmic radiation, achieving a certain level of effectiveness. However, this proposal faced engineering challenges, such as how to transport vast quantities of silica aerogel to the distant Mars, posing a significant dilemma. Thus, the search for Martian underground caves, aligned with the third proposal, emerged victorious. This was also the reason for Zheng Riqiang's eventual acclaim from his instructor. It became evident that the optimal approach to establishing a Martian base was to utilize caves, as they offer security, sturdiness, and insulation against temperature fluctuations, radiation, and the ever-present threat of meteoroids. In this endeavor, 3D technology would be employed, particularly at the entrances and in some critical complex areas. The material would consist of Martian soil. Utilizing 3D technology on Mars entails baking Martian soil at a temperature of 1,000 degrees, adding water, and creating construction bricks measuring 20 by 10 by 3 centimeters. Utilizing 3D technology, it is indeed possible to directly print structures such as doors, tables, chairs, and beds. This innovative technique employs Martian soil as its fundamental raw material, thereby achieving the remarkable feat of sourcing materials locally. The transformation of caves has emerged as a prevailing design philosophy. It is widely believed that the caves found on celestial bodies like Mars could provide humanity with a genuine sanctuary. Firstly, Martian caves can shield humans from harmful ultraviolet radiation, cosmic rays, and high-energy particles. Secondly, these caves offer protection from extraterrestrial threats, such as meteoroids and solar flares. The underground habitation of Martians serves as a prime example. Thirdly, the ambient temperature within the caves remains unaffected by external conditions. However, locating suitable caves in proximity to Martian settlements is no easy task. For millennia, Martians have possessed an intimate understanding of their surroundings. If any caves were available, they would have undoubtedly been explored and utilized long ago. Nonetheless, one perplexing question remains. Why, after 6,000 years, have Martians not sought to develop new caves? Approximately 1,000 meters from the spacecraft, they identified a suitable location to excavate Martian soil, creating trenches and subsequently covering them with specialized materials to establish a Martian base. For specifics, the base is designed to be 3 meters deep, 8 meters wide, and 13 meters long, featuring simple facilities capable of accommodating 8 to 10 individuals. The total area of the base is 104 square meters, inclusive of various functional modules such as a rest chamber, control center, biological chamber, and airlock chamber. This represents an optimal Martian base, with a drone control console at its center, segmenting the surrounding area into 6 distinct zones. Interconnected by electrical lines and pipelines, they plan to construct a total of 200 such bases within a time frame of 105 days. Zheng Riqiang has left behind 3 excavation robots, which have commenced their rumbling labor. However, the spacecraft is adorned with a cacophony of slogans, enveloping it entirely. Upon reading the contents, they found themselves utterly speechless. The slogans read, "Stop the invasion. Mars does not welcome invaders. Defend Mars. Defend our homeland. No microorganisms. No pathogens. No nuclear weapons. No overcrowding. No disputes. COVID, smallpox, AIDS, Ebola, all viruses, please depart. No nuclear weapons. Faced with this array of slogans, Zheng Riqiang began to question whether he had erred in judgment. They were indeed tasked with conducting 3 experiments. The first involved introducing the methylobacterium into Martian soil, a unanimous decision by the command center and scientists. What is methylobacterium? It is a type of G bacterium that possesses both methyl and methane nutritional characteristics, and can also utilize glucose or other complex nutrients as a carbon source and energy. Previously, scientists had identified 4 types of bacteria on the surfaces of 8 objects aboard the International Space Station, 3 of which belong to newly identified species of the Methylobacterium genus. These bacteria are exceptionally well suited for growth on Mars. The second experiment entails the release of cyanobacteria. It is well known that plants can absorb sunlight to release oxygen. However, there exists a type of microorganism capable of performing similar photosynthesis, namely blue-green algae. Thus, they have also introduced cyanobacteria into Martian soil. The third, and most unsettling discovery, is that the salts found within Martian soil can be transformed into breathable air through a yet-to-be-named bacterium. The genetically engineered organisms possess the remarkable ability to convert perchlorate, a compound that blankets more than 1% of Mars, into oxygen. Should this endeavor prove successful, it would represent a highly promising paradigm. However, there exists a modicum of concern regarding the potential release of bacteria in the future, which may adversely affect a celestial body and bring about catastrophic consequences, although scientists have conducted thorough research. Implementing stringent eradication measures should these bacteria fail to adapt to Mars' climate, the repercussions remain uncertain. This situation is reminiscent of the 2008 science fiction film The Invasion of Alien Microbes, which depicted a narrative centered on microbial invasion of Earth. If microorganisms were deployed on Mars, would that not constitute an invasion? Furthermore, is it possible that Martian rocks harbor microorganisms? Could they be released due to our own interventions? If such microorganisms were to arrive on Mars, would they disrupt the ecological balance of the planet? Such concerns are also prevalent on Earth. In 2021, when Earthlings returned soil samples from Mars, there were calls for sharing, oblivious to the extreme dangers associated with such actions. A pertinent example is the Apollo moon landing. It remains difficult to ascertain whether lunar soil contains microorganisms, and should any exist, the implications for Earth could be dire. In this regard, perhaps we ought to re-evaluate our considerations. Since the 1980s, the Committee on Space Research, COSPER, has established a series of protocols aimed at preventing forward contamination. Beyond microorganisms, could some pathogens inflict devastating consequences on Mars? Will incoming Earthlings carry with them viruses such as COVID-19, smallpox, or Ebola? It is no wonder that Martians would feel anxious. The specter of nuclear weapons looms larger still. Scientists speculate that Mars may have once harbored advanced civilizations a billion years ago, only to succumb to extinction due to frequent wars, culminating in unprecedented nuclear conflict. Disturbingly, American scientists have suggested that ancient civilizations on Mars not only existed, but also engaged in nuclear warfare. The renowned Mars boy, Poliska, has also claimed that Martians once waged wars, resulting in catastrophic nuclear strikes that obliterated all signs of life on the planet. Furthermore, he has vividly described the Martian landscape, teeming with forests and rushing streams. Echoing the observations of Zheng Riqiang and Kong Zime, Poliska asserts that Martians reside in subterranean castles. However, the narrative of a Martian nuclear war has been dismissed. While the memory of solar flares persists, that on July 16, 1946, the first YZ bomb detonated. Nuclear weapons are often described as possessing the power to annihilate the world, yet we frequently encounter the assertion that humanity's arsenal of nuclear weapons could destroy Earth multiple times over. However, this is an exaggeration. Even if all nations were to consolidate their nuclear capabilities, the resultant impact would not be cataclysmic. The total yield of the world's nuclear weapons is estimated to be within 800 billion tons of TNT equivalency. To put this into perspective, the total energy released by the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was equivalent to 4.75 billion tons of TNT. When the asteroid that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs struck Earth 65 million years ago, its explosive force was comparable to 100 trillion tons of TNT. Did Earth meet its demise? The extinction of the dinosaurs indeed occurred. If nuclear technology were to be introduced to Mars, would it lead to the demise of Martian civilization? However, Zheng Riqiang pondered anew that the Martians currently possess the ability to adeptly control and utilize an artificial sun, which is, in essence, thermonuclear fusion. Their harnessing of nuclear energy may far surpass Earth's advancements by numerous years. Zheng Riqiang contemplated whether we should unleash bacteria. Should we resort to nuclear weapons? What thoughts preoccupy the Martians? Elisa and her companion were preparing dinner. Their dining habits left a profound impression on Wang Lin. So this is what it means to partake in food and drink. With great effort, he grasped, through Zheng Riqiang's explanations, the distinctions between male and female. Those perplexing issues that had plagued them for millennia were finally unraveled due to the chairman's actions. When mealtime arrived, Zheng Riqiang called out, "Kong Zime, dinner is ready." He then shouted, "Mimi, dinner is served." As he muttered to himself and approached the greenhouse, an involuntary gasp escaped his lips. He discovered that Kong Zime lay motionless on the ground, evidently unconscious. Chapter 34. Is pregnancy possible on Mars? Zheng Riqiang hurriedly rushed over, crouching down to ascertain that Kong Zime bore no visible injuries. Diagnosing unconsciousness is a crucial skill learned during training. In space, particularly on Mars, emergencies abound. It is not uncommon for individuals to faint without apparent cause. What could be the underlying reasons? Various scenarios exist, such as vasovagal syncope, which frequently occurs in young individuals, often triggered by specific stimuli, like urination or coughing. Cerebral syncope arises from circulatory disturbances in the brain's blood vessels, while cardiogenic syncope is associated with orthostatic hypotension, among others. The phenomenon of unconsciousness stirred a myriad of emotions within him. Ever since the day he helped an elderly person while delivering takeout, he has been particularly sensitive to the term unconscious. As a physician, he possessed a foundational knowledge that made training feel as natural as swimming in water. What could have caused Kong Zime's fainting? Clearly, it was not due to any of the aforementioned reasons. He gently lifted her and employed the most common folk remedy of pinching her acupoint to rouse her. Kong Zime gradually regained consciousness, only to find herself in Zheng Riqiang's embrace, and a radiant smile spread across her face, startling him. "You can still smile," Kong Zime replied. "Zheng Riqiang, I believe I might be pregnant." This revelation struck Zheng Riqiang like a bolt from the blue. Kong Zime was expecting. What a perilous situation this was. It is well known that even in the safety of Earth, pregnancy poses significant risks for a woman. How much more so on Mars, giving birth in space, on an extraterrestrial planet, has never been documented. With a scarcity of medical resources, how could Kong Zime's safety be ensured? How challenging is it to conceive in space? It can be said that scientists are at a loss. They have conducted experiments with spacefaring rodents, which indicated that healthy offspring could indeed be born. Russia also undertook experiments, and in 2007, a spacefaring cockroach gave birth to the first batch of 33 cockroaches nurtured in a microgravity environment. As previously mentioned, in April 2016, China completed the first ever development of mammalian embryos in space. However, human pregnancy in space has never been realized. The primary risks faced by humans in space, particularly on Mars, include radiation and low-gravity conditions, with space radiation adversely affecting male fertility. On Earth, once a woman becomes pregnant, doctors typically advise mothers to distance themselves from sources of radiation, such as computers and mobile phones. If even the minimal radiation present on our planet could potentially affect a fetus, how can one ignore the fact that the radiation in space is magnitude stronger? Is there radiation on Mars? If so, how intense is it? Moreover, Mars has not experienced reproduction for 6,000 Martian years, which is equivalent to 11,300 Earth years, resulting in a complete lack of experience. What guarantees can be provided for the safe delivery of Kong Zime's child? Beyond radiation, the effects of the low-gravity environment in space on the human body are also significant. Without the familiar gravitational conditions of Earth, how can one conceive in space? Therefore, no one can confidently assert what a child conceived on Mars would become, or the potential impacts on humanity of their descendants, if any. Hence, scientists emphasize that becoming pregnant in orbit is an unethical endeavor fraught with numerous risks. The tragic demise of all 108 human embryos during the recent Mars landing underscores the perilous nature of the situation. Yet now, Kong Zime declares she is pregnant. This revelation is indeed alarming. Sensing Zheng Riqiang's concern and guilt, she reassured him. "Countless attempts at space pregnancies have failed. I consider this an unexpected success that I am overjoyed, as this could serve as a case study for future space pregnancies." From today onward, I shall keep a pregnancy diary. Zheng Riqiang was moved to tears. Kang Zime swayed as she walked, recognizing that a sudden fainting spell in a pregnant woman often indicates low blood pressure, and that dizziness is a common symptom during pregnancy. He urged her to lie down and rest for a while, gazing out at the vast, gray sky and then at the vivid green of the vegetable greenhouse. She felt an indescribable sense of tranquility. That day, he discovered that his foot was in excruciating pain, rendering him unable to walk. That he lamented, "What is wrong with my foot?" Alicia examined him, her brow furrowed. "It may be fractured." Despite engaging in exercises such as cycling, weightlifting, and rowing within the spacecraft, astronauts are still prone to osteoporosis. Reportedly, for every month spent in space, astronauts lose about 0.5 of their bone density. Healing from a fracture on Mars would be an unprecedented challenge. During their training, they had undergone courses on managing space-related fractures. Kang Zime and Alicia assisted Zheng Riqiang in lying down, stabilizing his fractured calf, and applying a specialized anti-inflammatory and analgesic ointment. This medication was specially designated for use within the spacecraft. In virtually all spacecraft, there are emergency supplies of medication. Space medications generally fall into two categories: common ailment treatments, such as antiseptics, compression bandages, antibacterial ointments, and analgesic injections, and special medications, including those for motion sickness, anti-radiation drugs, and anti-decalcification agents. However, these medications seemed to have little effect, as Zheng Riqiang's calf remained remarkably swollen, possibly due to the altered efficacy of medications in microgravity. Reluctantly, Zheng Riqiang asked Kang Zime to retrieve a pouch containing over 30 gleaming silver needles. A testament to his amateur interest in acupuncture as a physician. It is widely acknowledged that the field of manned spaceflight has long grappled with three significant medical challenges: space motion sickness, decompression sickness, and a decline in physical endurance. Empirical evidence has demonstrated that Western medicine has not achieved remarkable success in the treatment of space-related ailments. Conversely, the therapeutic effects of traditional Chinese medicine on astronauts' health are notably evident. In a state of weightlessness, an individual's adaptability and stress response capabilities are adversely affected. A simple illustration of this is that, at the moment of exiting the spacecraft, many astronauts require assistance, with some even being carried out. Furthermore, traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, is rooted in the ancient, rudimentary materialistic theories of yin and yang and the five elements, forming the foundation of its practice. Consequently, the application of TCM in aerospace endeavors has gradually expanded. Acupuncture is one such method. The primary rationale for employing TCM in space exploration lies in its holistic view of the human body from a cosmic perspective, contrasting with Western medicine's terrestrial viewpoint. While this may appear somewhat mystical, the philosophical tenets of TCM align closely with the cosmic worldview, which posits that all things in the universe are interwoven through the interplay of yin and yang, thus embodying a dualistic nature. The diagnostic approach in TCM adheres to this yin-yang philosophy, reflecting the duality inherent in health assessments, which is also a key reason for the reverence towards the I Ching and silver needles. As he brandished the silver needle, contemplating the technique of acupuncture, he was abruptly interrupted by Elise's urgent exclamation. "This is terrible. A grave situation has arisen. Zheng Riqiang, come quickly." Chapter 35, TCM on Mars. Zheng Riqiang, unable to walk, hastily inquired, "What has happened?" Elisa replied with alarm, "It's serious. Kang Zime is bleeding." Zheng Riqiang was taken aback, recognizing this as a sign of potential miscarriage in the resource-scarce environment of Mars. This was an alarming predicament. He crawled over to find Kang Zime lying on the floor, her trousers stained with crimson against the backdrop of the spacecraft's interior. Previously, in an effort to treat his own fracture, he had applied acupuncture at several points, including Yanglingquan, Zisangli, Sanyinjiao, Kunlun, and Changshan, and to his surprise, it had proven effective, alleviating the pain in his swollen foot. He pondered whether this approach might also benefit Kang Zime. As her abdomen changed visibly each day, after 100 days, it resembled that of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Both Zheng Riqiang and Elisa were perplexed. How could her belly be so large with only 3 months of gestation? Could it be twins? During that time, Kang Zime was engrossed in her vegetable greenhouse, tending to her modest garden of over 100 square centimeters, officially 138 square meters, but practically 8 layers. amounting to over 1,000 square meters. Scientists had exerted considerable effort to cultivate crops on Mars, primarily addressing the challenge of gravity. Since Mars possesses only 1/3 of Earth's gravitational force, it poses a significant obstacle to plant growth. Over millions of years of evolution, nearly all terrestrial plants have adapted to Earth's gravitational environment. Thus, scientists designed the cultivation area in a cylindrical shape, enabling it to rotate and simulate varying gravitational conditions. While also considering cosmic radiation, temperature, and other factors, the second challenge was the soil. As previously mentioned, Martian soil is unsuitable for agriculture. Consequently, they employed soilless cultivation techniques, utilizing nutrient solutions and other mediums that in simple terms. Any cultivation method that does not utilize soil as a growth substrate is classified as soilless cultivation. The third challenge was sunlight. As the adage goes, all living things depend on the sun. With all terrestrial life ultimately relying on the photosynthetic process driven by sunlight. Of course, there are exceptions, such as deep-sea flora and fauna that do not rely on sunlight. It has long been acknowledged that LED illumination is remarkably beneficial for plant growth. For instance, the optimal formula for lettuce involves 95 parts red light and 5 parts blue light directed at the crown from a close distance, effectively compensating for insufficient natural light. However, cultivating crops on Mars serves purposes beyond mere sustenance. It is imperative to establish a unique biological cycle on this red planet, creating an ecosystem capable of recycling carbon dioxide, oxygen, and water. This initiative will extend to Martian settlements, paving the way for the development of a sustainable biological cycle that could ultimately transform Mars. While seemingly trivial, the implications are profound, and they extend even further. Given Mars' considerable distance from Earth, timely medical treatment becomes exceedingly challenging should an individual fall ill. The spacecraft is stocked with a plethora of Western medicines as a precaution. Yet, the limitations of medication, such as depletion or ineffectiveness, prompt the consideration of traditional Chinese medicine. The successful cultivation of vegetables has emboldened them to undertake another experiment, the planting of Chinese herbal medicine on Mars. In China, the resources related to traditional medicine are incredibly abundant, with over 5,000 varieties documented in the Encyclopedia of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The remarkable efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine has garnered widespread acclaim. Tu Yu, in 1972, successfully extracted a colorless crystalline compound with the molecular formula C15H2205, which she named artemisinin. This drug significantly reduces mortality rates in malaria patients. In September 2011, she was awarded the Lasker Award and the GlaxoSmithKline China R&D Center Life Sciences Outstanding Achievement Award for her discovery of artemisinin. In October 2015, she received the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, becoming the first Chinese recipient of a Nobel Prize in the sciences due to her groundbreaking discovery. Not all traditional Chinese medicinal herbs are suitable for cultivation. Some, like ajiao and zehesh, cannot be grown at all. However, numerous varieties, approximately 500, are indeed cultivable. China's vast territory, diverse climate, and complex topography encompass 9 climatic zones, including cold temperate, warm temperate, northern subtropical, central subtropical, southern subtropical, tropical, Tibetan Plateau, and Mongolian Xinjiang regions. Yet, within the controlled environment of a temperature and humidity-regulated spacecraft, these distinctions become negligible. This time, they brought along seeds for over 200 common traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, such as ginseng, Siberian ginseng, Anamarina, astragalus, gastrodia, pinelia, licorice, Codonopsis, red sage, safflower, forsythia, balloon flower, schizonepita, fallopeia, nodo ginseng, fritillaria, purple root, cactus, akebia, goji berry, sinancum, chihua, safflower, and ephedra, among others. Ultimately, Kong Zime and Zheng Riqiang decided to cultivate white atractylodes, Isatis, Bellum canda, summer cypress, red sage, balloon flower, nodo ginseng, gastrodia, rhizoma, pinelia, white atractylodes, chihua, and raw earth. Remarkably, within just 25 days, the vegetables matured, boasting exquisite flavors, having long been deprived of fresh greens. They savored the purple leaf lettuce grown in the microgravity environment of Mars, exclaiming in delight, "It's absolutely delicious. How cool, so fresh." Soon, the medicinal herbs reached maturity, and they harvested, dried, and stored them. Naturally, the growth periods of various herbs differ. For instance, white atractylodes is a biennial herb, reaching a height of 50 to 100 cm, while summer cypress has a mere 3-month growth cycle. Confucius May must have been exceedingly weary, causing her to experience a disturbance in her pregnancy. Zheng Riqiang urged Confucius May to recline, yet the obstinate Confucius May, despite being drenched in perspiration, continued to take notes. I feel as though I am dying. These could serve as research material. Zheng Riqiang snatched the pen from her grasp. What nonsense are you uttering? Without hesitation, he withdrew a silver needle and declared to Confucius May, I am about to conduct an experiment on you. This is my first attempt as well. If it fails, I shall accompany you. Confucius May replied, let us commence. Gaining experience is worth it. Although Zheng Riqiang maintained a semblance of composure, his hand trembled as he approached the acupuncture. Confucius May, growing impatient, exclaimed, do you wish to watch me perish? Steeling himself, Zheng Riqiang proceeded to insert silver needles into the points of Zhongwan, Zhisanli, Pishu, Shinshu, Neguan, Suchi, Taichong, Gashu, Taishi, and Fuliu. After a considerable duration, Confucius May remarked, I feel significantly better. It seems the bleeding has ceased. You have succeeded. The spacecraft was stocked with progesterone capsules and vitamin E, which were also administered to Confucius May. With a hint of regret, Zheng Riqiang noted, I possess a traditional Chinese medicine prescription requiring Dangshan, Sheng Huangqi, Di Huang, Shuduan, Chao Dingui, Bai Xiao, Jiao Ai, Chao Baizhu, Fuling, Chao Chuanxiong, and Jigan Chao. Unfortunately, we are out of stock here, Confucius May responded. Let us hasten to cultivate them. Suddenly, Confucius May's complexion shifted to one of distress as she groaned loudly. Zheng Riqiang. My abdomen is in great pain. I cannot endure this any longer. In Chapter 36, the first cry of a Martian infant in 6 millennia, Zheng Riqiang inquired urgently. Mimi, what is the matter? Confucius May lamented. The child is about to be born. Zheng Riqiang retorted. What jest is this? You have only been pregnant for just over 100 days. Confucius May clarified. This is Mars that I suspect the recent bleeding indicates that labor is imminent. Zheng Riqiang felt a surge of panic. Oh no, I just treated you for a threatened miscarriage. Will there be complications? Confucius May scolded. You are so verbose. Hurry, I cannot bear this any longer. In a flurry of activity, Zheng Riqiang, realizing that Mars had no records of childbirth and had not prepared for such a possibility, space conception, lacked any backup medications, such as oxytocin. He was drenched in sweat. Listening to Confucius May's anguished cries, his heart racing, that he first targeted the Higu point, then the Senyinjiao point, beginning his acupuncture with utmost anxiety. Shortly thereafter, Confucius May experienced intense contractions. Approximately 1 minute later, the contractions intensified, leading to the birth of a boy. That a resounding infant's cry filled the entire spacecraft. This marked the very first time in 6,000 years, on Mars, that the sound of a child's wail echoed. Not only did it bring joy to Zheng Riqiang and Confucius May, but it also captivated Wang Lin with its novelty. Zheng Riqiang cradled the infant, tears of exhilaration shimmering in his eyes. This was a moment to be etched in memory, a natural birth on an extraterrestrial body, achieved at this pivotal instant. He wrapped the baby and asked Confucius May, Mimi, what shall we name him? At that moment, Eliza's panicked voice cut through the air. Confucius May, what is happening? Open your eyes. You must open your eyes. There is severe postpartum hemorrhaging. This is exceedingly perilous. Zheng Riqiang had no choice but to set the infant aside and proceeded to acupuncture Confucius May at the points of Rinzhong, Yintang, and Yongquan. Gradually, Confucius May began to regain consciousness. Eliza remarked, childbirth is truly terrifying. Zheng Riqiang agreed. Indeed, it is a harrowing experience. That he first used a silver needle to lightly moxibus the Higu point of Kongzime, then proceeded to acupuncture the Rinzhong point, directing the needle tip upwards towards the nostrils, first on the right and then on the left, applying moderate rotational stimulation. Afterward, he aimed the needle tip towards the center of the nose. Gradually, Kong Zime's condition began to stabilize. Her complexion flushed, her consciousness started to clear, and her limbs grew warm. She inquired, Where am I? Zheng Riqiang replied, Heaven. Hell? Where does it seem to be? Kong Zime responded, Perhaps hell? Does it resemble anything? That is how I feel. Zheng Riqiang affirmed, Indeed, it is precisely that. This is hell. Kong Zime remarked, I see many people flying in the sky. Zheng Riqiang explained, That is merely an illusion. He then handed the child to Kong Zime, saying, This is our son. a healthy boy. She gazed at the infant in her hands. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness. However, this moment was fleeting, as Kong Zime soon displayed evident symptoms of depression. She became morose, listless, drowsy, prone to tears and weeping, frequently feeling overwhelmed, despondent, and often losing her temper over trivial matters, which greatly concerned Zheng Riqiang. Suddenly, she asked, "Is he our only son? Just him? What if he needs a wife in the future?" Zheng Riqiang felt a pang of unease at her words. Indeed, how many people would be necessary to ensure the continuation of life on Mars? The Bible suggests that only Adam and Eve were needed to propagate the human race. However, the pitfalls of inbreeding are numerous. For instance, royal families that intermarried to maintain pure bloodlines faced extinction within merely 200 years. So, how many individuals are truly required to sustain humanity? Scientists suggest a minimum of over 100. Some assert that 98 is the absolute lower limit, which is evidently insufficient. With his knowledge of reproductive medicine, Zheng Riqiang understood that establishing a new kingdom with just 98 individuals, all needing to cooperate harmoniously, was practically impossible. That if mishandled, civilization would not only stagnate, but could regress. That a particularly disconcerting example is the Tasmanian Island effect, also known as the Island Effect. Tasmania, separated from Australia by the 200-kilometer-wide Bass Strait, is merely 1.87 times the size of Taiwan province in China. The vast ocean thoroughly isolates Tasmania from the Australian continent, much like humanity's situation on Mars. However, their circumstances were far superior to those on Mars, with abundant resources ensuring that all inhabitants were well-fed at that time. There were not merely 98 individuals on Tasmania, but several thousand. Yet, after 10,000 years, a mere 10,000 years, of historical evolution, they found themselves living one of the most primitive lifestyles in the world. In contrast, the humans just a body of water away were already exploring the cosmos. Those separated by just a stretch of water were basking in the glow of human civilization, thousands of years prior. The technological level of the Tasmanians was virtually indistinguishable from that of the Australian Aborigines. One might wonder how the gap between them could have become so vast despite their proximity. No one knows precisely what transpired in Tasmania, but the outcome is clear. They remained stagnant, or rather, regressed. Thus, while theoretically, a few hundred individuals may suffice to sustain humanity, in practice, it is far from adequate. Even several thousand may not be enough. The example of Tasmania is not unique on Earth. North Sentinel Island in India serves as another illustration. North Sentinel Island spans approximately 72 square kilometers, and the Sentinelese may have inhabited this land for around 60,000 years. Once, a young American missionary of Chinese descent ventured onto North Sentinel Island in the Indian Ocean, attempting to spread his faith, only to tragically meet his demise at the hands of arrows. They adamantly refuse contact with the outside world. However, they fare better than the Tasmanians. The Sentinelese engage in fishing and foraging, yet they have significantly regressed, remaining scarcely distinguishable from primitive beings. Thus, the hope that a mere few hundred individuals could sustain a lineage seems almost impossible. Currently, at best, they possess the genetic lineage of only 3 individuals, excluding Wang Len. How then can they ensure their continuity? It is no wonder that Kong Zime has succumbed to feelings of despondency. Zheng Riqiang, forcing a smile, remarks, "Let us drink today, for tomorrow brings its own worries. When we reach the mountain, a path will surely reveal itself. Do not dwell too much on these matters." Just as he speaks, 2 figures emerge noisily from the cave, and upon using his binoculars, Zheng Riqiang discovers they are Hua En and Lu Ming. They hold a letter and wave it at Zheng Riqiang and his companions, shouting something loudly, perhaps in fear of an attack. The 2 cautiously place the letter on the ground before departing. Zheng Riqiang steps out to retrieve the letter, unfolds it, reads it through, and grins widely. Well written, let us proceed as you suggest." Kong Zime inquires, "What did they write?" Zheng Riqiang hands the letter to Kong Zime. "You may read it for yourself." Chapter 37. Negotiation. Kong Zime exclaims, "Can't you read it to me? I'm holding a child. It's quite inconvenient." After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Riqiang hands the letter to Kong Zime. She gives him an exasperated look, freeing one hand to take the letter, which states, "Earthlings, since you have come in the spirit of peace, let us negotiate. However, prior to our discussions, please refrain from damaging Mars. Otherwise, you shall experience the might of Martian technology." Martians, Kong Zime mutters in frustration. What are they thinking now? Her propensity for suspicion is a notable trait, and Zheng Riqiang clearly perceives the change in her demeanor. He suspects that she is suffering from postpartum depression. What is postpartum depression? It refers to the manifestation of pronounced depressive symptoms in women following childbirth. Most absurdly, she harbors doubts that Zheng Riqiang, during her labor, conspired with Eliza, having already forged a connection with her. Not only is she plagued by suspicion, but she also harbors hostility towards those around her, finding fault with everyone. This has led Zheng Riqiang to reassess his views on Kang Zime. Often, it is in such a manner that the fissures in life gradually and imperceptibly form and develop. Nevertheless, Zheng Riqiang remains deeply concerned for Kang Zime's health. Nearly half a month postpartum, she has grown gaunt, her complexion dull, and her eyes devoid of spirit. She suffers from insomnia, poor appetite, cold extremities, and an aversion to cold. Following the treatment protocols for postpartum depression, he has attempted bloodletting at her earlobes and acupuncture at the Zhongwan point, yet to no avail. Zheng Riqiang is compelled to shift his mindset and accept the changes in Kang Zime. Depression and emotional instability are challenges that all astronauts must confront. He recalls a particular case during training, in which 11 astronauts from Germany, Belgium, and Russia, upon their return from a space mission, were found to have undergone permanent physical changes. These alterations included deformations of the brain, flattening of the eyeballs, cognitive decline, accelerated aging, and DNA mutations, with even their personalities undergoing significant transformations. This phenomenon is what is commonly referred to as space sickness, a topic that elicits fear in many. Perhaps Kang Zime is afflicted by such a condition. Indeed, while in space, on Mars, they may unwittingly encounter gamma rays, P rays, and various other forms of cosmic radiation, leading to enlarged brain ventricles, increased cerebrospinal fluid, and severe hair loss in the astronauts. Beyond radiation, the zero-gravity environment of space poses a formidable challenge for the astronauts. Furthermore, being distanced from Earth and in an unfamiliar world, mingling with numerous Martians, can easily render their psyches sensitive and fragile. Zheng Riqiang mused that he once believed there were no issues with space colonization, but it seems that matters are far more complex than anticipated, marking a significant hurdle in Martian immigration. Given Kang Zime's robust physical constitution, it is expected that such extraordinary psychological resilience is also necessary. The emergence of such symptoms in her is thus understandable. However, Zheng Riqiang finds it intolerable that Kang Zime remains perpetually suspicious and incessantly nagging. The four of them deliberated on why the Martians had undergone such a drastic transformation. Yet, despite their contemplations, they could not grasp the essence of the issue. It was then that Eliza accidentally bumped into an object. As it fell, she bent down to retrieve it, provoking a surge of jealousy from Kang Zime, who sarcastically remarked on Eliza's blatant flirtation with Zheng Riqiang right in front of her. The situation left everyone feeling helpless. Zheng Riqiang quipped, "If you wish to flirt, I am always here to join in." Due to electromagnetic shielding, Zheng Riqiang still needed to venture outside the spacecraft to send a message. The negotiations officially commenced 2 days later. The Martian delegation was led by Chairman Peter Chun, accompanied by Representatives Hua Un and Lu Mingren. The Earth delegation comprised Zheng Riqiang and Kang Zime, indicating the seriousness with which both sides approached the discussions. The negotiation process proved to be rather mundane. A friend of mine who writes online novels mentioned that this part could easily be expanded by 20 to 30,000 words, a notion I found quite absurd, so I shall be succinct. Zheng Riqiang asserted that the Martians were unfriendly, intent on their destruction. The Martians retorted, stating, "Isn't there a song among you Earthlings that goes, 'When friends come, there is fine wine, but if a wolf arrives, it is met with a gun'? Should we greet you, the invaders, with smiles? In truth, you are the most unfriendly ones, destroying our robots, harboring criminals, and conducting experiments on Martian soil. You even aimed laser guns at our caves. At us Martians. Is this what you call friendliness?" Zheng Riqiang countered, "We have not aimed nuclear weapons at living Martians, nor have we conducted experiments on Martian soil." As for Wang Lin and Eliza, their presence here is merely a matter of belief, and we must take responsibility for that. We merely seek a new homeland, with no grand aspirations. Ultimately, both parties reach two intentions. 1.to demonstrate sincerity. The Earth delegation would send one representative to reside within the cave, with the freedom to come and go as they pleased. In return, the Martians utilized advanced technology to construct a cavern for Earth's inhabitants, accommodating a population of 5. 000. As for sending someone to reside in the Martian cave, Zheng Riqiang volunteered, yet his offer was met with refusal from the Martians. They deemed Zheng Riqiang robust and astute, unsuitable for the endeavor. That if he was deemed inappropriate, then Wang Lin and Eliza were even less so, leaving only Kang Zimei and her son as options. It is commonplace on Earth for individuals to be sent to another nation as hostages due to national alliances. This serves two primary purposes. Firstly, the necessity of forming alliances. The most renowned example is Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng, whose mother Zhao Ji was held as a hostage in the alliance between two nations, also referred to as a hostage. Later, after the birth of Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng, he too became a hostage. Secondly, there is the tactic of appeasement. This refers to the practice of marriage alliances in the early Western Han dynasty, as well as during the Tang dynasty, to ensure the safety of their own borders. Princesses were often married off to distant lands, in the northern deserts. These princesses became brides for the Xiongnu. Thirdly, hostages served as shields or bargaining chips for their side. The most famous instance is perhaps the incident at Tumubeo, where the Ming Emperor Yingzong Zhu Qizhen was captured, and the enemy sought to exploit him as leverage against the Ming dynasty. Naturally, the treatment and personal safety of these hostages were guaranteed. It seems the Martians predominantly aligned with the third category. Their reasoning was, by placing a hostage in the cave, Earthlings would be deterred from attacking it. However, both sides remained deadlocked on the issue of hostage delegation. Indeed, Zheng Riqiang understood that the construction of a Mars base was a distant prospect, devoid of any certainty, especially since the Martians were unwilling to agree to the deployment of bacteria on Mars. Therefore, terraforming Mars appeared utterly implausible. It would be wiser to leverage Martian technology to assist in building a Mars base for themselves. If that were the case, he would genuinely be willing to serve as a hostage in the cave. Yet, the Martians were under no obligation to acquiesce, thus rendering the situation rather difficult. The notion of sending Kang Zimei, a frail woman, as a hostage had never crossed his mind, although he found her incessantly verbose and somewhat hysterical. She was, after all, a mother. The Martians' intentions were unmistakable. They wished for Kang Zimei to serve as the hostage. At that moment, Kang Zimei softly proposed, "If we can properly handle Eliza, I am willing." The crowd erupted in astonishment. When she articulated her specific demands, their shock rendered them speechless. Chapter 38. A Shocking Revelation. October 5, 2026. Nanshan City First Detention Center. With a clang, the door to the cell swung open. 1314. Step forward. 1314 was Gao Ming. As he emerged into the sunlight, surrounded by the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blooms, Gao Ming inhaled the fresh air with a hint of greed, only to be ushered into a police van by the officers. He was aware that after more than 3 months of life in the detention center, he would be taken to court for trial, facing charges of creating disturbances. Over these few months, the world had undergone tumultuous changes. Following the failure of Bipu's initial Mars landing, they quickly organized a second attempt. Subsequently, Bipu launched a 15-day journey to Mars, captivating individuals from all corners of the globe. The company is poised to announce the establishment of an airport on Mars, making travel to the Red Planet as effortless as flying from New York to Los Angeles. The implications of landing on Mars, constructing an airport there, and initiating flights have caused Bipu's stock price to soar dramatically from 283.17 to 520.38, leaving many industry professionals astounded. According to the penal code at the time, those guilty of severe provocation could face imprisonment of no less than 5 years and no more than 10, along with fines. Gao Ming categorically rejected any form of defense, dismissing lawyers and legal assistants in court. With a background in journalism, Gao Ming exhibited clarity of thought and eloquence, challenging the judge with the question, "Which clause of the penal code pertains to my alleged provocation?" With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "The elderly are deceived by the Sunset Red scheme, involving billions, leaving many gravely ill, yet the court does not pursue this, but instead hunts down someone who speaks the truth. Bipu treats its employees in such a manner, where those who thrive are favored, while the court seeks to penalize a truth-teller. The power of wealth is indeed formidable." Applause erupted from the audience. "Silence, silence." The presiding judge was compelled to remind them. The prosecutor asserted, "The internet is not a lawless realm. Freedom must come with constraints, and you have crossed the line." Gao Ming countered, "The charge of provocation is inherently vague. Colloquially known as a catch-all offense, it is easier to stifle the voice of the people than to contain a flood. while rejecting online defamation is justified. What purpose does a network serve if the truth cannot be expressed? I implore the judge and everyone present to see this clearly. The presiding judge was once again forced to intervene. Laughter and hissing erupted from the crowd, compelling the judge to declare a recess. The court did not announce the verdict in open session. Rather, it was delivered in a separate chamber. When Gao Ming heard the judge declare, defendant Gao Ming is found guilty of provocation and sentenced to 1 year and 6 months in prison, with a 2-year probationary period. He was informed that this probationary period would commence from the date of the verdict. Should he disagree with this ruling, he could appeal within 10 days of receiving the judgment, either through this court or directly to the Intermediate People's Court of Nanshan City. The judge further cautioned Gao Ming that those sentenced to probation must not leave their residence without prior application. With scant belongings in hand, Gao Ming stepped out of the detention center. The sun shone brightly, causing him to instinctively squint. He hailed a ride-sharing vehicle. Initially, when illegal ride-hailing platforms encroached on taxi drivers' livelihoods, some individuals wielded free vouchers, and the common folk, driven by petty gains, tarnished the taxi industry. Now, they too have suffered the consequences. Under the monopoly of internet oligarchs, no one can escape. As the car passed through a desolate area, it was strewn with colorful, decaying shared bicycles, piled high, exposed to the elements, resembling refuse. Once, these bicycles commanded great respect, pervading every corner of the city. Emerging from confinement with not a penny to his name, Gao Ming sighed, stating, "Currently, the practice of burning money in subsidies is merely a means to ensnare people, subsequently driving small vendors to extinction. Once they have secured their clientele, they will tighten the noose and hike prices. Reclaiming all the advantages you once enjoyed, capital has infiltrated every aspect of society, becoming the new norm. There are e-commerce and social platforms that entered the internet arena early on, alongside investments in transportation, daily life, and fresh produce sectors. Nowadays, even the grocery industry has not escaped the gaze of capital giants. All 5 of China's leading internet behemoths have gathered here as lunchtime approached. Gao Ming made his way to a familiar restaurant, having previously ordered takeout from there numerous times. However, the establishment no longer offered delivery services. The owner, recognizing Gao Ming, greeted him warmly. "Long time no see," Gao Ming inquired. "Did being detained in the detention center lead you to stop offering takeout?" The owner replied, "Indeed, I have ceased. For a takeaway priced at 20 yuan, the platform takes a hefty 20 to 25. This means that from a 20 yuan order, the platform pockets 4 to 5 yuan, even more during promotions. And the delivery service takes another 4 to 5 yuan, leaving the shopkeeper with a mere 10 yuan. What sort of meal can be prepared with just 10 yuan? Gao Ming remarked, "When I was doing it, the platform's cut was only 15. The owner recalled. In the beginning, it was merely 5. Back then, your delivery personnel often earned over 10,000 yuan a month. Try finding that now. If you make 6,000, consider yourself fortunate. And if you receive a negative review, you can lose hundreds." The restaurant's television was tuned to news about Bob and Eliza's historic landing on Mars, which had become old news. The broadcast proclaimed that the heroic duo had successfully established a base and airport on Mars. Eagerly awaiting the arrival of Earthlings, the radio announced that the UFO destined for Mars would embark in a year, specifically in October 2027, with only 4 ships available, each offering 2,000 tickets for sale at a staggering price of $1.8 million each. Gao Ming chuckled. $1.8 million? I wouldn't go even for $180. However, the next news segment left everyone, including him, utterly astounded. Good heavens, how could this be? Chapter 39. A sensational tale the television reported emphatically. On December 11th, 2027, Earth is on the brink of destruction. This alarming revelation stemmed from a recent finding by an astronomical research center at an American university. The news stated that a small asteroid, 700 meters in diameter, was hurtling towards Earth at a speed of 200 kilometers per second, expected to reach our planet in 16 months, specifically in mid to late December 2027. On the 11th that moment, chaos and inferno would reign, and all life on Earth would cease to exist. Of the over 7 billion people, only 2,000 would have the chance to escape to Mars, while the rest would vanish without a trace. Initially, people were indifferent, as apocalyptic predictions had circulated for ages. The most notable was the 2012 doomsday, which never materialized. Even if scientists claimed that, due to calendar discrepancies, The true end of the world predicted by the Mayan calendar was June 21st, 2020. That too had proven inaccurate, as that day had long since passed. Over the years, countless charlatans and prophets had foretold the impending apocalypse, naming years such as 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and even extending to 2026. According to their assertions, every year was heralded as the end of the world. There exists a prodigious child from India, known as Abhijit Anand. As early as August 2019, he prophesied that the world would encounter troubles by the year 2020, followed by a cataclysmic disaster around March 2021. However, in retrospect, this young seer seems to have merely been indulging in fanciful musings. Furthermore, there are claims that the years 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 herald the apocalypse. Yet, the populace remains unperturbed, akin to the tale of the boy who cried wolf, having developed a sort of immunity to such dire predictions, rendering them incredulous. Some discerning individuals cast doubt upon Bipu Corporation, suggesting that their fearmongering is merely an entertaining narrative, a tactic often employed by capitalists. Why is the capital market so enamored with storytelling? From a psychological perspective, it is due to the human brain's affinity for narratives. Psychologists assert that while individuals may struggle to retain financial figures, most can easily recall a pivotal story. Whether this is merely capital weaving tales or a genuine market demand is inconsequential. The magnates assert that the distinction of necessity is irrelevant. The ability to narrate a compelling story equates to financial gain, while those diligently engaged in their work may find themselves succumbing to the winter of capital. However, this news emerging from reputable media has captured public attention. Discussions proliferate, and the prices of airline tickets begin to soar. In light of an asteroid threat, the cost of tickets to Mars skyrocketed from an initial $1.8 million to $18 million within a day, and by the third day, it was equivalent to 500 kilograms of gold per ticket, valued at $200 million, with paper currency no longer accepted. Though availability remained uncertain, the following day, the price escalated to 700 kilograms of gold, amounting to $350 million. Some optimistic individuals speculate that ticket prices may reach $3 billion each, a sum beyond the reach of many affluent individuals. Many resignedly declare that they might as well await their demise. In a frantic pursuit of pleasure, people indulge recklessly. Traveling and shopping have become the preferred avenues for the expenditure of wealth. As the workforce loses its motivation, firstly, there is the threat of gamma-ray bursts. Gamma bursts represent a high-frequency electromagnetic radiation explosion, capable of releasing energy exceeding that generated by the sun over 10 billion years. Such an event would undoubtedly precipitate mass extinction. Secondly, the eruption of solar flares is a concern. Scientists have discovered that extreme superflares occur approximately once every 20 million years on the sun, with the probability of extinction events being 1 in 1,000. Thirdly, the prospect of nuclear war looms ominously. Should such a conflict arise, its consequences would echo the extinction of the dinosaurs, leading to a collective demise. Fourthly, the potential eruption of supervolcanoes, such as the Yellowstone caldera in the United States, poses a grave threat. Their eruption could decimate vast populations and transform fertile land into desert, plunging humanity into a dark age. Fifthly, the invasion of extraterrestrial species is deemed highly plausible. Should numerous alien beings arrive, they may well be conquerors. Sixthly, the possibility of being devoured by a black hole exists, if one were to form. It would consume the Earth. Seventhly, the emergence of antimatter presents catastrophic repercussions. Should an alien civilization possess the capability to manufacture antimatter, Earth would soon meet its untimely end. Eighthly, the threat of viral genes, such as the current COVID-19 or previous Ebola outbreaks, represents one of the most likely and terrifying scenarios. The prospect of fleeing Earth has thus emerged as humanity's optimal choice. It is hardly surprising that the price of tickets to Mars has skyrocketed so rapidly. Given the abundance of affluent individuals, the cost of a ticket to Mars has surged from 1.8 million to 350 million within the span of merely 1 month. Such madness is perhaps only rivaled by that of Bitcoin. Born in 2009, Bitcoin was valued at a mere 0.10 in 2010. By 2011, its price had risen to 0.30. However, by 2018, Bitcoin reached an astonishing 112.20, and in March 2021, it soared to an eye-watering 60,000. Yes, 60,000. Naturally, One would require 6,000 bitcoins to purchase a single ticket. Gao Ming, upon hearing the price of the Mars ticket at 350 million, felt utterly despondent that he remarked that even 35,000 is a sum that many cannot afford. Resigning himself to the notion of inevitable demise, this effectively extinguished any thoughts of escape for the average person. Nevertheless, it is not solely a matter of the individual. The thought of so many others facing the same fate provides a strange sense of solace. The complexities of existence render suffering more bearable when shared among many. Much like during wartime, when every household suffers loss, the bereaved might reflect, "I am not alone in this." Pain becomes dulled that a remarkable phenomenon enveloped the earth. No one was working, no one was on duty. No one was attending school, and no one was laboring. Confronted with impending disaster, all were devoid of motivation. After his release from prison, Gao Ming lay idle at home for several days. One day, a few individuals arrived seeking him out. "We have been looking for you for quite some time. We've gone to the delivery company and the detention center. We have something to tell you." Gao Ming inquired. What is it? It hardly mattered to him. After all, soon they would all face annihilation together. The visitors replied, "You may not necessarily share that fate, that we are employees of Bipu Company, and Zheng Riqiang asked us to find you a few days ago. Fortune has smiled upon you." Gao Ming could scarcely believe his ears and retorted, "Who?" The visitors repeated the name loudly. Upon hearing this familiar name, Gao Ming felt a deafening silence envelop the world around him. Chapter 40. The Mars Beauty Pageant Champion during the final negotiations. Kong Zimei unexpectedly launched an assault, catching many off guard. She addressed Peter Chun, stating, "I am willing to be a hostage, to reside in a cave, but Eliza cannot remain aboard the spacecraft, that I cannot permit her to be alone with my husband." Eliza, who had been hiding in the spacecraft, was taken aback. Initially, she had fled out of fear of the Martians' longevity. Now, having seemingly betrayed them, if the Earthlings were to cast her away, where could she possibly go? Tears streamed down her face. Kong Zimei, a Pisces, is often described as possessing a delicate and fragile disposition, unable to withstand even the slightest harm, harboring grudges, and possessing a strong desire for retribution. However, it remained unclear where she had been offended. She stated, "Where else can I go?" Kong Zimei coldly replied, "That is your concern." Zheng Riqiang also found himself in a difficult position. Driving her away would undoubtedly lead to her death. Was there not an alternative solution? As a Sagittarius, Zheng Riqiang placed great importance on joy, rarely allowing unpleasant matters to linger beyond a night. They regarded fame and fortune with indifference, living in a state of tranquility, free from worldly disputes. Content to savor the present moment, Kong Zimei remarked that she would agree to stay, provided she received the longevity serum number 3 and transformed into a person devoid of desires. Initially, Eliza had sought refuge from the Martians' longevity series. Yet now, she found herself compelled to undergo the injection. The Martians rejoiced, for the traitor was finally receiving her due punishment. Upon administering this serum, within a mere 24 hours, she would lose all desires for sustenance and reproduction, as well as her memories. Eliza, a Capricorn, typically wore a solemn demeanor, exuding an air of meticulous thoughtfulness that gave her a serious and earnest impression. She treaded cautiously in all her dealings, yet remained oblivious to the ways in which she had offended Kong Zimei. Though she harbored admiration for Zheng Riqiang, her feelings were devoid of ulterior motives. She had not anticipated the relentless torment from Kong Zimei. The final moment approached that a robot presented the serum and needle to Kong Zimei, who then turned and entered the spacecraft, determined to administer the injection herself. Subsequently, the anguished cries of Eliza echoed through the air. Furthermore, she would be required to receive 2 injections annually to maintain this state. It could be said that she had become a tightly controlled pawn of the Martians, that it was time to depart. Kong Zimei gazed at the twinkling instruments within the spacecraft, and involuntarily, memories of her training flooded back to in her room. A row of photographs adorned the walls, each featuring female astronauts. From that moment onward, she had aspired to become an exceptional female astronaut. Among these images was Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman cosmonaut from the Soviet Union, and indeed, the first woman to journey into space. There was also the elegant Dr. Sally Ride, the first American woman astronaut, who in 1977 emerged as one of 6 women from a pool of 8,000 applicants. Additionally, the first British female astronaut, Helen Sharman, the first Japanese female astronaut, Chiaki Mukai, France's first female astronaut, Claudie Hayner, South Korea's first female astronaut, Lee Soo-yeon, and Canada's first female astronaut, Roberta Bonder. China's first female astronaut, Liu Yang, was also among them. Beyond these, there was the second woman in the world to ascend to space, Svetlana Savitskaya, the American astronaut, Shannon Lucid, who spent the longest time in space, and Roberta Bonder, the first Canadian female astronaut, were included as well. Notably, there were exceptional individuals, such as the first woman to conduct a spacewalk, Savitskaya, Soviet Union, and the first female commander of a space shuttle, Eileen Collins, USA. The record for the longest duration spent in space by a female astronaut belongs to Shannon Lucid, USA. While Anusha Ansari, an Iranian-American entrepreneur, became the world's first female space tourist, she held deep admiration for Liu Yang's words. If one departs never to return, then so be it. It was this indomitable spirit that would pave her path to becoming the first woman to land on Mars. Prior to this, many had questioned the capability of women to serve as astronauts, primarily due to concerns regarding menstruation. Indeed, the occurrence of menstruation in space posed a significant challenge. This intricate matter encompassed the realms of space physics, biology, medicine, biomechanics, psychology, and fluid dynamics. Would retrograde menstruation emerge in a microgravity environment? How would menstruation be managed? These were the issues that women had to confront. Furthermore, does space have an impact on female fertility? Female astronauts possess a distinct advantage: meticulousness. Thus, during her 125-day sojourn on Mars, Kang Zhimei exited the spacecraft and ventured into the Martian caverns. As the heavy door closed behind her with a resounding thud, she embraced her son tightly and approached the waterside estate. The Martians provided her with a living environment akin to that of her spacecraft, as she needed to nurse. Her sustenance was ample, and 3 robots attended to her every need with utmost care. The dwelling was predominantly designed like an earthly room, complete with a kitchen and a bathroom. Though there was no television, the arrangement of the interior was straightforward. She wondered, why is there no television? When suddenly, a large screen materialized before her. On Mars, distinctions between genders were non-existent. All inhabitants possessed a certain androgynous beauty. After 25 days of elections among the Martians, the champion of humanity was finally determined. However, the champion beauty, as perceived by the Martians, was utterly unappealing to Kang Zhimei. Not only the champion, but also those who garnered various accolades, such as the most popular award and the most promising award. These celestial beings, who were deemed to be extraordinarily beautiful, simply did not capture her interest at all. Appearing rather grotesque to her, it was surprising to discover that the Martians had such peculiar tastes. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, different places, different customs. With Earth and Mars being so distant, it is entirely normal to have differing aesthetic values. Even on Earth, the perception of beauty varies significantly between cultures. What some Chinese individuals consider unattractive may be viewed as an epitome of beauty by Americans. It is akin to that topic, which cannot be mentioned for fear of legal repercussions. The beauties selected by the Martians were completely at odds with Kang Zhimei's preferences, which was perfectly understandable. Feeling slightly warm, an invisible air conditioning system promptly lowered the indoor temperature. Yet still feeling a bit stuffy, she opened a window and glimpsed a vivid red banner on the street, the 12 characters inscribed upon it piquing her profound interest. She found it perplexing that, in an age of advanced technology on Mars, such an archaic method of propaganda still existed. What message could those 12 characters possibly convey? Chapter 41. The Secrets of Mars You Know Not. The banner read, "Defend the Martian homeland. Enlist now." What does this mean? Is it a recruitment campaign for the Martians? Kang Zhimei pondered. Undoubtedly, they were preparing to confront Zheng Riqiang and herself. However, there had been no war here for 6 millennia. What sort of army were they seeking to establish? She contemplated using a computer, yet her gaze scanned the surroundings and found none. In an instant, a computer screen and keyboard appeared by her side. It seemed that on Mars, thoughts materialized into reality. She mused, what if I need a helicopter? A helicopter indeed appeared outside the balcony, silent and devoid of noise. She stepped aboard. Without a pilot, the aircraft inquired, "Where would you like to go?" Where did she wish to go? After a moment's reflection, she recalled the banner and declared, "I wish to go to the recruitment office." The helicopter glided silently through the air, and after a moment, it announced, "You have arrived at your destination, a straight-line distance of 2,158 meters, taking 37 seconds to so fast." She mused, remaining aboard as she observed the prominent letters, conscription registration office. Yet, it was deserted. A notice hung there. In light of numerous citizens disseminating exceedingly erroneous statements regarding conscription online, it has been decided to impose penalties on many by halting their injections. Martian conscription office is a mere utterance enough to condemn someone to death. Such gravity is indeed striking. What exactly was said? She inquired. What did many say? A mysterious voice resonated from the sky. That is classified. She turned to the aircraft and remarked, "Oh, then take me to see this cave." The aircraft moved steadily, surrounded by numerous planes and vehicles, some swift, some slow, all moving in an orderly fashion. A river flowed gently. A square boasted lush green grass. The sun shone brightly, fervently, dazzlingly. She asked, "How is there a sun here?" The enigmatic voice responded, "That is an artificial sun, capable of mimicking the true sun's operation within the cave, thus producing the distinct seasonal climate once experienced on Mars. The invention of an artificial sun is indeed remarkable, but the Martians can control it. Their technology is truly unparalleled." Kang Zime knew that on Earth. An artificial sun refers to the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, ITER, project, proposed in 1985, which after 13 years of effort and an expenditure of $1.5 billion, was completed in 2001. On May 28, 2021, in China, Earth, the artificial sun successfully burned at 120 million degrees Celsius for 100 seconds. This result was achieved after more than 40 years of dedicated research. Little did she expect that the Martians had already surpassed them by leaps and bounds. Kang Zime then inquired, "What do Martians do every day?" The mysterious voice replied, "They indulge in entertainment and games, living joyfully and fulfilling lives." Meanwhile, in the room, Peter Chun had been waiting for quite some time. Kang Zime pressed, "What exactly did many say?" Peter Chun diverted the topic. "You must have gained some understanding of the Martian caves, right?" Kang Zime contemplated and replied, "Such a vast cave. How is it excavated? Surely it is natural?" Peter Chun responded, "It is likely the result of meticulous modifications made to a natural cavern." Kang Zime remarked, "I heard that there are only 24 senior management personnel within your cave." Peter Chun asked, "Who did you hear that from?" Kang Zime retorted, "Never mind who I heard it from. Isn't it true?" Peter Chun stated, "No, that is not the case. That I in this cave. Everyone who strives diligently can become individuals like me." Kang Zime pressed, "Then be frank. How many people have ascended to your ranks through hard work over the past 6,000 years? Peter Chun pondered and replied, "Many, at least 200. Kang Zime inquired, "What kinds of people are they?" Peter Chun listed, chairpersons of online lending companies, presidents of gaming enterprises, general managers of film and television companies, and so forth. Kang Zime sighed. 200 individuals over 6,000 years, such a rigid class structure. And you still aspire to rise. Among the multitude, how many truly stand out? Kang Zime continued. In 1985, a film titled The Adventures of Baron Munchausen was released on Earth. In The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, every action of the individuals was under surveillance. In the film Elysium, the world of 2154 is characterized by the existence of two distinct classes of humanity, the exceedingly affluent and the profoundly impoverished. Conversely, 500 years later narrates the story of a totalitarian state 500 years hence, where all inhabitants reside in an underground realm of stark whiteness. The film I Cannot Die, set in the year 2274, portrays a society where, in an effort to control population growth and resource consumption, all individuals who reach the age of 30 are condemned to death. What, then, is the difference between this and the current existence devoid of color and desire? In truth, this phenomenon reveals itself in every sphere of life on Earth. Online loans, e-commerce, real estate, community vegetable sales, and food delivery services, all striving to find ways to survive. The so-called high technology and research and development are wielded by those who, relying on their immense power and wealth, squander resources without restraint. Peter Chun remarked, "Understand well, and perhaps you will come to appreciate this place." After Peter's departure, Kang Zime accessed a computer and utilized Martian search queries to uncover numerous pieces of information, only to find that almost all of it had been deleted. With great difficulty, he employed technology to log into Mars ANET, where he discovered this phrase. The so-called ANET is referred to as the deep web, a realm where numerous anonymous traders engage in the exchange of prohibited items such as D substances, J identification cards, H drugs, and H client software. People can only access this hidden space through encrypted stealth software. And all transactions occur via virtual currencies that evade the scrutiny of law enforcement. This technology emerged on Earth in May 1996, and it is astonishing to find it thriving on Mars as well. During his training, Kang Zime had assumed he would never need to utilize such technology, yet here he was, employing it. The phrase goes, "Why do only 2 individuals enlist in the Martian draft every 3 days?" The administrators ought to ponder the reasons. For millennia, we have been nurturing these Martians devoid of masculine vigor and spirit, and we have glorified this as beauty, a profoundly distorted aesthetic in the face of Earth's formidable weaponry. Those with the courage to stand up have vanished. It is suggested that the management and executives should take the lead in enlisting. It was this very statement that led to his injection being halted. Kang Zime continued to navigate a net, where he unexpectedly encountered individuals trading longevity products, all guaranteed to be genuine by the sellers. They claimed to have obtained these through hacking into the networks of research institutions. Chapter 42. The Absurd Regulations of Mars. Kang Zime perused with great interest. During our mining operations 3 centuries ago, we unearthed several ancient texts dating back 7,000 years. The culinary map of Mars, takeout trapped in the system, the rise of the effeminate, and the melodramatic histories of male and female stars. We understand that on Mars, there exists but one type of person, while in the cosmos, including our nearby Earth, there are 2, men and women. Instinctively, when they unite, they produce a new individual, a new human being. On Mars, nearly no one comprehends the acts of eating and drinking, such fundamental and primal behaviors, which are also instinctual. Nourishment and reproduction represent the most basic and primordial needs of the universe, yet in the pursuit of survival and longevity, we have forsaken them. Is this not the most tragic of all? The most lamentable aspect is that only a select few, not exceeding 30 individuals, are capable of thriving while simultaneously possessing these 2 abilities. This implies that the dichotomy of either-or is fundamentally flawed. In the nascent phase, it was somewhat excusable to forsake sustenance and reproductive functions due to a scarcity of resources. However, millennia have elapsed, and Martian technology is entirely adept at restoring the primordial functions of every Martian. In other words, it is possible to bestow longevity upon you while also enabling the faculties of nourishment and procreation. Yet, the reasons behind their reluctance or disdain remain obscure. Should anyone dare to defy their authority, they would employ the cessation of injections as a means of control, compelling compliance. Strolling through the streets, their appearances and physiques starkly contrast with yours. Are they flaunting privilege or merely standing apart? This encapsulates the enigma of Mars. Kang Zime found herself utterly captivated and continued to peruse, encountering an article entitled The Absurd Regulations of Mars, which delineated a plethora of inexplicable and ludicrous rules established over the past 6 millennia. Below is a mere fraction of these stipulations. Movement within residences is prohibited after midnight. One must don undergarments when venturing outside. Only individuals possessing an electrician's license are permitted to change light bulbs. Personal attempts at this task are illegal. Regardless of the time of day, drivers must keep their headlights on and are forbidden from driving with their eyes closed, as well as from driving automobiles or aircraft with bare torsos. Horns may not be sounded after midnight. It is prohibited for individuals to urinate in small rivers. Digging for nasal relief in public settings is forbidden. Pets are not allowed to bark indiscriminately at inappropriate times. On roads where overtaking is not permitted, should someone pass you, you may retaliate. Sleeping without removing shoes is deemed illegal. Utilizing public Wi-Fi without permission is classified as a hacking offense. Individuals feigning magical abilities or reciting incantations are guilty of fraud. Picking flowers, grass, or any vegetation is strictly forbidden across all Martian locales. Being shirtless is illegal. The provision of plastic bags by grocery stores is prohibited. If 2 or more Martians congregate while wearing masks or similar facial coverings, it is considered unlawful. The duration for which a car door may remain open is strictly regulated. Naming pets. Peter Chun. Note, the name of the chairman is forbidden. Death is prohibited. The Minister of State is empowered to employ force to thwart extraterrestrial invasions of Mars. Farting in public places after 6 p.m. on Thursdays is an offense. Tattoos are illegal. Imbeciles are barred from participating in elections. If more than 5 Martians inhabit a territory, it is deemed a declaration of war, and individuals are obligated to shoot at them. Kang Zime found the absurdity quite amusing and retrieved her portable USB drive, requested a projector, and settled onto the sofa. ensuring her son was comfortably asleep as she began to watch. The film from Earth, titled I Don't Want to Die, unfolds in the year 2274, where, following a nuclear catastrophe, survivors reside in computer-controlled cities, indulging in a life of carefree hedonism. However, they are limited to a lifespan of 30 years, after which they must undergo a rebirth ceremony. Yet, some harbor suspicions that this rebirth may essentially equate to annihilation. Thus, the narrative unfolds. Overcome by drowsiness, she was jolted awake by her son, whom she hurriedly began to nurse. The robot, devoid of any concept of sustenance, was utterly incapable of assisting Kong Zime with her task. After much effort to soothe her child, she summoned a helicopter, exclaiming, "I wish to take a stroll in the streets." The helicopter descended onto a bustling square, teeming with tourists, some engaged in leisurely games of chess. Make your move. I've been pondering this for 3 days. Numerous Martians, intrigued by Kong Zime's appearance, gathered around her as if she were a curiosity, while her son, playing with a milk bottle, expressed his fascination. Kong Zime reflected that she had once observed animals in a similar manner during her visits to the zoo. On Mars, aside from parks, several locations drew significant crowds. First was the pet shop, where she witnessed many selecting various pets, dogs, cats, birds, and more. Thanks to advanced technology, the average lifespan of pets reached an astonishing 200 to 300 years. Second was the internet gaming store, where throngs of people gathered. A Martian inquired, "Has the goddess decision arrived?" The shopkeeper shook his head. Third was the cinema, where security was tight and long lines formed for tickets. As a 36-hour color documentary titled The Spring of the Martians was being screened. Fourth was the travel agency, bustling with eager patrons clamoring, "Are there any tickets left for the East Canyon?" Kong Zime seized the opportunity to ask a Martian, "With such a crowd, can't one purchase tickets online?" The individual shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, after finally having the chance to step out, "Who would want to be tethered to that nauseating old computer?" Kong Zime nodded in agreement. A tour guide, brandishing a small red flag, led over 30 tourists, proclaiming, "Behold, this is the Grand Clock Tower from 4250 years ago." A voice from the crowd muttered, "I've seen it over 400 times." At the entrance of the Martian Securities Company, a throng of Martians gathered as well. The Martian stock market had closed yesterday at 129,000 points and opened today at 129,368 points. Nearby, a weather forecast displayed on a screen announced that due to severe atmospheric pollution, the Martian Meteorological Bureau had decided to unleash a level 5 rainstorm this afternoon, with a countdown of 334 remaining. The technological prowess on Mars was indeed remarkable, capable of controlling even the weather. Kong Zime gazed at the bright sun overhead, observing countless cars, airplanes, and bizarre flying vehicles soaring silently above. She mused to herself, "Every time, whatever I desire simply appears: television, air conditioning, computers, helicopters. But what if I wished for a great deal of money? Would my pockets overflow with it?" Thus, she thought, if only my pockets were filled with wealth. Chapter 43. My delivery job on Mars. Suddenly, she heard a voice. "We apologize, but you currently have insufficient balance. Would you like to apply for a loan? 100,000 Martian coins requires only 45 coins in interest per month, with a maximum loan of 2 million coins, arriving in as little as 3 minutes. And a repayment term of up to 1,000 years with 12,000 installments. Loan Joy is your steadfast companion." Kong Zime found the proposal rather unappealing. That if a loan is necessary, then never mind. She replied. As she looked at her son, a wave of nostalgia washed over her for Zheng Riqiang. How was he faring now? Were they doing well? What she remained unaware of was that, at the moment when Kong Zime and her son were abducted by extraterrestrial beings, Zheng Riqiang had collapsed within the confines of the spacecraft. This left Eliza and Wang Lin utterly flummoxed. Although Eliza had acquired knowledge of first aid for fainting during her training and had witnessed Kong Zime's fainting episode, Zheng Riqiang's collapse was unmistakably of a different nature. Moreover, with the absence of Zheng Riqiang, the pillar of support, her mind was engulfed in chaos. Frankly speaking, fainting in the vastness of space or on an alien planet is an exceedingly rare occurrence. With no precedents to draw from, the most common instances arise during takeoff and landing, moments characterized by abrupt changes in velocity. Sudden alterations in gravitational forces can occasionally lead to severe consequences, such as grayouts, blackouts, and tunnel vision. For instance, in the film The Martian, Mark Watney succumbed to unconsciousness as the spacecraft exited the Martian atmosphere, but on October 15, 2003, at 9 a.m., China's Shenzhou V manned spacecraft descended. At that time, Yang Liwei endured immense overload pressure, multiple times greater than his own body weight, when the rocket and the spacecraft experienced low-frequency resonance, causing him to briefly lose consciousness for 26 seconds. Fortunately, he regained awareness shortly thereafter. However, Zheng Riqiang's situation was evidently different. Observing him as if he were merely asleep, Eliza and Wang Lin found themselves at a loss and could only assist him to bed. It seemed that his mother was oblivious to his utterances. Disappointed, he drifted to another realm, where he encountered his father, who was smoking a cigarette amidst swirling clouds of smoke. His father was plowing the fields, and the sharp crack of the whip was resoundingly loud. Yet it was all but a ruse, never actually striking the ox. Nonetheless, his father appeared unaware of his presence, continuing to toil away in the fields. Moments later, he found himself traversing the vibrantly colored streets of Mars, bustling and beautiful, teeming with life. Seated upon an electric vehicle, he marveled at the myriad neon lights flashing above, inscribed with the words, Martian Paradise Club. The thoroughfare was filled with expressionless Martians meandering about. Vehicles zipped by, while the sky above was a flurry of flying objects, soaring swiftly and silently at a TA restaurant. He awaited his meal. Wait, doesn't T Mars lack sustenance? What need for a restaurant, where the chef moved at a leisurely pace, in resignation. He gazed towards the distant sky, studded with twinkling stars. Beside him stood a newsstand, brimming with a variety of publications. He picked up a copy of the Martian Daily, skimming through its pages until he spotted a striking headline on page 61. Any Express completes 6th round of financing. Zheng Riqiang mounted his electric vehicle and commenced his delivery. The calendar nearby indicated it was the year 4048 on Mars, equivalent to 9000 BC on Earth, a time before true humanity had emerged. Drones had become an essential tool for every delivery person. They would typically descend to the ground floor and utilize drones for deliveries, sparing them the arduous task of climbing stairs. During that era, Martian homes featured designated areas on balconies for the convenient takeoff and landing of drones, akin to the placement of toilets, air conditioning units, and clotheslines, becoming standard fixtures in a household. When renovating a home, contractors would inquire, where shall we position the drone docking station? This was a plan that nearly met its demise. Last spring, the Kwai Kwai Delivery Group aspired to launch a plan that eliminated delivery personnel altogether, allowing meals to be directly transferred from the kitchen into drones, destined for the patrons. This represents a remarkable initiative. Customers, simply by downloading the delivery company's app, could instruct drones to pick up their orders at designated addresses. This prospect elicited widespread enthusiasm across various sectors, heralding an era devoid of delivery personnel running red lights or flouting traffic regulations. Instead, the skies would be filled with countless drones buzzing industriously above. However, this ambitious plan was stillborn before its launch. The Martian Delivery Association lodged a strong protest against the use of machines to deprive workers of their jobs, which drew considerable criticism. Subsequently, the Environmental Protection Association issued a statement, declaring that they could not tolerate the cacophony of disruptive noise in the skies, particularly during moments when tranquility was sought. Ultimately, the regulatory authorities claimed that the delivery company's app had unlawfully acquired unnecessary user information, leading to its abrupt disappearance before even being launched. This marked one of the greatest failures of capital in scientific research. In the end, a compromise was reached. Delivery personnel continued their bustling routines, while drones became a standard feature. Developers, venting their frustrations on the delivery workers, significantly reduced delivery times. What once took 30 minutes now took a mere 16, and while the delivery personnel ostensibly triumphed, they found themselves laboring even harder. Yet, such occurrences have become commonplace. Roads have always been torn apart for various municipal projects, telecommunications, gas pipelines, and electricity maintenance, with no end in sight. Even the scenic trees by the roadside rarely survive beyond 2 years, as they are frequently uprooted and replaced with new species. Zheng Riqiang's first delivery stop was an office building in the high-tech development zone. It was a desolate and somewhat eerie place, where delivery workers typically hesitated to accept orders. Those who established companies there were either drawn by low rents or were seeking to exploit national research funding. This area housed over 100 high-tech enterprises, some engaged in water-to-oil conversion, others in perpetual motion research, and still others exploring time-space travel. He placed the meal onto a drone and delivered it to a nearby building, home to the renowned IT company. Wolf Totem. The reluctance of delivery personnel to venture into the high-tech zone was not unfounded. Due to overwhelming stress, for young individuals had leapt from rooftops or windows in the past 3 years, ending their lives. Thus, even walking nearby instilled a sense of foreboding to the Wolf Totem Company, which espoused a wolfish ethos. Working 6 days a week for 12 hours each day was commonplace. Nevertheless, Zheng Riqiang continued to use drones to deliver meals. Proceeding to his third delivery point, a film company. Sisters Film Studio. It was often said that if luck smiled upon one, they might spot a beautiful actress at the entrance or on the street. And if fortune favored them even more, they could obtain an autograph or, in rare cases, take a photo with a star. Consequently, many delivery workers were eager to accept orders from this location. However, the system considered all factors. Accepting an order from there meant pairing it with deliveries from the high-tech zone and the IT company Wolf Totem, a combination that deterred many delivery personnel. Zheng Riqiang came here to deliver takeout. Not out of fondness for this place, on the contrary, he harbored a strong aversion towards the actresses of the Sisters Film Company, especially after a newspaper exposed that those actresses earned a staggering 4 million Mars coins daily, equivalent to a monthly salary of 12 million Mars coins. This was particularly shocking in a society where the average monthly salary was merely 6,000 Mars coins. He had 3 orders, which he dispatched using a drone. A crowd of fans gathered on the lawn outside the Sisters Film Company. Holding banners that proclaimed, "Miss Eneen, we love you," they chanted in unison, "Eneen, Eneen." Zheng Riqiang turned to a young man beside him and inquired, "Why the fervor?" The young man replied, "What can we do? We earn our keep by alleviating the burdens of the wealthy. Shouting costs 100, delivering flowers 200, chasing cars 300, and crying 400. That we adhere to our professional ethics. Given that this area also fell within a high-tech zone, local enterprises benefited from tax incentives and even subsidies, resulting in over 100 film companies, including well-known ones like Fortune Film and Capital Tan Film, among others." Zheng Riqiang shook his head, staring vacantly at a disarray of bicycles lining the roadside. These were shared bicycles launched by a company that had retreated within 5 months, leaving the locals grappling with how to manage the thousands of abandoned bikes. Suddenly, he sensed an odd change in the weather. It gradually became oppressively hot. Abruptly, a thunderous sound erupted, reminiscent of an airplane passing overhead or a flood roaring. He gazed into the distance, where a dazzling white line appeared on the horizon, growing ever closer and larger. The noise intensifying, he plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "It's coming! It's finally coming." Chapter 44. The future is short. It was a monstrous wave. He witnessed buildings melting like chocolate under the sun. He saw a colossal wave surging towards him. Heat. Intense heat. The deluge towered 100 stories high, and he plunged into the depths of the water, experiencing a chilling cold. Cold. Frigid. The alternating sensations of heat and cold compelled him to scream. Upon opening his eyes, he found Wang Lin and Eliza anxiously watching over him. He hurriedly asked, "Where am I?" Wang Lin responded, "You've finally awakened. You've been unconscious for 3 days and nights." Zheng Riqiang then realized that he had indeed been in a state of coma. "Water," he cried out, and Eliza brought him some. Feeling chilled, feverish, with cold limbs and a muddled mind, he surmised he had caught a severe cold. The aircraft was stocked with cold medicine, including anti-inflammatory drugs, antiviral medications, antipyretics, and mycoplasma treatments. He took 2 capsules of cephalosporin and a bottle of antiviral oral solution. Feeling drowsy, due to a lack of timely injections, Wang Lin had also fallen ill, barely clinging to life. Lying in bed, he remarked, "In the past, I heard that the lifespan could stretch to 6,000 years, leading me to believe that the future was long. However, my perspective has shifted that I now feel that the future is short. One can never predict when one's life may abruptly come to an end." Zheng Riqiang nodded, reflecting on many past events. Indeed, life is unpredictable. There is no such thing as a long future. That he struggled to rise, gazing out at the twinkling stars, akin to his own troubled thoughts. He took out a copper coin and cast a divination, drawing the 47th hexagram. This juncture, with no assistance in sight, and every endeavor fraught with difficulty, the wisest course of action is to patiently await the opportune moment. The original text of the I Ching states, Zheng, great men bring good fortune, without blame. Promises made are often met with skepticism. The imagery elucidates that the hexagram of K-in symbolizes adversity. Success is attainable. The divination reveals that powerful figures can attain auspiciousness without misfortune. However, the pledges made during such times are seldom believed. The commentary further elucidates that the hexagram depicts K-in, water, below, and dew, lake, above, representing a lake devoid of water, symbolizing hardship. As a gentleman, one should remain undaunted in the face of adversity, willing to sacrifice life itself in pursuit of one's aspirations. Zheng Riqiang muses that Martians possess a scientific acumen at least 11,300 years more advanced than that of Earthlings. What does 11,300 years signify? Firstly, they can extend a Martian's lifespan to over 6,000 years and regulate their sustenance and bodily functions, demonstrating their profound medical knowledge. Secondly, they are capable of transmitting sound across distances and exerting control over machinery from the air, indicating exceptional scientific prowess. Fortunately, their spacecraft are equipped with robust electromagnetic shielding. Thirdly, they have constructed remarkably flawless caverns, providing an impeccable living environment, which highlights their advanced capabilities in mechanics, environmental sustainability, transportation, and logistics. Fourthly, their adeptness in nuclear technology and the utilization of artificial suns illustrates their formidable research and development capabilities. In the presence of such astute Martians, it is indeed a formidable challenge to contend with them. Thus, waiting for the right opportunity seems prudent. Should one perish, the days ahead would indeed be limited. As for Wang Lin, what legacy could he leave behind? His genes? Elisa, a graduate student in civil engineering, was rendered incapacitated after being injected by Confucius May. Initially, there were hopes that she would excel in the construction of the Martian base. But the outcome was unforeseen. The command center placed her in a pivotal role for the second landing on Mars, directly related to her field of expertise. They envisioned that Elisa, with her knowledge of civil engineering, could significantly contribute to the development of the Martian base. Moreover, on Mars, where gravity is merely 1/3 that of Earth, even the most complex structures could be effortlessly realized. Additionally, it is highly probable that they employ excavation techniques, necessitating consideration of the mechanics involved in tunneling as well as the transportation flow within the base, such as the transfer of oxygen and waste gases, among other concerns. Naturally, the Martian base must ensure structural stability, necessitating the maintenance of certain tensile and compressive forces. The spacecraft's entry and exit from the base must also account for the principles of action and reaction, alongside numerous other factors, including the base's resilience to wind, water flow, and seismic activity. However, the Martian's extraordinary architectural abilities render her self-deprecating, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Zheng Riqiang turns to Wang Lin and states, "I wish to conduct an experiment and require your cooperation." Wang Lin, barely managing a whisper, replies, "No problem." Zheng Riqiang continues, "I would like to extract some of your stem cells." Wang Lin inquires, "What purpose does that serve?" Zheng Riqiang explains, "Generally speaking, males produce sperm, females produce ova, which is fundamental. However, Martians lack this capability. Perhaps we could create it artificially." Wang Lin queries, "Artificially?" Zheng Riqiang affirms, "Indeed, that on Earth, in 2014, researchers from Israel and the United Kingdom successfully synthesized human primordial germ cells from human cells. In 2012, an infertile man visited Stanford University, where a technician extracted a small tissue sample from his shoulder, transforming his skin cells into stem cells, which eventually developed into SC cells. This implies that a man can father a child without a woman, and likewise, a woman can conceive without a man." Wang Lin expressed his astonishment, asking, "Is this truly possible?" Zheng Riqiang sighed, sharing his mixed feelings that my concern now is whether this experiment will succeed. Even if you manage to have children, will they inherit the same absence of an esophagus and SC organs as you? Wang Lin replied, "We must give it a try." Zheng Riqiang agreed, and subsequently he took small skin samples from both Wang Lin and Robinson, nurturing them meticulously according to the procedure. After 5 days, only 2 cells remained viable. According to their arrangement, Kong Zime did not leave the cave. Instead, it was Zheng Riqiang and Eliza who visited her. Kong Zime was delighted to see Zheng Riqiang, who had just recovered from a serious illness. Zheng Riqiang playfully teased his son, overwhelmed with joy. However, he found Kong Zime's frosty demeanor towards Eliza quite disheartening. Kong Zime remarked to Zheng Riqiang, "I am enjoying my time here. eating well, and sleeping soundly, almost forgetting the outside world. Zheng Riqiang expressed his concern. Wang Lin is on the brink of death. Can't we ask Zhou Peter Chun for assistance? Kong Zime retorted, don't even think about it. Peter Chun would never provide aid to someone who betrayed him. The three of them, in actuality. Only two, as Eliza had lost her ability to eat and could only accompany Kong Zime's son, indulged in a sumptuous meal on Mars, the most lavish since their arrival, featuring authentic Cantonese cuisine, steamed milk custard, egg yolk char siu, poached chicken legs, blanched vegetable hearts, and black bean spare ribs. Kong Zime questioned Zheng Riqiang. Aren't you afraid they might poison us? Zheng Riqiang confidently replied, I doubt they would dare. Upon returning to the spacecraft, Zheng Riqiang remained exhilarated, humming the famous Cantonese tune Rain on Banana Leaves. Suddenly, he spotted Eliza furtively administering an injection to Wang Lin. He shouted, Stop! What are you doing? Chapter 45. The Eunuch's Declaration. This book has surpassed 100,000 words, and I am immensely grateful for the support of many readers. According to the announcement, this book has reached 8th place on the new book list, 47th on the recommendation list, and 6th on the science fiction list, which is inextricably linked to your generous appreciation. Yesterday, I inquired with a certain gentleman about the possibility of a contract, but received a negative response, implying there is no need to continue writing. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again, the content is being typed. Please wait a moment. After the update, kindly refresh the page to access the latest content. Mars Horror, 413 Days Novel Website Full Text Update. Remember the address. I have a horror house. Exciting introduction. Rebirth in the Starry Sky. Meow meow meow. Exciting introduction. Fast travel to unlock Koi Luck. Exciting introduction. Entering the unscientific. Exciting introduction. Quick travel. Female supporting role. Male god.